Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Happy Friday. How was your date night, Pyro? It was good. Got a little drunk. Definitely hungover today. A little rough. A little rough, but I'm here. Thanks for asking. What's up, Mighty Anna? What's up, Pizza Hut? What's up, Dorito? See you. Hello, Lock Dog. Hello, Fargaze. We here. Thank you for the 24-month resub list. Congrats on the new sub badge. I watched the roadmap over a few times. I'm starting to get the feeling that we're going to have another Cataclysm level event. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe Azeroth hatching and taking out EK and Draenor. I don't really think... I could be wrong, but I don't know if Azeroth is going to hatch. We'll see if that's actually a thing. Because we don't really, we don't really have proof of that. Argus is not proof of that. We don't know why Argus is torn asunder like that. Azeroth is interesting. Could be a representation of the spirit of creation. The secret fire put into the world by Eru Iluvatar in the Silmarillion. The soul of the cosmos, I think, like in I think Gnosticism. Different ways to look at it. And I don't think it'll take out Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Those two things are so far apart from one another, and there's a lot of stuff between them. We kind of... I don't think that's gonna happen. You never know. What's up, Mayaku? Good evening, Chris. I was checking out Black Temple raid, and it really is Azeroth behind Illidan. Yep. Sure is. Question is, like, is it literally really there? Or is it just Illidan spying on Azeroth in some way? I don't know why he would do that, but it's not just from Illidan's platform. You can see it from any outdoor area in the raid. So, but it is all one shared area, right? So if it loads in one area, it loads in all of them. Did you mean Azorth? Oh god, yeah, that comment. I'm hoping for the apocalyptic confrontation that Metzen mentioned at BlizzCon. I mean, I think a lot of that is... I mean, that's midnight, right? That's the prophesized Battle of Renalash. We'll get our battle. Don't worry. I do believe he mentioned that in the context of the battle between Light and Void. Yeah. I'm hoping that most of the southern eastern kingdoms and all of Kalimdor get destroyed in the waking of Azeroth. Leaving revamped Quel'Thalas and Northrend as the only remnants. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. They have way too many areas that are like beloved, memorable. They have cities, like you're gonna destroy every city except Silvermoon. I don't know. Seems a little ridiculous to me, right? You can destroy Mulgore, Stormwind, Ironforge, Gilneas. I don't think so. Maybe a bit overzealous. What's up, Mighty Anna? It's pyro time. Hey, Pyro, you should sign up as an ambassador. You've got the Discord following for it. I could try. I very much doubt I get accepted to that. That's probably worth a shot, though. Lore ambassador? I think it will more be the other side of Azeroth that is devastated. Well, I mean, this is all making assumptions, though. You guys are assuming that there's going to be a cataclysmic event related to the awakening of Azeroth, and there might not be. We'll see. We will see. There's all sorts of ideas of what could happen, right? What's the ambassador program? Didn't get it during the stream. Seems like it's a way to help players find communities via Discord, simply put. Ambassador communities would be acknowledged by Blizz more, as far as I know. Nah, you never let people see God. Well, sometimes they do. Emco, thanks for the 4-month resub. Appreciate that. Thank you. What's up, Empa? Tipsy man, sir? Last night, yeah. Fair, but I'm a Lord Padawan who likes to wildly speculate. Sure, sure. I get it. I didn't always, like, try to connect things with, like, cycles and themes and... evidence. I tried. But a little better at it now, I think. What's up, Ask Knight? Ask Knight? You should try. There's nothing to lose there. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, why not? Do they have like a link? Is it like a link? Is it something you can apply to for now? What's up, Barlow-chan? But leave Undercity intact. All the houses we just built. Yeah, that's one of the things that I always tell people, like, they can't destroy areas like that. The world of Azeroth isn't going anywhere. I'm about done. Love the concept, brother. Thank you, Skittles. Thank you. Finished the book. It was amazing. Yeah, really good book. Like I said, man. Couple notes. Couple here or there. There's more than what you can see. There's a fucking lot. It's, not this gonna focus, but there's quite a lot. I don't know. Stuff I thought was noteworthy to some degree. Excuse me. I don't recall. Do you think there's a distinction between Shadow and Void? I mean, this isn't really, it's not really a point of speculation. There definitely is. The game makes that pretty clear to us, I think. Like, you play a Shadow Priest. It's pretty obvious that they're related, but different. Still distinct, you know? Shadow could imply the presence of light. It's interesting, though, because Void is not lightless. It's not empty. Void even puts off a light. Violet light. So, I mean, Fel creates light. In a way, I kind of feel like it's possible that everything is light. Just different shades of it. Like, everything is originally like a white light, and it got fractured into a bunch of different, you know, like a prism. And so, like, Fel and Order and Holy Light and Void and Shadow are all shades of this grander thing that is light and existence. So it's possible. Azeroth is probably like the original light, you know? What book are you reading? Oh, I finished this book. It's Blood Ties, the newest World of Warcraft novel. Primarily focused around the familial dynamics of Eretor, Turalyon, and Illyria. It's very good. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Brought me to tears quite a few times. It was really good. And I really fell in love with some of these characters to a level that I haven't before. Eretor is a phenomenal character. He's one of my favorites right now. Turalyon in this book is awesome. It completely changed my outlook on Turalyon. The Lysra and Lorthamar are fantastic. Yeah, it's a great it's a great it's a great book. It's a very good book. The star comment she made broke me. I don't know exactly which one you're referring to, but there's a lot of stuff in the book that's hard. Put it that way. I don't want to like spoil it, but really like the stuff towards the end with the diamonds and the spinal or whatever it's called. Spinal. I broke my back. Spinal. That shit fucked me up, dude. And as soon as they described that, I was like, oh my god, it represents the light and the void. And then that's exactly what it was. And Eretor understood it as soon as he saw it as well. It's pretty cool. Application at the bottom. Let me copy that. I love lore. Me too. Asatan, thank you very much for the 2-month resub. Salaryman Bruce, thanks for the follow, bro. Appreciate that. I'll keep this open in my join now. How to sign up. Yeah, I mean, I hope that, I mean, my Discord's probably big enough, but I hope that it's not, like, too vague in terms of its purpose. Like, good thing I got rid of the politics channel. Holy shit. God, it's so bright. I'll keep that open in another window. I was a bit worried how Blizz would tackle updating Northrend, which has 10 zones on its own, but seeing the roadmap yesterday and them making a random one boss raid and a .5 patch gave me confidence. So there's actually 2 of them. There's one in 1207 and in 1215, which is fucking sick. I think that's awesome. The pre-patch event says that as well, that they went from Shadow to Void. I must have missed that. I thought it was that they went from using elemental magics, which realistically they harness through either Spirit or Decay, and I do think Decay is pretty directly related to the power of Shadow, so, you know, I feel like there's, I can see where you come to that conclusion. It was a random world quest from Umbric. That's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I have always personally related Shadow more to Death. I think Shadow was kind of overthrown by Order. I think Shadow, Death, Decay are all more related. Not that Void isn't also related, but I guess for a long time I kind of have thought that the power of Order overthrew Shadow and kind of fucked up Death, and then the Shadowlands turn out to be ordered, so like kind of seems like maybe that was the case. So yeah, I've got reasons to think that, obviously. So Decay is the shadow of life? I don't know if I would describe it exactly that way. I don't know really what you're meaning to imply by saying that. Do you think Wardens could become next playable class as opposite of DK? I mean, I think anything is really possible in terms of playable classes, but in my opinion, it kind of seems like Blizzard might be more intent on adding new specializations to existing classes rather than adding new classes. I just think it's not something that you can necessarily do forever. And they've done surveys and stuff recently where they're kind of asking people like, what would you think about that? What, like a tank shaman spec, or like a damage dealing holy priest style spec, or like a support paladin, things like that, which I mean I would very much welcome. I think that would be awesome. Give everything else a little bit more variety, you know, instead of constantly trying to add something new, which I know can kind of have, I don't want to say diminishing returns, but it's kind of one of the best words I can think of to describe it. Do you think there's any chance that the Hour of Twilight will happen in the next expansion via Xalatath? Yeah, I think that Renalash, the Hour of Twilight, these are all words that are terms that describe the same event, which is effectively, I think, the kind of apocalyptic Norse Ragnarok, which goes by another phrase, which is the twilight of the gods, or the end of all things. So to me, really, Ragnarok, Twilight of the Gods, the end of all things, the Hour of Twilight, Renalash, they're all the same thing. The final battle, so to speak, where, you know, the godlike forces of the cosmos come together and fucking duke it out directly. It is also possible, depending on how you interpret Renalash, that it's not a single event, rather something that has continuously happened, that has happened in the past, that will happen again in the future. Again, it's it's a matter of prophetic interpretation, rather. So, you know, I think it's not set in stone, but I do kind of think that they're all the same thing. And the words used to describe them, I don't think are just kind of like accidentally put, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they just they act, you know, they didn't choose the words hour of twilight for no reason, right? I mean, midnight is effectively the clock striking 12, you know? In twilight, if we want to go like definitionally, in real life means the soft glowing light from the sky when the sun is below the horizon, caused by the refraction and scattering of the sun's rays in the atmosphere. But it can also be seen as a period or state of obscurity, ambiguity, or gradual decline. So the twilight of someone's career or something like that, right? But in a lot of ways, I see twilight as not complete darkness. In fact, twilight magic is, as I understand it, light and shadow combined. Is it light or void or light or shadow? I don't know exactly, but so I do kind of see it as more of a combination of both. That doesn't necessarily inherently make it good, or like a good thing, but in Ragnarok, the world isn't just like destroyed. The world is, I'm pretty sure it's like the land masses like sink into the sea, and then the world is like reborn from the primordial chaos of Ganunengagap or whatever the fuck it's called, which is like the primordial void. So it's not like everything just ends. And there are gods who make it through Ragnarok. They don't die. So, but a lot of gods do die. A lot of them definitely die. So, it depends on how closely modeled off of something like Ragnarok, Renalash, or the Hour of Twilight actually is. And I think a big key indicator is you have things like Argus, who casts like the end of all things. Like you have Sargeras, who is very similar to the Norse mythological lord of Muspelheim, the fire giant, Surt or Surtur. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of the things that like initiates Ragnarok is him taking his sword and thrusting it into the earth. So, you know, that's probably, you know, we've seen that. So yeah. Crossroads is a good one, Senrak. Yeah, a lot of great short stories in there. Do you see many similarities between Eretor and Anduin? Sure, yeah. I think the ability to wield light and shadow. I think the crossing of the philosophy of light and void kind of simultaneously, not just dogmatic or sticking to one magic or application. I think I see a lot of similarities in their heart, in their desire to do good, in their willingness to make allies to make unlikely allies, and to not just judge people right off the bat for things like the power that they wield, or the surface level judgments of the orders that they may be a part of. Yeah, I see a lot of similarities. They're both young men with literally like hero parents. Technically Eretor more than I mean, Varian Rin's a fucking hero, but I don't know if he's on the same level of heroic, like, what's the word? Reputation as Illyria and Tyrallion. I mean, they're like legendary. There are statues of them in front of Stormwind, right? So, excuse me. That's awesome. I think I'll pick it up. I hope you will. I hope you enjoy it. The greatest book in the history of America, maybe ever. I love lore. I love lore too. Good morning, Leto. I'm kind of catching up on chat here, sorry. Nice relaxing beats on today, every day. Yo, Olwyn, thanks for gifting 5 subs, brother. Shout out. What you talking about? Shout out. What's going on? Interesting, Olwen. I'll check that DM out a little bit later. I've been sick for a couple days. I hope you feel better, Silver. Was a random world quest. I don't get how Blizz is pumping out content at this cadence. They have like 4 versions of the game going, one of which is completely new content. Hope they're not overworking. I think there's a lot of people that work at Blizzard. Maybe they've done well to streamline their actual production of things. Anything other than retail's pretty much content complete. That's a good point too. It's not like they have to add a bunch of stuff. Oh my god, I'm way behind on chat. It was a world. Okay, I read that. I really hope the mega delves are used to really deep dive into some lore opportunities and not just random one-offs. I hope so too. I didn't find the stories of delves that compelling. I think there's some interesting little things here and there, but nothing that was particularly like, I don't know. I didn't feel as someone who appreciates the lore that they were terribly meaningful or I had much reason to engage with them. So yeah, I share that sentiment. It surely makes sense for Decay to be more related to Shadow and Void, since Titans use Arcane, specifically Ice, to stop Decay. Yeah, stasis in general, and there's different forms of stasis. Light can cause stasis too. There are fell stasis pods in the Antoran wastes, so that's a thing too. It's really weird. Life is decay and rebirth. Yeah, I think this is an interesting thing they've done with cosmologically in WoW, because it's like, what is life versus nature? Because they are distinct things, albeit related to some degree. What is life versus nature? What is spirit versus life versus nature? Like, what is the... And are they the same? Are we trying to make them out to be separate things when maybe they're not so separate, right? Like, spirit is alleged to be responsible for sentience, right? So for something to be aware, for elemental energies and things to have awareness and personality, they have to have spirit, effectively. So I think there's definitely things to be understood about, like, is nature technically life, or is nature technically like life and death? Is it spirit and decay? Is it all of those things? You know, you have things like Chronicle, which calls spirit explicitly after Chronicle Volume 2 the spirit of life. And then you have things like the Death Knight ability, death and decay. So it's like, okay, there's obviously a relationship between these powers. But ultimately, like, life requires, I think, spirit and decay, right? So, yeah, I don't know that it's entirely clear, but there's definitely some things that are supposed to give us an idea. I think a survey pointed that direction. Yeah, new specs. I feel like the only base level class they don't have is Engineer. And Survival's halfway there now. You could come up with like Rune Master and stuff too, like a Rune Mage or something. But then you could maybe just add that to Mage. Ranged Lich DK spec was in there too, and Ranged Monk. Yeah, Ranged Monk that focuses on the use of Chi and lightning and stuff is fucking sick. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. What's up, Olwen? Howdy, folks, just checking in. Hell yeah. Give me a ranged DK spec, sure. Little Necromancer action, full-blown Necromancer. That'd be cool. Imagine all classes with 4 specs and an updated mop-style talent tree. God, that'd be so fun to play multiple classes. Yo, Ditbrez, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs, dude. 10 fucking bangers, man. Thank you so much. Yo, can we get some pyro gifts in the chat for that, man? Thank you. I'm gonna fucking send you 10 of them bitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you fucking go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Congrats to the people who snagged a sub just now. Thank you. Enjoy that ad-free viewing in the emotes, brothers and sisters. Support warrior that just shouts at you from the sidelines. Good job. Go get him. You got this. Warrior shouts. Imagine all classes with 4 specs and an updated mop style talent tree. Interesting. Void Paladin would go so hard from an aesthetic standpoint. Oh, dude. Yeah. Fel Paladin would be fucking sick, too. Fel Paladin's actually a thing. Like, that canonically exists. It's not technically a paladin, but they use seals and shit, so it's like... It's kind of like a Fel perversion of what paladins are. She's a boss in Hellfire Citadel. Her name's Tyrant Valhari. It's pretty awesome. Finally, I'll not have to play Prop Pal for progress because of spell warding. I mean, I feel like you could play almost any tank and realistically get away with it. Dagorath. I don't know what that means, but... Did you hear about the new discovery of Azorth? The landmass in Norse mythology is made of Ymir as well. Yeah, and there's definitely some, I think, some connections between Ymir and Argus, especially because Ymir was known. I think one of his names was the Screamer, Gravel Screamer, and Argus screams always. It screams to Illyria. It screams out in the cosmos. It screams when it stands. When its energy hits the Arbiter screams. Like, there's definitely meant to be a connection. And a long time ago, I drew connections between the old gods and Argus, but also Deathwing, as a result, who also calls himself Death Incarnate, the Unmaker of Worlds, which is like, okay. And Deathwing drops loot that I believe is a pretty direct allusion to Ymir, and how the brothers who killed him built the world out of his corpse. So, yeah, and I mean, Deathwing also drops items like the Eye of Unmaking and shit. Like, okay, like, what the fuck? Argus the Unmaker, like, yeah, there's a big old conspiracy going on there with Argus and the Titans. So, hopefully they, I mean, I don't know if Argus is just cooked or if he will come back at some point, or if the old gods will have a relationship to him in some way, if they're parts of him. You know, Yogg-Saron's celestial brain turns from blue to red. Argus turns from blue to red, and his head is broken open, and he seems to be, like, missing his brain. I don't know. Probably just, like, stretching too far, but it seems like they're trying to say something. So, and I mean, Yogg-Saron calls himself the god of death, but, I mean, Yogg-Saron could have been dominated, too. I mean, think about it. The fucking thing was, like, encased in blue ethereal chains, you know? Who knows? They could have... Primus could have been dominating him, or something like that. Who knows? What sword? You know what fucking sword. There's a rare chest encounter in Hollowfall where you open a portal to a literal shadow realm with shadow elementals coming out, so it's definitely not the same as Void. I mean, again, I understand, like, how you guys are trying to come to the conclusion that Shadow and Void aren't the same. There's a much easier way of accomplishing this if you'd like me to show you. Shinzai, thanks for gifting 5 subs, dude. What the fuck? Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Here, let me just show you. There's, like, a much easier way. Just make a Shadow Priest, okay? And then open your talent tree and go to your specialization and read this. Uses sinister shadow magic and terrifying void magic to eradicate enemies. So just based on the magic that it's using, there is a distinction. But not only that, you have 2 different forms. You have shadow form and void form. So again, these 2 things are likely related, yeah. But this is pretty clear evidence that shadow and void are not the same. Because if they were, why would the forms be distinct? Why would the magics be distinct? Right, so when you ask what kind of magic does shadow what kind of magic is that? I think that you could go towards like mind affecting abilities, which Void also can do. Shadow Word, so we're talking pain, Shadow Word, death, right? So I think, and then things like devouring, plague. So to me, Shadow is generally more associated with death, pain, plagues, maybe even disease, a level of illusion, stuff like that. And Void is going to be more entropy, gravity, madness. Like, and again, these things are super close in terms of, I would assume, where they sit on like a cosmic scale of energy. And so their manifestations, I would assume, are quite similar. There's some overlap that occurs there, but they are distinct from one another. Like Death Knights, for instance, use a fair amount of shadow magic because their abilities are, especially in the case of Unholy, primarily focused on things like diseases and plague and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, Death Grip is basically a tendril of shadow that reaches out and grabs something. Like, yeah, I mean, Plague Infusion, right? Shadowy Tendrils of Gorfine's Grasp. Fucking, and this is Blood Death Knight, right? So if I went to Unholy, a Master of Death and Decay, spreading infection and controlling undead minions to do their bidding. So that to me, again, much more shadow, but they call it Unholy. So then you have Blood Death Knight, which is also interesting, because what does this say? A Dark Guardian who manipulates and corrupts life energy to sustain themselves. And Blood, of course, has a bunch of blood spells. A lot of red stuff, which you would often associate with life. And I think in an old post from Muffinus, he actually said on Twitter, he's a Blizz dev, a World of Warcraft dev, at least he was. I don't know if he is anymore, but I think he made a remark that blood is like tortured life. So blood is interesting because it's specifically manipulating and in some cases corrupting life energy. So it's weird because you're playing a Death Knight, but ultimately you're manipulating life energy. So I just think these are things that I think kind of often go over people's head. They don't realize that even though the overarching class name is one thing, that they have connections to other magic, and they don't realize it. And I think basically on almost every single class in the game, you are going to have, I'll log back in, you're going to have magical overlaps. So what I mean by that is like, Rogue has magical overlaps with other classes. Priest has magical overlaps. Like this anti-magic zone, very interesting. If not Shadow, Borderline Arcane, Anti-Magic Shell, another very interesting spell. Dancing Rune Weapon. So, I mean, Rune Weapons is a big thing with Death Knights, so, I mean, that's not that absurd, really, but I just think Icebound Fortitude. So, some of the things that are baked into the class, everything is not singularly tonal, or one note, if you will. So, like, if you go on a rogue, rogues don't just use daggers, they literally use shadow magic. And I just think that's important to look at, because you start to see how classes are not just one specific thing, and how their overlaps can like give you ideas between them. I mean, Shadow Step, right? Cloak of Shadows. This is there's overlap. Shadow Blades. So yeah, just I think again important to realize. I mean, you can vanish from sight into stealth, right? Cloak or Shroud of Concealment, bring in other things into the cloak with you. So There's overlap. I mean, I've even seen videos, incorrect ones, that claim that, like, shaman has nothing to do with the twisting nether. Well, that is blatantly incorrect, because one of shaman's abilities is called Astral Recall, which yanks you through the twisting nether back to Dornagal. So this is not something you would think that shamans would necessarily have. When you think about a shaman, you think elements, but ultimately they have the capacity to be pulled through the nether. So yeah, there's spirit stuff with shaman as well. So it's not, again, the way in which you're harnessing the elements is going to inherently be related to spirit, SLT, right? Spirit Walker's Grace. Right? It's not just elements. Purify spirit. So, yeah, just some stuff that I think is really interesting to think about the overlap of. Because, you know, some people might perceive their class as, like, wholly unique and nothing is like it, but ultimately there's overlap. So I'm real behind on chat. But yeah, if you really would just want to have evidence that Void and Shadow are not the same, even if related, just look at a Shadow Priest. Hope you're having a good morning. Thanks, Stoned. I am. Anduin, Eretor, Illidan, all of them are rebellious. Sure. Illidan, I'd say even more than the other two, but still. What do you want to see? Where would you want to see updated after TLT? My vote's for Kalimdor. Fucking all of it. I mean, if they're gonna do Northern EK, I mean, I would definitely love to see things in Kalimdor, especially, again, I mean, I've talked about this, like, Stormwind and Orgrimmar, and the areas around them. Elwyn Forest, fucking Westfall, Durotar, the Barrens, Feralis, Stone Talon Peaks, or Stone Talon Mountain, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, I mean, and these are areas that I think are pretty, like, ripe, literally, to update, because there are already canonical efforts to try to revitalize the spiritual integrity of these places. And, like, we already know that these areas looked a different way before, right? So, in the case of, like, the Barrens, that used to be a jungle. Durotar used to be a jungle. So, why couldn't it be a jungle again? So, I would like to see stuff like that. Hi Pyro, did you finish Cyberpunk? No. I'm just doing side content, and then I can go meet Hanako and then go from there. Since WoW already has so much sunken things in lore, I wonder if Ragnarok events in WoW could be emerging continents like before Sundering, after Last Titan. Maybe. Yeah, there could be new lands rising up. I mean, one of the things Nyalotha is called is the Sunken City. And N'Zoth having said, that which was sunken shall rise, depending on what he means by sunken. But, you know, that kind of sounds like drowned at the bottom of the ocean. And so, you know, does Nyalotha still actually exist somewhere? Maybe the one that we went to in N'Zoth's vision was just that, a vision, and the real one exists still somewhere. You know, what is lost beneath and beyond the waves? Hopefully the main antagonist for the Labyrinth system is the Goblin King. If you had to do the lore for Delves, for example, Delves of Ghostlands, what would you do? Tell the story of the past, like Troll Wars, Arthas Invasion. That's a really good idea. Using Delves as a vehicle to extrapolate on past lore is a really good idea. And they kind of do that a little bit with Delves as they are now, but not like what you're describing. Yeah, I think that'd be a fun way to do it, depending on where the Delves are geographically. I think that it would be fun to... I mean, this is some realistically, like, things like the revitalization of the Dreadscar, that should be that should be something that's told, or Dead Scar, excuse me, not Dreadscar. the Dead Scar, that should be done in like the main story, right? Because that's kind of like where my mind went initially, is like, what are some of the intricacies of that maybe they didn't have the time to put into the main story, or something that instead they can put into like a delve and tell the story there instead. But yeah, I think, like, I don't know, relevant regional stories, I get why they did it, and I think they did it more for mechanical gameplay reasons, but I don't really like that delve stories rotate. It's kind of weird. I think it's meant to make the delve feel continuously relevant, and like we don't just go there one time and then forget about it, because there are other people who might have interest in it for whatever reason. But ultimately, I feel like the variations in the interested parties ends up feeling kind of like meaningless and not that interesting. So that's why I'm not like too much of a fan of it. I just don't think it's that interesting. Can't have death without life, nor can you have life without death. How's that unresolved War Within video coming along? I haven't started it. It's just been a busy last couple weeks. Almost every day I sit down to edit the last few weeks, I've got stuff that I'm like editing from stream, you know? And I don't even just mean Cyberpunk. Oh, sorry for the yawning. I don't even just mean Cyberpunk. I mean, like WoW stuff, you know? I've just like there's just been things to talk about. So. Tinkerer, please. Where's my Titan Slayer? It's a title. Ranged monk with mist and she magic would be my new main to end of days. It'd be pretty cool. I think they're a bit standoffish about new classes since Evoker. They're probably rethinking how they're going to be doing them, perhaps. A melee mage that enhances his swords with runes and magic would go hard. I think going back to mop talents would be a mistake. Everyone has different opinions on it. I'm impressed they never did Shami 4-spec called Raid. This is a different message. Called Raid Leader. I don't understand what that is referring to. Earth tank, water healer, fire air melee ranged. Yeah. That'd be cool. Excuse me. That support warrior concept is legit a thing in Guild Wars 2. That's funny. As someone Void Paladin, but Fel Paladin would be fun too. I would just like more skins for our abilities in general. I mean, they already proved they could do it with Felfire with Warlocks, you know? How many novels does WoW have? I mean, a lot. Like 30? I don't know, something along those lines. A lot. For specializations, I would love an actual ranger spec where you can equip both a bow and melee weapons. Like a hybrid style. That'd be cool. Summoning from Blood Trolls would be nice, like Bloodseeker or something like that for shamans. Blood Troll stuff would be tight. That'd be cool. Blood Mage or something. Argus being the masculine portion of the perfect being of whole Azeroth, if you want to get into the whole alchemy thing. Yep, and it'd be a riff on Adam and Eve, where Azeroth is the original being and Adam, instead of Eve being made of Adam's rib, instead Adam would be made of Eve's rib. Or something along those lines. The divine masculine derived from the divine feminine, effectively. I know Argus's soul hit the Shadowlands Arbiter, but we don't really know what happened after that. No, we do. You just don't remember, or maybe you didn't see it, but after the Arbiter shuts down, we end up making our way much later on into Zereth Mortis. And in the area where Pelagos becomes the Arbiter, I forget what it's called, the Crypt of the Eternal or something. A Dreadlord shows up, not even a named Dreadlord, but just a Dreadlord, shows up and manifests the Echo of Argus. And their intention, apparently one of the last parts of the Banished One's gambit, or whatever, so Zoval, is to make Argus eternal. They were going to try to make Argus into the Arbiter, apparently. So we did, but then after we destroyed that Echo of Argus, we have not seen anything with him since. So he might be gone now. You know, kind of like an Echo of Arthas, that little bit that was left. And when that faded away, where does that go? Does that go into another realm? Are they just unmade? Or they just fade from existence entirely? Or how does that work? Keep it rolling, man. Thanks, brother. A shadow is a lack of light. Void is a lack of everything would be my distinction. I don't agree. I mean, a shadow is cast by light. Think about it with my character. There's no shadow here if there's no source of light. Right? So, I don't think that shadow is necessarily lack of light. I think shadow and light are almost inexorably bound. They kind of complement one another to a degree. But, I don't know. I understand that I'm blocking the light, hence there is the shadow. But ultimately, they're still right along the edge of one another. So, and void is not lack of everything. That's not correct. Void not only clearly has energy in it, but represents things like entropy and gravity and stuff. So, void is not a lack of things. It is not a lack of existence. That is a conflation due to the fact that people look at void as being, like, definitionally empty or of nothing. But the void is not empty. It's not even bereft of energy. If it was, it wouldn't exist. But it is, as we currently know, the lowest energy state in the cosmos. Like, we don't know of anything, at least I don't know of anything that exists at a lower energy state than the void. But there could be one, right? I've discussed this before, and this is the concept of existence and oblivion, where what happens if you go one step above light, and what happens if you go one step below void? One of them is the, like, quintessent, like, mode of existence itself, and the other one is complete non-existence, like literally lacking in energy to the point where there is no energy. It does not exist. But then you have to ask yourself, like, can such a thing be true in a cosmos that seems to abide by laws of physics to some degree? Like, if physics in WoW should be respected at least to the point of the law of conservation of energy and mass, then is it even possible for something to simply cease to exist as an energy? I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is. So that's where you have to ask yourself, like, is that even possible? Well, that's not the right amount. So that's where kind of my mind goes in terms of that. The Madness of Deathwing drops the Backbreaker Spalders, which have the flavor text from the bone, the Wrath of Ages. And there's more than that, Zargos. Look at the rest of the loot. I mean, look at there's like 3 or 4 of them. From the bone, from the blood, from the there's like a couple of them. And yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to, is that loot. Shadow is the baby of Void after it got busy with the light. Shadow and light are related. Void is related to... I mean, things are not so simply just one-to-one. Like, all of the... what I'm kind of trying to show you with the magical overlap of classes and stuff is that all of the magical energies in WoW are not solely distinct. There is overlap. They connect to each other. So it's not like if Shadow is related to Light, Void must not be, or must be related to something else. Like, no, it's also related to Shadow. How do you explain all the Shadow stuff for sub-rogues? I mean, I'm behind, so I feel like I did explain that. So I think that's probably before I showed that. Death and Decay, always felt like intention maybe plays a role, like Plague Shit, etc. kind of bring with them a malicious intent, hatred, etc. compared to Light, where it's all love and happiness. That's not correct. That is not correct. Light is not all love and happiness. That's not the case. Light is also pride. Light is also anger and wrath. Light is not just happiness and love. It's not the case. Light is also, you know, retribution, right? Justice. So there's positive, but there's also negative. Different dragons, when they're resurrected, become different undead dragons. Blues become frostworms, while red become ember worms. Yeah, that's interesting. Can maybe show some of the underlying power within them. Death Knight, Priest, Warlocks, 3 totally different classes, but all 3 use Gorfine and Sand Lane stuff. Well, you know how it goes, bro. Demons and Darkin, they're not related. A lot of unholy damage is Shadow, exactly. Astral Shift, Astral Recall. In vanilla, Fade are the closest thing to Fade was actually taught in Northshire. Very good shout-out, Barrels. That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And there's an interesting excerpt from the person that you learn that from. They actually talk about magics in terms of like divine inspired or otherwise. It's still arcane. But what Barrels is pointing out, Fade, which fades you out of existence a bit so that you drop aggro, is actually a which relates to the practice of invisibility by mages, is taught in Northshire, which means that mage invisibility is derived from the school of divine magic, of light magic. So that's pretty cool. That's the example I actually wanted to bring up and give as to one of the ways that it overlaps, which is pretty cool. Almost every force has something to do with traveling through space-time. Deathgate, Astral Recall, Mage Portals, Void Rifts. Sure, Shadow Step, even. Spirit is supposed to calm or balance or harmonize the elements or something along those lines, right? Yes. It has a calming effect on them. One might say it pacifies them, whereas Decay subjugates them. So that's what the Twilight's Hammer cult used to use, was a decay-based subjugation magic, which presumably they learned from Cho'Gall and the Old Gods upon the elements. And that is how one might assert that the Old Gods gained control over the Elemental Lords, if that is true, that they used the essence of decay to basically suppress and subjugate them. Give us a new Dire Maul, Eldrith the Loss. I would love to go back and find out that there's like something hidden underneath there. Titan Facility or some crazy shit. Southern Kalimdor, seeing the effects of the sword being removed after TLT would be cool. Oh, sure. Yeah. Imagine Zelda the Wind Waker, but in WoW. That shit would slap. I love Wind Waker. Or a revitalization effort of the Outlands with ecodomes would be pretty sick. I think Outlands is kind of fucked, guys. I think one of the things with Outlands that we're kind of supposed to take from it is that world is severed from reality. And as a result, even though it looks good, it's literally falling apart. Like, it's not... It no longer upholds a level of, like, integrity in terms of like, an actual world. And it has, as far as we understand, no world soul. And so unless we could find a way to basically weave Outland back into reality, I don't think that's going to happen. We would basically have to reconstruct a pocket of reality around Outland. And I don't think that's going to occur. It could. Fucking shit. It could, but I kind of doubt it. If they redo Stormwind and Org, they need to be at least at the level of Borealis. Yeah, but hopefully just not as laggy. If not better, bigger and better, I mean, I would be looking more at Silvermoon as the example, but... Or like a big library that they've reclaimed or something. That'd be cool. Kind of like what they did with Desolus, right? Made it more green. Sure. Oh, really, Olive? Is that how you feel? Having lore walking built into delves would be pretty interesting. I agree. I'm so behind on chat. I'm trying to catch up. HR will be scheduling everyone who fails to push the like button for a mandatory 6-hour in-person training course on the importance of like button pushing. Appreciate that, Gallon. You could call it delving into lore. It's also interesting that seems like even light can do invisibility. I think we need to reduce the amount of talents I logged again today, and holy hell. Yeah, it's a lot, man. 50 talents that you won't read. Well, I did go back. I mean, I'm trying to get into the habit of reading all of the fucking talents on my talent tree, and I sat there and read all of them, but I can't remember them because there's so many of them. I can't really remember. There's really only a couple that you take. Also, the Wowhead default talent loadouts are pretty bad in some cases, man. They're pretty fucking bad. They had me like taking shit that doesn't make fucking sense. So I don't know. I don't know. I would definitely consider using something else or figuring like neither the raid nor the Mythic Plus build had me take Blessing of Freedom. Like, what the fuck? I don't understand that. Doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, I don't know. It's strange. Zoval is keeper of Argus, I swear at this point. Yeah, I feel like I saw a Pyromancer video that said literally exactly that. I think, right, this one right here that says, Argus is the god of death and the jailer was his keeper. Yeah, I think it's this one. Check that out. You might enjoy that. You might enjoy that one. It's a good one. It's all right. Mob talents with hero talent trees for endgame would be great. I would be open to seeing what that would look like. I've sent the message about raid leader when you were talking about warrior support spec. Oh, right. Oh, I see. Just shouting from the fucking sideline. What do you think is the difference between Old God's Void and Cosmic Void? And from Xalotad lore walking, we saw that the Faceless are using some orange magic to seal her. I mean, it's fire magic. Like, let's not beat around the bush. They sealed her with fire magic. And I don't think that there's a difference between Old God's Void and Cosmic Void. I think if there is, it's likely that Cosmic Void is a more like orderly version of Void, and Old God Void, if you want to call it that, is more leaning into connections with spirit, decay, life, and or death. Those kinds of magics kind of blending in. How I see it is that I think that the old gods were effectively corrupted by the power of Void. It's not that they have a different Void, but they took a... Think about it like this. I think it's basically like... I think that the story in Aj-Kahet is a fractal, a mirror to the story of what happened with the old gods. So I think things like the Void Lords reached out to them, potentially as former servants, to conscript them to fight in the eternal conflict or something. And the old gods had once maybe taken that power and then denied it or something like that. You basically have like a situation where one or more of them, like, think about it like this, like Ansurek ends up basically like betraying the ideals of the Kaheti as their own independent individual people to take the power of the Void, and they end up like being corrupted essentially and losing their original form, losing what it was that kind of like made them unique, kind of destroying their traditions and their actual like physical like pheromone producing capabilities and stuff like that. This is another thing that I've talked about in a video. So I'll give you a link to that video. I'm really surprised that I had to scroll that far to get to the video about N'Zoth, but this video pretty directly discusses what you're asking me. Ansurek's mother was Queen Neferes. Excuse me. I think Void could be compared to antimatter. I don't think it could, because Void is by its very nature matter. In fact, in the newest book, there's a section where it and I was gonna mark this because I thought that this would be important, and then maybe I did mark it. Void is regarded as matter in this book. Like, void matter is something that is said. So I really think that the nature of the void is not that well understood, and if anything, I really would not compare it to antimatter. I would compare it to gravity and entropy and madness, infinite possibility, right? It's not anti-existence. I don't think it is anyway. I don't think that that's what the hints are indicating. You got Mim's head from time walking today? Grats, dude. The void hungers in WoW, which is why I kind of conflate it with emptiness. Again, it's fine that I don't know what to say. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there are things imbued with light that have voracious hunger as well. Like, again, there's literal quotes in this game from old god artifacts and shit that say things like the void is not empty. It is full of malice, despair, and death. The void is not empty. The void is not bereft of all things. It may be of a negative energy level, but that doesn't mean that it... I don't know how else to put this. You can conflate it all you want, but it doesn't mean that you're right. Do you know about false vacuum decay? Might be what happens below void energy state. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I don't know what that is. Light is vengeance. I would say that's true as well. Yrel gonna love the Maghar so hard they turn to light. Yup. I mean, the existence of gluttony proves you can eat a lot of food and have a full stomach and still be hungry. Yeah, I mean, hunger alone does not prove emptiness. I suppose it could imply a mental element, which Shadow and Void usually has. Absolutely. So is Yrel just written off? First off, there's no apostrophe in her name, but I don't think so. I mean, I think technically that timeline was like sealed off and like we're not supposed to be connected to that set of events anymore, but ultimately like the Draenei have fucking interdimensional time traveling ships, so what fucking difference does it make? Like, mages use magic, what a surprise. If light and void are two sides of the same coin, then I could see Shadow being the edge of the coin, not part of either side, but inexorably touching both of them. Yeah, and maybe on the border of like Twilight or something. Maybe like light, something between light and twilight, twilight, shadow, and then void. So you have a spectrum that exists there. So maybe, I like that interpretation. The great tree in Feralis was planted by Fandral to stop the spread of Serenite. Serenite below Dire Maul? I mean, technically the same thing with Teldrassil too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, maybe. Oh, my chat just like... I'm almost caught up. One of the things I want from if they remake Elwynn Forest is the remaking of the Northshire Abbey into an actually big abbey. When you read about it, when you see it in games, seems kind of disappointing. Yeah, dude. A lot of the things described in books and just literature in general are so much cooler than what you see in the game, and that is, I think it's a two-pronged issue. One, that like our imagination is pretty powerful in some cases, so what we imagine and what we think it will be can be more than what a game can depict, but also like it's hard to depict things that are very large in a game. Now an abbey, absolutely possible, no reason not to, but yeah. Outland's a sinking ship. Yeah, the wheat just disintegrates in Sourfang's hand. Yeah, wasn't Outland starting to dematerialize when Sourfang went to get Thrall? Yeah, yeah. I think they could really use the Mega Delves and kind of combine it with archaeology for past lore. Man, I'd love to see archaeology be relevant again. That'd be cool. Wowhead Mythic Plus build for Feral didn't make me take an interrupt, so yeah, I don't get it. I think the talent system makes sense if you spend like 10 minutes reading them and think about it. I've never understood people's problems with it. Wow. If you take like 10 minutes reading them and thinking about it. Wow. That's awesome, that's great. Just slightly condescending, but that guy Pyro sure knows a lot. This Pyro guy really put banger videos. I'm surprised you don't talk about him much. Who is this Pyromancer guy? I have no fucking idea. Just some guy. Happy Friday, Pyro and chat. What's up? Library. Just finished listening to audio drama with Umbric and Ramath. Super pumped for midnight. Same. You should use add-on Herrick's advanced tooltip for unfamiliar spec. Guys, stop trying to give me advice on how to play fucking World of Warcraft. It's so annoying. Please. Like, can you just stop? I've had Herrick's advanced tooltips where you have a fucking gigantic box that describes the 17 fucking ways that your fucking judgment is affected by talents. I'm not getting into this fucking argument again. The old gods went off the Void Lord script after exposure to Azeroth? Yeah, probably. Or they were already exposed to Azeroth in the first place and they were corrupted by Void. Again, this fucking pyro guy sure is amazing with these videos. Thanks, guys. I think the entropy comparison is the most direct for the energy of the void itself. Yeah. Void and Fel are similar, where one expands, twisting nether, or pulls in worlds, so does the void. I'm not sure that I understand what you're saying. The void is only full of bad things. Void, to me, in a more spiritual sense, is hopelessness, inevitability. Sure. I think also, you know, you could just say despair instead of hopelessness, but I would also say paranoia, fear, madness, right? I thought conflate meant a false equivalence. My bad. I mean, it essentially does. I don't understand how that relates to what you said, though. Yeah, you were trying to say that. I wish people would just speak plainly. Just say that you recognize that the void and hunger, or the void and emptiness, aren't the same. Like, watch your VOD of the WoW 35 thing yesterday. Did you mention you wanted an in-game whippet? That would be awesome. Yeah. Urel, she quit WoW and decided to roll in Mikote. Yo, based. Will we ever hear of Urel? A lot of people don't seem to be interested in her arc. I think a lot of people are interested in Urel. Didn't realize you already used the add-on. Was not. No. It's not that I take it that you guys are trying to argue about it. It's just that, one, I'm not asking for your guys' advice in the first place, okay? Like, I can figure out a class if I need to. I'm not interested in having this discussion about the complexity of talents. I'm really not. Like, and it's like, not trying to be condescending, just confused about people's complaints. Yeah, I don't think it's that confusing. I don't think it's that confusing. Like, I just don't want to have this conversation again. It's wasted breath. 10 minutes is asking a lot. It's also a gross fucking underestimation of how long it takes to actually understand the intricacies of specs. Just read your talents for 10 minutes. It's like, come on, dude. It's so reductive. Because someone grasps something, they can't grasp how other people don't grasp it. Like, and I get it, but it's not like, just because you understand something doesn't mean everyone else should just be expected to understand it. Void for me is more like black hole and not like the emptiness of space. Sure, and in my opinion, philosophically speaking, space isn't empty. Space is literally full of all of this. I get what you're saying, like the vacuum of it, outside of, like, you know, the atmosphere and the planet itself, but all of that exists in space. So think about if we didn't have space, everything would exist at the same spot, and then nothing would actually exist because it would all be together. We need space. Otherwise, all the matter in the universe exists at one place. Excuse me. Sorry. I couldn't finish reading my spec talents and understand them in 10 minutes, let alone my entire class. Yeah, again, we can get into the actual meaningfulness of these choices. We can get into the fact that base spells are part of your talent tree and they shouldn't be. We can get into the stacking passive effects of one thing unto another. We can go there if you want to. But, like, again, I just think that the system is overly complicated for the average player. There doesn't really need to be. I don't really want to discuss it beyond that. Engaging with lore and a theory crafting a speculation about future story with the community is enjoyable, and what I assume most everyone is here for, not deliberating over class builds. And I understand sometimes people are just trying to be helpful, right? Get the tooltip thing. But in the context of the discussion, it's like the solution to the overly complicated class structure is not download this add-on, which then, by the way, does not necessarily make it clear how it works. You can get the advanced tooltip thing, but when you hover a spell instead of 1 tooltip, now it's 7. I don't think that the solution to the problem should be a player-created informational tooltip add-on that... You know what I mean? I just... There's something that irks me about looking at a fundamental, what I perceive to be anyway, a fundamental, like, design issue that Blizzard is responsible for, and then watching players come up with excuses and add-ons for how to solve it. I fucking hate that. Like, I hate that. I'd prefer that Blizzard just made it better. But that's just my opinion. Just build a highway to another world. We would have to pee in the same exact toilet at the exact same time. Everything everywhere all at once. I did have a question regarding Xal'atath and the running theory that she is/was a Naru. I've seen you talking about it, but there's a moment in the Hollowfall ending cinematic that seems to slap us in the face about it and make her look like one. To me, at least, but I haven't seen a mention of it unless I've missed it. I mean, I don't think that you really need to have it. I mean, I think that Xal'atath already looks like a Naru. Like, just compare her to a Naru. It's like, just literally take her and put her next to a Naru. And, I feel like the image is pretty clear. She also has quotes that pretty much just, like, suggest it. What if Zal wasn't a Naru, though? What if I wasn't... Like, what is that kind of question? What if I wasn't a fucking... What if I wasn't Pyromancer? What does that even mean? And it could be a situation like, you know, Illyria, where there's a Naru inside her, and, you know, it, like, altered her, or she took in the power of it, or something like that. I mean, she floats around. Just like a Naru. Her design language is similar. The upreaching, pauldrons. Similar shape to the Naru. You got the 2 floating orbs. Correct colored eyes, generally similar color scheme. You have the blacks, the black sections with the stars kind of on it. I don't think, personally, right now, I don't think that there is any better guess on what Xal'atath is than a Naru. Or former Naru. People can't separate. People are so fucking dumb. They see Xal'atath in the N'Zoth scene and they're like, well, that's obviously not a Naru, Pyro, so... It's like, are you fucking stupid, dude? Like, do you not remember Muru? Did, like, people forget the fucking... What happened to Muru? And, like, what happens to Naru when they lose their juice? Like, it just annoys the fuck out of me. Like, these things literally collapse and turn into void gods. So... I just don't get it. Like, formerly a Naru, what existed before a Naru? Like, again, Xal'atath says that the Naru are just simply beloved brethren who have lost the true path, and that they will return to their masters in time. Like, so I'm pretty sure that the hints are hinting towards that. What's up, Farfig? I think the benefits of a reward/talent point each level is better than the admittedly obtuse design. Yeah, see, we'll disagree there again. A talent point per level doesn't fucking mean shit to me. I don't give a fuck. You could have a talent point every 2 levels, every 5 levels. You could literally have a talent point every 2 levels and cut the amount of talents in half. like the whole like talent point every level to me doesn't even mean shit because you level so fast anyways. Fucking you spend multiple talent points at a time anyway. I don't know. It just seems... to me, it just seems like very much like Zoomer game type design, like number go up, need talent point put in, like just literally brain treadmill fucking dopamine hit simulator. I fundamentally disagree with it because that's why I think it exists. I don't think that should be, that is enough justification to design the talent system in the way that it is just so me can feel good when number go up. It's arbitrary, it's meaningless. It's literally just there to fucking pluck at your brain to make you feel better about getting a level. I don't agree with the design philosophy. I've seen this comparison, but I mean when she's floating in the priory window with the tendrils and big crest in the top of the window, she looks like she's the center Naru crystal in that shot. Sure. Yeah, fair enough. And I get it, you're just trying to add more to it that like gives that impression. I'm just saying I just don't even know if you really need it, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Didn't she call the Naru sisters and brothers? She says, I know the Naru consider us horrors to be resisted. We do not share this view. They are merely beloved brethren who have lost the true path. They will return to their masters in time. So she's basically saying the Naru are juiced up on energy. They're not on the path that they were before, not the true path. And they're going to come back to this eventually. And we have seen multiple times, although it's supposed to be exceptionally rare, Naru fading to void and in some cases becoming void gods, like in the case of Soraka the Light Eater. Yeah, Zal's pre-capture model just lacks the Naru back piece of the others. Yeah. In the priest class order hall, there's literally a Naru Sara that falls into the void and becomes a fucking void god. And then you use the power of the Netherlight Temple to return her to a Naru. Yes, Sloan, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, again, this question comes up. If a Naru can go from a Naru to a void god to a Naru, how can you know which state it began in? It's just like flesh and stone and flesh. If something can go from stone to flesh and back to stone, or flesh to stone to back to flesh, how do you know how it started? Right? We just see things how they are now. But it doesn't mean that we have a true understanding of how they began. And that, I think, is one of the kind of the underlying themes of World of Warcraft, is that like people so often, and they do this in real life, base the truth of what things are based on how we see them now. And they can't conceive of or perceive the concept of what they could have been. People often look at what is now and they forget the process that brought things to where they are. I make the analogy all the time that, like, the comparison that I can look outside and see the mountain range, but it didn't always look like that. Long, long ago, before volcanic activity due to tectonic plate shifting and colliding and stuff like that, it wasn't there. It literally didn't exist. So when it comes to things like the Naru, how can we possibly know with certainty that they weren't void entities originally? I think a lot of this is due to what very well could be propaganda from Chronicle that discusses the creation mythos of the universe, which says that light existed before void, and then from the fading of that energy, cold pockets of nothingness is what it said, which is not, it's not true. They formed, and this starts to cause this tension between these two opposing yet inseparable energies, and then it eventually causes a series of catastrophic explosions that births the Great Dark Beyond and the Twisting Nether. But ultimately, like, based on the evidence that I'm seeing, unless the universe is created in a sequence of light, or like, where did the light come from? Why does it descend to void? Is it in a constant state of degradation or decline that causes it? Why did that happen? And how do we know that the void, as it does in many mythological creation stories, didn't come first? Like the void of Norse mythology. I think that there's something similar in the Greek mythology. Like, light being the first thing is not always how it works. So, and that corruption may be just reverting to its base. Yes. Muru does it too. What's up, Patek? Thank you for the sub, brother, for the 2 months. Them being crystal sure points at that to me. And again, I just want to point out one more time. Zira, one of the prime Naru, although she's a fucking liar, she says that she was among the first of the Naru to be forged here, which she's referring to something she says earlier in her statements, the crucible of all creation, during the great ordering of the cosmos. And again, my argument is that the Chronicle cosmology chart is depicting an ordered cosmos. So anything on it has been ordered. And guess what? The Naru are right at the top of it. I explained this in my last video when I was reacting to the whole State of Azeroth thing, where because the Titans and the Titan Forged use the same word for created as they do ordered, and because Odin exposes the philosophy that nothing exists until it's been ordered, and because it's been identified by brokers that this is a Titan Forged derived cosmological chart of the universe, when you use all of these things together, you hopefully will come to the conclusion that this is an ordered map of reality, which means that anything on it is ordered. Or at the very least, the Titans have tried to order it, because it doesn't exist until it's been ordered. And I don't think you really have to stretch the imagination very far to come to the conclusion that things like Wild Gods, especially because of what Freya did, are ordered. That the Burning Legion, who mark in perfect rank and file and obey orders pretty much like always, are ordered or have order in them to a degree. I mean, they're led by a Titan. The Naru, well, Zira literally says that they were made during the ordering of the cosmos, right? This undead was later replaced with eternal ones, which is in the Shadowlands. They're definitely ordered. There's no question about that. They're ordered too. The Titans tried to order the old gods. The Void Lords, things like Dimensius, I wouldn't be that surprised if they had a hand in that too, especially looking at the blue hues of cosmic void. And the Titans themselves are undeniably ordered. So realistically, like, and even look at the things on the chart. Reality, they ordered Azeroth, they ordered the Shadowlands, and at least partially, they ordered the Emerald Dream. Everything on this fucking map is ordered. And what people do is they look at this map and they think that it represents everything in the cosmos. But they don't realize that they're looking at a cosmos restricted or influenced, at the very least, by order. So when you start having things in nature and life and the Titans and all this stuff and they're not ordered, this is what I was saying in my last video, is that the possibility for the combinations of things that do not exist strictly under the purview of order is almost infinite, because what we know and almost everywhere we have been, the Titans have ordered. I believe even planets like Argus have been ordered by the Titans. It's a little bit too coincidental to me that Sargeras, upon forming the Burning Legion, knew exactly where to go and find the Eridar. It literally says in Chronicle that he had seen such a place where he could get the thing that he needed to bring more order to the Pantheon, and it was the fucking Eridar. So he had seen this place, which tells me, like, the Titans, like, if they just rolled on by a world, they likely didn't just leave it alone. So unless Sargeras found this by himself and none of the other Titans knew about it, which I have a very hard time believing, then it stands to reason that's the reason Sargeras knew about it, is because the Titans fucking ordered it. Shadowlands wasn't meant to be the realm of death. It was its own world with its own people, culture, until it was ordered. I wish more people would play with that idea. Well, I mean, both things can be true. That's what's funny about what you're saying to me, is that it can literally be meant as the original realm of death, as its own world, with its own people and culture, until it was ordered. Like, Both of those things can be accurate. But I mean, we also have, again, irrefutable evidence that the Shadowlands is ordered, not just because of what Sylvanas says, not just because the opening cutscene says that it's existed in perfect order, but also because we have firsthand accounts from people like Marasmus, who is responsible for the mycelial network underlaying all of Ardenweald, and responsible for the teleportation network that is the result of such a mycelial web, literally talking about how before she came with her trees and her groves, it was much different, right? So Marasmus is basically telling us, like, yeah, the fucking Winter Queen came here and she ordered this place. The mushroom guy has conflicting lines. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and prove that. Because when I did the quest with him, no, he didn't. What do you think about lore explanation of Devourer, DH? How can mortal can physically and mentally survive the demon within and the whispers of the void? I don't fucking know. Oh, that's Blizzard's job. I don't fucking explain that. I don't fucking know. I haven't even really thought about the lore of Devourer, Demon Hunter. I don't know. There's also like shadowy apparitions and shit that people conflate with demons, aberrations and stuff, that I think you could make an argument you could bind something like that within you. I don't really know. Isn't it a void-based demon? I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember. I don't really remember the quest. It hasn't been something that I've been terribly interested in. Yeah, so I would need to know what the conflicting lines of the mushroom guy are, because again, I did the quest on stream, and my guess is that Zal isn't a Naru, but that Naru are ordered versions of whatever Xal'atath is. Sure, and I think that's an important distinction to make as a possibility. Yeah, I think ultimately there was probably a time where Xal'atath was a Naru, but whatever. Xal'atath could be the first Naru that fell back to the void. You know, that's one of my favorite ideas regarding it. She could be like the first one. The ones before the Titans, could Zal be one of those? I mean, hypothetically, sure. We just don't have any evidence of that. I don't know that we really have like irrefutable evidence that there is something that predated the Titans anyway. But we just don't know. I mean, the Titans could have been a mortal race at one point that discovered the power of the astral and of order and turned themselves into energy beings on purpose. Whereas like with the ethereals, it kind of happened on accident and then they kind of discovered it. Who knows? Dominar, Naru. Yeah, that's kind of what I keep thinking too. Like the N-A-A-R seems a little bit, you know, a little bit too coincidental. So we'll see. Since you read the Silmarillion, Pyro, do you remember that no one knows where humans go when they die? Yes. Only Eru knows. When elves or other races die, they go to Mandos' domain. But about the humans, it's different. I think the afterlife in Warcraft was supposed to be like this, not knowing where we go after we die. And the Titans ordered this realm in an unnatural way. Yeah, I genuinely think it's ordered in an unnatural way as well. I also think that it's possible that original mortals are a subrace derived from Jaradin, derived from primordial giants or something, and I personally think that there's some evidence to point to the idea that those are derived from the Emerald Dream. I mean, I believe that those humanoid statues in the Emerald Dream are statues of Jaradin. And so I really like the Lovecraftian tie-in that man and mortals and things of the flesh in this way, specifically like man, is from like the dreams of like Azathoth or Azeroth or something like that. Like we're like like man and mortals are literally like potentially something dreamed by Azeroth. Yeah, and that our flesh is inherently tied to spirit and and chaos and stuff. Similar to orcs devolving from giants, well, technically the canon lore in WoW, what we're supposed to believe is that we effectively did, in terms of humans and stuff, we are derived from giants because we're derived from Vrykul, right? So like, it's kind of like that already. But I have a very hard time believing that like the original Vrykul and earthen designs, I mean, I don't believe that they were supposed to be stone. That like, again, Uldaman, Discs of Norganon, pretty overtly go through this, that like, the Titans would use biomass, which is basically what dwarves are, and that is the standard subterranean being matrix employed on other worlds. So like, I really want everyone to understand this. Stop, if you're typing something to me right now, stop and listen to this. The Discs of Norganon from Vanilla, Uldaman, tell you that the fact that things like earthen are made out of a cross-section of Azeroth's crust and stone core components is not the normal way that the Titans made races on other worlds. I need everyone to understand this. The fact that they're made of stone is unique to Azeroth. They did not build like that on other worlds. Somehow, at some point, the Titans came to the conclusion that building things out of stone, at least in the case of Azeroth, was better. And perhaps it has to do with the idea of synthesis, but ultimately, when the earthen degrade and turn into dwarves, that is way more similar to the standard subterranean being matrix, and they procreate and have flesh like the standard subterranean being matrix. So why did the Titans start making things out of stone? And where does the power of flesh, where does that really come from? Because I don't think it's from Yogg-Saron, and if it is, I think Yogg-Saron's part of something else. Flesh is his gift, he is your true creator. Again, flesh having an inherent tie to something like mortality, because flesh is literally the curse of being immortal, being a mortal, and having flesh and blood and dying, being connected to that, it led me, that's what led me down the line of like, it's Argus. Argus is where flesh comes from. Flesh is his gift. He is your true creator. It's not, free will might come from Azeroth, but I like to think that flesh and flesh shaping is a primordial, chaotic thing that came from Argus, and the Titans were like, we're ordering that motherfucker. And we're not gonna do mortality. Fuck that. We're gonna make things out of stone. Or whatever the reason was that they did it, it's important to understand that as per the records of the fucking keepers, the Titans did not always make things out of stone on other worlds. That's not accurate. And it's a huge revelatory piece of information to basically realize that dwarves are closer to the standard subterranean being matrix than earthen. Earthen are a variation. They're not the original. That's fucking crazy. Right, so this perspective that we have that the Titans just make machines and everything out of stone, and surely the worlds that they ordered, that's what it was, right? No. At least not according to what the Keepers know. They could have lied to the Keepers. But, yeah, ultimately, they admit themselves, like, we know how to use biomass. And again, we have irrefutable evidence that you can create flesh beings without the use of any old gods. They do not have to be involved. The orcs are not derived from the influence of old gods. They are derived from the influence of spiritual creatures that I think are quite similar to old gods, but instead of being overrun with decay, they're overrun with spirit. So ultimately the spirit mixes with the elementally infused stone of Grond and makes Magnaron and all this shit that devolves down into ogres and then eventually orcs. But ultimately, orcs were not created with any influence of old gods at all. So flesh does not require old gods. Mortality does not require old gods. The idea that it does is horse shit.
And it's, again, another thing that the Oldemon records tell you is that Yogg-Saron did not effectively afflict the Earthen with a magical curse in the Vrykul that turned them into flesh. Yogg-Saron seemingly met the parameters of something that was disruptive enough, to destabilize something known as a stabilization matrix that exists within Titanforged. So they have something in them. I imagine it as like a couple little spinning discs around their soul that keeps them ordered, that keeps them stone. But what Yogg-Saron is alleged to have done is basically unravel that mechanism such so that they reverted to flesh. So then you have to begin asking yourself, were the Titanforged actually stone in the first place, or were they turned into stone? How can you know? How can we know that they didn't start or were not the souls of beings that were once stone and flesh and were perhaps even re-originated and turned into something that they were not? I remind you to think of the mechanics of the Argus the Unmaker fight, where as you're hit with re-origination pulses summoned by Argus, motes of titanic power, fragments of your soul, effectively, I think, are manifesting in the spirit realm that's accessible by interacting with Eonar's tree, or dying, I think, technically, in the fight. You collect them, you give them to Khaz'goroth, and what does he do with it? He Titan forges you with it, empowering you. I felt like that was a pretty fucking dead giveaway what the Titans had been doing, because we know based on Chronicle that they had been spreading the power of re-origination across all the worlds that they ordered, even the ones that didn't have Titan souls in them, just in case they succumbed to disorder. And if they did, they would activate through a automated sequence that we witnessed with Algalon, a system that would evaporate, literally fucking vaporize all living things on the planet instantly, and perhaps set them back to their base components to be reordered again. So the Titans just commit systemic genocide for anyone who's not putting that together. They commit systematic genocide on worlds over and over again. And ours was slated to have it occur. If we didn't show up and beat the fuck out of Algalon and convince him that mortals are worthy of existence, they would have annihilated all life on this world. Like, that's what was going on. And they've been hinting to us since Cataclysm, with a now removed NPC who basically said that our world is scheduled for revisitation, and that this is not something to be taken lightly. When the Titans do revisitation, it is serious, and they come back to exert control over seeded worlds. They're not fucking around. It's pretty terrifying. It's pretty terrifying. One of Thorum's goodbye sounds is "Beware the Pantheon's return" in Wrath. I believe that at one point the old gods were one being corrupted and broken apart into what we see now, and we're seeing some sort of strange remnant of this being. And if I had to tell you what being that was, there's really only two that come to mind. Azeroth and Argus. A shattered soul. It's literally Argus's fight description. A shattered soul. Bound, broken. A shattered soul knowing eons of existence, knowing only torment. You had this like N'Zoth-looking eye in the fucking Sword of Sargeras for fucking 20 years, and then we finally see it and it's got this in it. And it's the same color scheme as Argus. I just don't think it's a coincidence. Look at the fucking brain of Yogg-Saron and look at Argus. Look at that. Is that a fucking coincidence? I don't think so. That's what Argus looks like. If you take his crown off, which is a different layer to his model, so you can do it in Model Viewer. I don't think it's a coincidence. But that's just me. Argus's files called him Death Titan. He has a scythe. Begin the end of all things and all that. So. That's horrifying. I mean, again, it's the story of Ymir from Norse mythology. Taken by 3 brothers, one of which was Odin, and broken into pieces, and they built the world out of him. So his corruption would therefore be inherent in the world, I would assume, to some degree. It'd be crazy if the Titans also created and or used the old gods until they realized that constructs were easy to manage and control. I suppose it's possible. But, yep. Azeroth and Argus being opposite ends of creation. Well, creation and destruction. 2 fragments of a whole. Dreams and nightmares. And Argus, I mean, don't forget, Argus shows Illyria memories that are of a lifetime that surpass the existence of the universe. I mean, they're old. Old, old, old. And it's possible that, like, Death is supposed to be the reaper of this cycle, but that the Titans then kind of fucked around and, I don't know, utilized Void as the end instead. Entropy. Instead of destruction. Because, I don't know, some different interpretations to it, I guess, but... The natural cycle's fucking botched. It's completely fucking borked. Can the cosmology map have depth? Of course. I mean, it's not a 2D map. It could be an upside-down pyramid. Most outermost layer, circle or light, void, disordered, order, life, death, circle, lower, below, or spirit. Yeah, I mean, it does have depth. Yes. It's not just a flat, it's not just a 2-dimensional thing. In fact, the Arathi would argue it's a hexateron. Simply put, the cosmos is a 5-dimensional hexateron. Like, okay, bro. Simply put, my fucking nutsack, dude. The Arathi are so advanced, it's actually kind of terrifying. Simply put, it's your fucking turbo encabulator. This is the fucking Arathi talking about the cosmic structure right here.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertrunians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
Oh, dude, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. The dingle arm. It's so good, dude. I fucking love that. I love the turbo encabulator shit. It's so fucking funny. The Chrysler one's fucking funny too. They're all funny, man. They're all fucking funny. What a line to end on. Yeah, it's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. The refibrillating rebobulator is malfunctioning. The lunar wane shaft. Anyway, that's the Arathi explaining the cosmic structure. Basically, I think that what we're supposed to kind of take from it, to be honest, is that there are ways of trying to simplify it to understand it better, but ultimately the structure of the cosmos is too complex. It's too complex. I don't think one single philosophical mind or even group is capable of defining it. It's way too complicated. There's way too many bridging connections. There's almost an infinite strata of combinations between powers. If you take one power and connect it with another power, and then you take another power and connect it with a fourth power, and then you take those two powers together, what does it make? If you take two powers, combine them, take a third, and put that together, what does it make? You're basically doing cosmic alchemy at that point, and you can make fucking almost anything. The only way to even plausibly predict it is to get into mathematics. And by using powers and stuff like that to try to mathematically predict how many combinations there are. And that structure is ever shifting, ever changing, right? It grows on itself and it morphs. So the Titans are trying to control a chaos that is inherent to the entire universe. You think the reason the cosmic order is so complicated is because that's how it's been ordered to be by the Titans? No, I don't really think that's the reason. I think, if anything, the Titans are trying to simplify it. Because their philosophy is one of perhaps ones and zeros. Their logic is cold. Now, do I think that the entire cosmos in itself is effectively part of one organism or greater thing? I do. And frankly, I think that's Azeroth. So, I think she is effectively like divine, the ultimate power in the cosmos, the soul of and source of divine alchemy and magic of all things that exist. Maybe not magic. Magic can be interpretations on the power of creation and, you know, different what's the word? Parameters, right? But ultimately shades of a grander thing. And that's what I believe Azeroth to be. Basically the omnipotent, omniscient god, or spirit of creation at the very least. And her name, you know, when compared to the inspiration material that is H.P. Lovecraft's Azathoth, I feel like pretty well supports the concept as well. Like, she's above all. The dreamer of the cosmos, who basically dreams everything into existence. WoW was all just a dream, but it's Azeroth's dream. And that dream may be chaotic. Dreams are chaotic. They're not meant to be static and unchanging. And with every dream comes the possibility of nightmare, right? So, and when you fuck with dreams and you trap people in dreams, that can turn into a nightmare. It can be a pretty horrifying thing. So, the Titan's trying to use sorting algorithms, and we're out here corrupting the data effectively, and as a result, they may see us as the literal corruption to the system, as something that they also can't control. Mortals are basically unpredictable, especially ones like us who have the capacity to effectively break fate and change destiny. And that's what the power of free will allows us to do, right? As highlighted by Ronan and others, that like their cold logic does not account for the power of free will. It cannot be calculated. It cannot be predicted. No timeline scrying will account for it. That's what's so interesting, is in a way free will is the corruption. It's the thing that makes the system imperfect in the eyes of the Titans. It's the thing that they have to get rid of in order to extinguish things like conflict. Because if there's free will, one might say that there always will be conflict. Always. Like Agent Smith said in The Matrix, humans are a virus. We are an aberration to their system.
You, however, are nothing more than aberrations to be discarded. Through death will come order.
Like, what's up, Taro? Butts. Thanks for the 56-month resub, you fucking freak. If I had to compare it, we're literally Neo with the spoon. Yeah. We are, but we're not individually Neo. Together we are. I think that's one of the messages of WoW is there can be no chosen one. Only we can save ourselves. So it's not just one person. Matt Sparks, thanks for the 8-month resub too, man. It's us together. Without our companionship, without our cooperation, without the love that we have for our families and the world that we live in, you know, individually we're very little. But together, we can accomplish great things. We never go in and solo Gul'dan, you know? It's done together. Raid groups, it might just feel like a game mechanic, but it's an extension of the philosophy that, like, we must work together. I mean, it's like the Horde and the Alliance, too. You mean like family? Yeah, like a family. I know, it's crazy that, like, love and hope and family are, like, consistent through lines in fantasy universes where we're surmounting in, like, darkness, but yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I mean, imagine not having a family or love or any friends. Sounds pretty fucking miserable. But does it have to be corny and address the way that fucking Caligos did it? No. Tonally, kind of a miss for World of Warcraft. But family's always been a thing. It's always been important. Think about the dynamics of Anduin and Varian. That's literally family. Garrosh and Grommash, family. And then it's not just bloodlines, it's extended, adopted family too. It all matters. It all matters. And an adoptive parent or a step parent can be just as much of a parent to someone that's not their blood as someone who is, as long as they do it right. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty important stuff. Yeah, I mean, in this newest book, they literally talk about how powerful love is. The ICC final cinematic was about family. Sure, with Arthas and his father. I mean, so much of this is. So much of it is. And now people are just like, oh, family, you know, family's woke. Family's fucking gay. Like, okay, dude, what are you, fucking 17 years old? Shut the fuck up. Nightbringer Yasuo did it, and it was sick. Liam O'Brien did same character again. Would you stop talking shit about Liam O'Brien? You're so fucking annoying. We like Liam O'Brien here. We like the Illidan voice. Stop crying about it. It's not the first time you've said something either. The last time Nightbringer Yasuo got brought up, you were saying the same shit. That was not meant to be hate? Well, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. My bad. I thought that that's what that was supposed to be. It was praised the first time? Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not interpret it that way. I'm sorry. I thought you were basically saying like he does the same character every time. That's what I got when you said it the first time. So if that's not what you meant, I apologize. Stupid ass streamer L take 6-7. Man, fuck. No, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. Anyone have theories on why Azurite is gold and blue? Bro. Hey, what's going on? damn it. Watch that video. Okay. This... How do I... I don't know if I have the energy for this discussion right now. I will say it like this. Uther, Sylvanas, Azeroth, okay? When you take a soul that is whole and you split it, the two fragments of it are blue and gold. The same was true for Azeroth, the same was true for Arthas. The same was true for Sylvanas. The raging banshee part of Sylvanas is the gold fragment. The blue part is the Ranger General. Zoval takes the blue part and violently puts it back together with the gold part. Some of y'all just need to play Shadowlands, man. You need to play Shadowlands. You need to play Shadowlands, and you need to consume the additional media that came with it. And maybe they're blue and gold because maybe it's light and void. Maybe souls, especially mortal souls, are made up of light and void. And it gets broken apart by a Mournblade. Right? Which is why it's blue and gold. Azerite is the same thing. The thing is that I think that Sargeras was doing the opposite, which is why I linked you that video, where instead of separating the soul was already separated. So instead, he was putting it back together, like the jailer did with Sylvanas. It wasn't a splitting of a soul, that had already been done. It was it being put back together, which is what happened. So, Azerite during the Cataclysm was a golden liquid. And it wasn't until Sargeras plunged the sword into the world that it took on its blue appearances. And so the blue and the gold is a soul blend, I believe, of Azeroth's soul. And it has yet, like Sylvanas, when she has her soul violently put back together, Azeroth's soul has yet to reconcile the two parts of itself. I think the blue part that was injected back into it, I think. I could have it the other way around, but the gold liquid found during the Cataclysm seems to indicate that I have it correct. The blue part is Argus, the other part that was in the sword, got plunged into the heart. There's a reason Sargeras stabbed her in the fucking heart. And there's a reason why Azerite started popping up everywhere as a result. I don't think that it was splitting the soul. Wouldn't that mean, though, that because it's not white, that something's still missing? I'm gonna pull my fucking hair out. Listen to me. Fucking listen. Like I just said, the soul cannot reconcile. It needs to reconcile, except the other part of itself. This is why I said you guys need to play Shadowlands, because this is exactly what happens with Sylvanas. When she gets that part of her soul slammed back in, there's an entire quest line about how she passes out, unable to awaken. And Uther recognizes that the two parts of her soul are in conflict with one another. She is fighting a war within. And until, basically having a war within, yes. So I would surmise that the same thing is happening with Azeroth. That the soul fragments are trying to blend back together. But I would imagine that Argus was so tormented or used for such horrible, evil things that there's a problem. There's a reason for this confliction. And until she can find peace, and I think a lot of that is done through us, she cannot awaken. So the soul remains at least partially divided. And basically, I think one of the overarching things in WoW is that the different conflicts that exist in the world are paramount to Azeroth's own internal conflict. In fact, I think they're literally related. So, like, until some of those other wars, those warring, like things like Horde and Alliance, and the color schemes are quite interesting, by the way. Black and red and yellow and gold could be symbolic of something, right? Black and red Argus, blue and gold Azerite. I don't fucking know. But, you know, the greater conflicts that are occurring, I think, are related to Azeroth finding peace, because effectively, I think that to a degree, Azeroth's essence and energy is spread to some people in the world. And if they are in conflict, Azeroth may still also remain in conflict. So yeah. And the fragments could represent light and void. If we wanted to go that route with it and be like, okay, light and void is actually the components that make up something greater. So they're actually supposed to be combined, but for some reason they're divided. And in my opinion, the core magic type that we've seen cause division is order. And so you have this orderly death blade with fucking domination runes on it, and it literally splits the soul and takes the blue part into it, probably because it acts as a conduit to grab that part of the soul, the shadow, if you will, and the other part gets away. That's one key thing about this too, is that Mournblades, in the case of Frostborn and stuff, they don't consume the whole thing. They can break it and consume fragments of it, but what happens to the other fragment? Well, that's the golden fragment of Uther that we find later. The one who is bent on perceiving, righting perceived wrongs and getting vengeance, and he's angry and he's hateful. Just like Sylvanas with her Banshee form, the golden fragment. And maybe what Sargeras is, the golden fragment. It's also possible that Sargeras is much like Turalyon, who in this book, Blood Ties, gave himself to the light so entirely that he was literally overcome with it, bent on rage and hatred and wrath, to where, like, he basically became an avatar for the light and was kind of literally overcome by it temporarily. And it was only Illyria's words and presence that were able to bring him down out of that state. So I'm starting to think now that that's a state that Sargeras may have been in perpetually. Like, this guy has potentially been in a state like that for a long time. And if he is, then Sargeras might well be a being of the light who, in his rage and hatred and desire to protect the one he loves, because what set Turalyon off was Eretor almost dying, that Sargeras is in a similar boat, except unlike Turalyon, who was brought out of it by Illyria, Sargeras has not been brought out of that state. Strong emotions seem to break domination. It may be true, but how long until those strong emotions begin to dominate you? And that's kind of what I felt like I saw with Turalyon, was his emotions were so powerful and the light responded so powerfully and kind that it, like, overtook him. Which is just another way of losing yourself. So it doesn't, again, this type of stuff doesn't mean that Sargeras is just a good guy. I mean, we have Scarlet Crusaders. Using the light doesn't just mean you're good. But the reason why I always am trying to point out Sargeras' potential connection to the light is because I'm really trying to get people to question, like, what we've been told about the cosmos, especially about him. The Dark Titan? Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, right. Like, it's just horseshit. So, it's not about, oh, that makes him good? No, that's not the argument. It's more about questioning what you're told. I still believe that Azeroth is a dragon. Same with Sargeras. I think that's very likely too. And I would say maybe even the same for Elune, but, you know, some kind of cosmic dragon or whatever. But Sargeras does look very draconic. It's really like when you compare him to Deathwing, they look real similar. Their wings especially look very similar. And it's not as though dragons don't have horns. They fucking absolutely do. But what we also know is that demonic entities or other types of entities, in the case of like Nathrazim, can become paladins too, like Lothraxion. So even if Sargeras is a demon, it doesn't mean he can't be a paladin. As do a lot of demons. Yeah, pit lords are basically lizards without wings, and it's interesting because there's quests and stuff from Legion that basically like indicate how similar dragons and demons actually are, how similar they look, and how they're often confused with one another. It's almost like a self-aware joke. No, Shelder, you're good. You're good. I'm talking about at this point because I like the, ultimately I do like talking about it. And I mean, I'm a sassy person, so yeah. I have to complain that I still don't like what they did with Elune. They did her wrong with that line about letting Teldrassil burn in Shadowlands. I think that you're misinterpreting what Elune said. Elune did not have control over Sylvanas. Elune cannot dominate the will of Sylvanas Windrunner. She cannot stop Sylvanas from making the order. The only thing Elune was able to do in those moments was basically pacify Saurfang, it sounds like that's what she did, in order to get him to not kill Malfurion. But ultimately, Elune was not in control of that situation. Elune didn't let the tree burn. And that's not what she says to the Winter Queen either. That's not what she says. She says in the wake of tragedy, I sent the Cascade of Souls to try to aid the situation in the ways that I could. Because whether people realize this or not, Elune is not just like in control of everything that's happening. So it's a situation where Elune effectively tried to make the best from the situation at hand and didn't realize that the souls were being sent to the Maw. She didn't know that. And I think that this also hints at the idea that like Elune is either being kept unaware of what's going on, imprisoned somewhere, kept away from her sister. Maybe her sister, the Winter Queen, is technically a prisoner in the Shadowlands or something like that. But ultimately, they didn't do Elune in a wrong. Your interpretation of what happened is not correct. That's all she could do in that moment, and people always misinterpreted that. Yeah, I think there's more of an argument to the power of Tyrande waning when Tyrande's fighting Sylvanas. I think if you want to make a problem out of something, that's more of a... Why did the power wane? Was it spent? Was Elune's... Like, why did it start to go away? Why didn't she allow Tyrande to kill Sylvanas? Elune having the power to choose where the souls of her children Night Elves go always makes me think that she is who the Titans learned from and controlled to create the ordered cycle of Shadowlands and all that. And it's very possible. And I mean, having someone like Elune, the moon, associated with death, is... I mean, I feel like that's thematically very possible. I mean, Christy Golden herself has wrote short stories like The Wolves of Lady Death, and Lady Death in that story is literally visible in the pale moonlight. So one might associate her with the moon itself. That's just my interpretation of something that's technically unrelated to WoW. Yeah, Tyrande did say, my life for hers, and it's possible that Elune didn't want to make that trade. That she didn't want to have to sacrifice Tyrande in order to get Sylvanas, because maybe Elune has a little bit of faith or hope in the idea that it will be resolved anyway. That like that trade doesn't need to happen. We will thwart Sylvanas. Like I hope that you guys find a way kind of situation. It's possible. Elune might be imprisoned or can't interfere directly, only through followers acting in her stead, with the Night Warrior being the highest form of interference she can do. I mean, guys, let me just put it this way. If Elune was draconically related, and if she is literally in or on the moon, it wouldn't be the first time that we had a dragon potentially imprisoned in a moon in a fantasy game. Need I remind you of Bahamut? Like, it wouldn't be the first time. So, but that's making a lot of assumptions. I would love if there would be some visual guide or artwork ideas of demons before they join the Burning Legion. Well, there are demons that predate Sargeras's betrayal, like Doomguards, for instance. And then there are creatures like you have to. This is something that I actually recently, which is hilarious because I'm a warlock main formerly. But one thing you have to realize is there's a difference between demons that are literally just born in the Twisting Nether and mortal beings that become demons and warlocks. There's a difference between all three of those things. So Eridar are formerly mortals, or tieflings even, or changelings, in my opinion, that became demons. Whereas a Fellstalker is a demon born in the Nether. It's just a demon. That's just what they are. So there are naturally occurring demonic things. Life forms is really what they are. And then there are things that are made into demons, or things that use demonic power but are different. So, the reason why I'm saying that is some of the demons, like, they're not different because they joined the Burning Legion. Like, Fellstalkers are Fellstalkers. Observers, if you want to go there, but that's even more of an aberration than a demon, in my opinion. And there are also demons like those that are part of the Illidari, who have been severed from the Burning Legion because they're like, what I think, again, a thing that a lot of people miss is that demons are, a lot of them are effectively enslaved to the Burning Legion. They're addicted to Fel and then enslaved. Like, they're not all doing it willingly because they want to. They're doing it because they're being made to. So there are demons that are abused, like those in Dreadscar Rift, who want to be free of that torment. And that's what Illidan does with a lot of the demons that he recruits to the Illidari, is he frees them using a font of power beneath the Black Temple from their addiction to Fel, and basically sets them free from the torment inflicted upon them by the Burning Legion. Another thing that's interesting, though, is we have perspectives from things like Doomguards, a Doomguard, interrogated by Canrathad Ebenlock in the Green Warlock questline, Green Fire questline for Warlock, who basically says, like, before Sargeras freed us into joining the Legion, we were the Titan's hounds, forever enslaved to police the use of arcane magics in the cosmos. And we were attuned to seek out and punish those who delved into such delicious sorcery, specifically those who got into sacrificial magics, to punish them, because it was considered the greatest affront to life. So, I guess I'm saying all of this because it's important to consider and try to dissect the complexity of demons, of those that are in the Burning Legion, of those that had been enslaved before, and recognizing that there are representations of demons without the power and influence of the Burning Legion. That is a thing. And demons, this is a thing that a lot of people, they don't get. In universe, they don't get this either. Demons always lie. Well, usually I'd say that's true. But I will also say that demons are capable of other emotions. They're not just bent on hatred. Demons have humor. Demons can love. Demons can fear. Demons can have hope. So they're not just like one note like they're made out to be. All demons end up getting put in the same box anyway, when they're quite diverse, just in their species. Like, we've seen that. So not every demon is some destructive, psychopathic, Fel-addicted, monster. That's not the case. So... And then again, considering that there have been countless races in the cosmos converted into you don't always need to lie to manipulate. Not every demon is trying to manipulate. That's what I'm trying to get. Like, you're still putting them in the box of malevolence. That is not inherently true. That's one of the mistakes that people make. Oh, demons are all evil. They're all malevolent. That's not true. That is what I'm trying to say. Why do you think warlocks can summon voidwalkers? Because they practice the ability to reach into the realm of shadow and grab entities on the other side and bind them to their will. The same way they do with demons. Demons aren't the only thing that can be bound. I mean, elementals can too. The Eridar sisters in the Sunwell Plateau show us that they are capable of familiar love. Familial love? Yes. I mean, they're capable of a lot. Demons are just more chaotic. All X are evil is exactly the type of talking points WoW directly contests. Yep. Black Empire, Dark Titan, Burning Legion, a lot of propaganda. Well, Burning Legion may be accurate. I mean, they call themselves they're Burning Crusade, but still. Yeah, there is a lot of propaganda in WoW. No way is Calidus evil, too cute. The Titans imprisoned her, I'm sure of it. Talking about Elune. Elune knew how to use nature to balance the arcane order, and the Titans weren't going to tolerate that, namely Aman'Thul. I firmly believe that the Arkandor story demonstrates her knowledge of this, but I can't prove it, but I just fucking know. Well, then it makes you wonder how Eonar is tied into all of that, trying to preserve that legacy of Elune and seemingly being admonished for it. Aman'Thul did not seem very happy with her with what she did, right? So I think that's a good example of, like, even people that are trying to balance and keep up those philosophies of Elune are punished. And it makes me feel kind of bad for Eonar, because at one point I really thought she was the mastermind behind all this shit. But then I shifted more to Norgannon, and honestly, the more time passes, the more I'm shifting towards Aman'Thul. I just try not to just take the obvious route without any critical thinking. Right? Like, it's not some, like, revelatory thing to be like, yeah, Aman'Thul's the bad guy. It's not. But I've always held off on it because there are instances that make me skeptical of how evil he's been, or even impulsive or angry he's been painted at different times. Do you think all the Titans could be dragons, not only Sargeras? When you talk about the possibility that Azeroth's soul is split, could it be that there are more than 2 gold and blue parts, but much more? It could be, but we don't... Again, when we see souls like Uther's and Mortal Souls split, they are blue and gold. And if those representations of blue and gold are creation or and destruction, or void and light, these could be powers that encompass all of the other powers to some degree as well. So they might represent all of that other stuff already. It could also be very possible that souls do not need the componentry of all of the different monopolar expressions of cosmic forces. Maybe cosmic forces come together to create things like flesh and bodies and matter outside of the spirit itself, right? So maybe the spirit is made of these components, and maybe the mind is made of these components, and maybe the body is made of these components, and maybe they all go together in a triad of sorts. But ultimately, I think that a common thing is that mind, body, and soul are parts of being and self. So if one part is made up of 2 things, it doesn't mean that that's all that it is, but the soul might just be made up of those 2 primary components. We just don't know. I can only go off of what is in front of me. Moments like Amanthul being the only Titan set when Argus kills us gives me pause. Exactly. Exactly. After all we have endured, it must not end this way. And that can be taken different ways, like endured because they were tormented or endured because they put themselves through the fucking ringer because their plan necessitated it, effectively. Like, oh, we went through all this pain. It can't end like this. Like, I don't know. It's when we apply our own perspective of morality to it, we can definitely make it look like Amanthul is doing a good thing, but that might not be the case. Ultimately, I mean, it's like he's losing hope, and so ENR basically directly addresses this. Hope is not lost, High Father, right? And I've discussed this before, if Amanthul is as related to the power of light as I think he is, if he gives up hope, he may very well fade to shadow and become like a void titan or something along those lines. If he is kind of like the Nexus King Salhadar, right, or Void King Salhadar, right? This is the story of Salhadar. He was High Priest Salhadar, right? Religious leader who creates this secret council to help deal with this issue that's encroaching upon them. The plan ends up failing. He throws them under the bus and declares himself king, basically grasping rule over the Koreshi. Those who would listen, blames it all on the Ravel, like Locust Walker, and then he ends up later in the raid consuming the power of his dragon, his servant, to try to defeat us, fails, and then ends up becoming the Void King, and we're gonna fight him in Midnight again. So if that's a fractal for Amanthul, which, considering he's High Father, wears a priestly robe, is effectively the self-proclaimed leader of the Titan Pantheon, and is, I think, likely to try to absorb the power of his servant dragon, Sargeras, then, I just think that Salhadar is probably like a pretty good indication of where Amanthul might go. And Amanthul is listed as a priest in Hearthstone. That's correct. So, yeah, I mean, he wears the blue and gold robes. I thought originally maybe he was a priest of Azeroth, and like she's this divine being and he worshipped her, and I think that he's very much supposed to look like Manwë from the Silmarillion. I mean, look at this guy. I think that you can see the relation. And Manwë is a good guy. He's supposed to have one of the most inherently strong connections to God, Eru Iluvatar. And so he knows a lot about like the will of Eru and like, doing what is right and what is good. But, they could always do an inversion of that and make Manwë in our game, Amanthul, out to kind of be a bad guy. I can even see the Velen angle. When your brothers fell to darkness, you didn't make a stand. Yep, and honestly, Velen and Amanthul even look kind of similar. He's like the prophet, right? But when things fell apart, he basically just got his most trusted people, the most devout, and left. So he's a priest, so he can use mind control. I mean, what do you think? The guy controls time through the power of order. Time answers to me, Unmaker. The one force that can bind your relentless fury. But ultimately, is time truly his power, or just something he can harness with the power of the arcane? Right? Is he literally time, or does he did he just find a way to exert his influence on it? It's like with Ra Den. Is Ra Den actually a demigod of thunder, or did he just learn how to bind the power of thunder with order? And I think that the distinction between those two things is important. I would also point out how similar one might interpret the timelines, the one true timeline and the infinite timelines to the light and the void. In fact, I can show you in-game dialogue from Dragonflight that it absolutely suggests this duality. Domination is mind control, I got you, but isn't that more Norganon's thing? I mean, we don't know if it's Norganon's thing or if it's Norganon's thing because it's Aman'Thul's thing. It's not certain. I mean, I would personally attribute domination in the form of Mournblades and shit more towards Norganon, sure. Runic magics, ice, stasis, division, shit like that. But he might be doing it because Aman'Thul told him to. It's hard to say. That's like my pretty consistent dilemma with the Titans is, and maybe this is probably an issue, trying to pin it on one of them. But the likeliness is that it's not just one of them. It is probably multiple layers of deceit and conspiracy. Like, it could very well be Eonar and Aman'Thul and Norganon, you know? And I'd love for there to end up being like a fucking story where like Eonar like sold out Elune in order to like have supreme control over life, but then, you know, valued some of the things that Elune taught and believed, like balance and stuff, neutralization of darkness. And then she went to apply that, and Aman'Thul was like, nah, not gonna happen. Because, you know, maybe there's like a deal between life and order or something, and Eonar thought she was gonna get the sweetest fucking deal, but then it turned out she kind of fucked herself over. I would kind of like that. Something along those lines. And then now Eonar is like having to incorporate Norganon's works into the things that she does because they want to hold life in stasis and shit and keep it unchanging. And she probably doesn't like that very much. Life is not meant to be ordered. So I could very much see it being a deal gone sour or something like that. I would like that a lot. And again, this could all be because Aman'Thul decrees it, because he fucking says so. But again, yeah, so it can be more complicated. Like there can be multiple facets to why this has occurred. It doesn't have to just be one Titan. It doesn't have to just, you know, it's probably more complex. I'd lead more towards Norg since, you know, Keeper of Magic's being power hungry like KT, yada yada, but then KT wasn't the master, was he? Exactly. There's a big ol' white bearded dude behind him pulling the strings. Stasis is basically just holding things in time via these capsule type things, so if time is solely attributed to Aman'Thul, that kind of gives the hint. I mean, I guess, but ultimately there's different forms of stasis. There's ice, there's light, there's time, there's fell stasis pods. It's, what could be happening here is that there are fundamental schools of magic that underlie and exist across different magical manifestations. That is to say, like, domination might not only be possible by the power of order or death, right? Stasis might not only be possible by time. You know, teleportation, stuff like that, like just different languages to accomplish the same thing. But what are those actual underlying powers that are being expressed? Healing, dealing damage, making portals. Like, there's a lot of different versions of all of those things. So it might be that there are different ways to make undead, but at its core, the reanimation of a corpse, regardless of the power, is necromancy. Yeah, ice and fire can both cause burns. Yeah, so it might be that we see cosmic forces express these different magical techniques in their own ways, and it might make it feel distinguished from one another, but they might not be actually that different. So, I mean, you could look at perfect entropy as stasis too. You drown everything in the void, you disperse energy entirely, and now nothing happens anymore because possibility effectively dies. It's actually funny when you think about it, because if the void... You know what's so fucked up, chat? If the void actually won and consumed everything, I almost feel like that would inherently, like, ruin the philosophy and purpose of the Void. Because the Void wants Illyria to kill Sylvanas because she serves the true enemy. She seeks the death of all things, all possibilities. What's ironic to me is that if the Void consumes everything, all possibilities end. Nothing else will happen again. Like, literally, the thing that the Void seems to relish in will cease to exist. Because if life ceases to exist, if the transference of energy ceases to exist, then possibility effectively ceases to exist. So, in a way, the Void is... one could perceive it as almost like self-defeating. Which is really interesting. What does the consumer do when it has consumed everything? Twist inward and attempt to consume itself? After Palatar's Codex, or whatever it was called, it changed how I thought about WoW forces and magics. There's a mixture and chaos to everything, even though the Titans have tried to separate it. Yep, they tried to divide it and make it seem like, again, that's why I say the monopolar Ouroboros, perhaps. The monopolar, but there's different interpretations of Ouroboros. You can look at it as a final point where it devours itself, or you can again look at it as something that's happening all the time. I prefer, personally, for the use in a fantasy setting, the idea that Ouroboros is always happening. It never stops. Reality is constantly creating and consuming itself. It's not a final point that we get to, and maybe there's coils of the serpent, so to speak, where there's grander cycles and smaller cycles within them, and so there is an end point for the universe where it devours itself and restarts again at the end. But I like to imagine that the cycles of the universe exist in perpetuity. Exactly, not in a single event. Exactly, it's the perpetual nature of the cycle. It's always happening. It's almost like the belief, like the Buddhist belief that like death and rebirth is constantly happening. It's not literally just when you die, you come back as something else, but the constant cycles of death and rebirth that are life and existence. And that's part of why I say things like, I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago. I'm certainly not the same person I was 6 years ago. So in that way, I kind of believe that Ouroboros and rebirth, in a way, I don't necessarily want to say reincarnation, but you could take it there, but it's always occurring. That which exists now is not what existed yesterday. That's also the way that the Big Bang is being rethought as the end rather than a beginning of a cycle. Big Bang and Big Crunch, sure. Theoretically, yeah. Various flavors of stasis we've seen: hibernation, dream, time stasis, frozen in ice, amber crystals, arcane protection domes. Yep. Many different ways. We've seen light put orcs, the Maghar, into the blessing of eternity, where they were basically held in stasis lock. We have the literal stasis lock of the earthen. Maybe they can't consume everything. It's just to create new cycle, like Eternity's End. Yeah, and so there might be a level of inevitability, right? Where you could tell a story where the universe was supposed to end a long time ago. And that would be, I think, a rather compelling one where, like, we are, you know, the things that exist now only exist because of the scaffolding that's been put up around them by the Titans. And this is all technically supposed to have been degraded and fallen a long time ago. And the Titans might be kind of unnaturally extending the cycle. And shit, you could even look at it as like they're doing it because the cycle will not complete itself properly unless Azeroth gets put back together and awakens the way that she is meant to. Like, there's so many ways you could spin it to make them seem like good guys, or, you know, trying to basically stave off oblivion long enough to fix the cycle. And maybe that came after them making a grave mistake, them looking at it with cold logic and saying, like, this is how we solve it, and then having to reflect on that and think, oh shit, maybe we were wrong. Maybe that's not what we need to do. Maybe we need to rebuild the final Titan. Instead of taking her apart, maybe we should not have broke the crystal. Maybe we should put the crystal back together so that we can be whole, so that the universe can be whole. and so that the cycle does not end. I would really like that, because then they can spin the Titans to be former villains, and it doesn't have to be all of them. There can still be some of them working towards that goal, but former villains who recognize the folly of their actions and turned around to try to correct those wrongs, to right those wrongs. And so they're, a situation where maybe heroes became villains who became heroes again, going through their own cycle of recognizing how they fucked up and learning from it and trying to do better. I think finding a way to humanize the Titans would be more compelling and more interesting. Not having it just be so black and white, like they're just bad. I don't think that's as interesting. Not only do I want there to be, but I believe that there is, I think we have sufficient evidence to prove it, internal conflict among the Titan Pantheon. I mean, you even have the Dreadlord saying things like, the Titans, so seemingly united in purpose, are vulnerable to fracturing. And I would agree. It seems like they're on each other's team, but that might not be the case. It's like how gods feared Ragnarok, sure. Maybe the problem is that they tried to fix the wrong problem and just made more problems. And I like that too. There's a nice psychological aspect to that where we are trying to fix the issue, but the way that we try to accomplish it, Sargeras, or the actual, what we believe to be the issue is incorrect. And so we spend our time trying to fix something that's not actually the problem. I feel like that's like a pretty deeply psychological issue and something that you might see people try to tackle in things like therapy. Where like, we're not really going for the root cause of the problem. We're instead trying to solve for the kind of adjacent but not true to the issue problems on the outside. They basically made a cycle that deactivates the natural cycle, so breaking the cycle to restore the natural one, perhaps. And I like the idea as well that maybe they became prisoners of their own designs. Like maybe they fucked up so hard that they actually like imprisoned themselves and fucked up their philosophies and caused themselves to be very tunnel visioned on one philosophical viewpoint rather than considering all the others. Because in my opinion, true order should exist, frankly, with a desire to find stability and balance, not division and isolation for the sake of categorization or perfection. Perfection is not possible. So the closest that you can get, and where you might find that true perfection lies, is in the orderly chaos of trying to achieve balance. Probably a stupid question, but who exactly is the last Titan? Azeroth? I mean, I think that if we want to make the most obvious, safest guess at who it is, that Azeroth would be the correct choice to pick. Imagine Titans being rogue AI like in Mass Effect. It is possible. It is possible. They could be energy-based beings. They could be, think about Cyberpunk. They could be beings that basically they made themselves into engrams, like Johnny Silverhand, and were placed into cyberspace and now exist as like rogue AIs that can infiltrate reality. Something along those lines where like, maybe they were human once, but not anymore, or human, mortal, if you will. Human. I don't know why I said it the way I did, but yeah. The sad thing is sometimes there's mistakes that you don't get to come back from. You know? And as much as I like the idea of redemption and righting the wrongs and doing better, sometimes you don't get to come back from the things that you do. Some choices are irreversible. Some sins are unatonable. If that's a word. Blackwell, thanks for the 10-month resub, dog. Appreciate that. Matty, thanks for the follow. It's like when Sauron in his elf form was confronted by Celebrimor. Celebrimor said Sauron would be prisoner of his own power, the rings. If I'm right and light is the driving force behind domination, it makes me wonder if Aman'Thul himself wasn't dominated. Maybe an Archon, if that's the term. Something like Zero or beyond her. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that light is the driving force behind domination. I can't agree with that. I think the driving force behind domination is order. I think the driving force behind oath binding is light. I think we have two different powers here that need to be looked at separately. That's why I have the 17-page write-up on it. It's why I have the Siren Isle lore breakdown. If you really care about this shit, I highly recommend reading and listening to that. Because they're fundamentally different. Oath binding is something, and oaths in general are something that you can't be forced to take. You're doing it of your own free will, and it is often associated with light and done through a conduit like Circe's circlet or Oathbinder that I think have connections to light, like crystals, citrines, whatever, Belladar-like crystals, that allow you to use it as a conduit to unite everyone through this item, right? But it's done willingly. Domination, on the other hand, is done forcefully. I am making you do it. It's not a choice. I'm going to suppress your free will. I'm going to suppress your ability to make choices, and I am going to make you do this. That's not what oath binding is. Originally, I thought that's what it was, but I don't anymore. Hey Pyro, who is WoW's Prince of Darkness? I got here from YouTube, need to know this one. They're just talking about Ozzy Osbourne. I'm Ozzy Osbourne, and I'm the Prince of Darkness. That's all they're talking about. It's just something he was known as the Prince of Darkness. That's not they're not making a reference to WoW. Yeah. It's a reference to Ozzy. That's why they played that song. Mama, I'm Coming Home. It's an Ozzy Osbourne song. Blizzard contacted me and said I am the last Titan, and my main will be the start in the new Warcraft Part 2 movie fully done in AI. That's bait. So the Holofal Arathi are not hive mind but willing participants? Well, can you distinguish between the groups of the Holofal Arathi? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say Arthas was kind of like a Prince of Darkness, sure. See, this is that generalization that you can't do. The Holofal Arathi. Can you define that for me? Because there's two distinct groups in the Holofal Arathi. You have the general people of Mereldar, who are seemingly pretty honorable, honest, good people. And then you have the sycophants of the Priory of the Sacred Flame. Now, those people seem to be a lot more zealously driven, presumably as a result of the influence of Belladar. Oh, and then, of course, you have the Order of Night. But ultimately, like, you don't want to put the regular Arathi in the same box as the ones in the Priory. I mean, as Etna Blaze says, like, this is heresy. They use the power, the Sacred Flame, to reanimate these corpses. Like, they defile the light. This is not what we stand for. So those in the Priory are not the same as the others. Now, with that being said, are they a hive mind? I would say they are blinded by zeal. And it might be through Belladar, as they specifically study Belladar in the Priory, but they, as far as I know, do not have like a Circe circlet with citrines. They don't have an Oathbinder. So, but that, it's not like I don't think that the Prioress Murprey was controlling them. I'll put it that way. Not like how Deathwing was able to control the Drakthir with Oathbinder and kind of unite them as one single force. Now, do I think that we can swear oaths to each other and kind of move across the battlefield as a specific unit, like the Paladins? like the Paladins of the Silver Hand have? Sure. So what exactly is Belladar? Never got a clear answer. We don't know the answer to that question. The Titanforge believe that it is the calcified essence of the World Soul. If it is that, why isn't it Azerite? They kind of forgot about it, which sucks. Oh my god, man. No, they didn't forget about it. They didn't forget about Belladar. Did you know in patch 1117 Siren Isle or 1107 that they introduced another Belladar? They didn't forget. Guys, I always use this analogy because it's ridiculous and because this type of commentary frustrates the fuck out of me. Just because they didn't take the fucking One Ring to Mount Doom and destroy it in the first fucking movie doesn't mean they forgot about it. Like, this is a 3-act thing. The War Within is a lot of setup. They didn't forget about Belladar. No, it's supposed to be a mystery. We're not supposed to know with certainty what it is, but I can tell you in the concept art, official concept art, in Hollowfall, it's labeled as Naru Crystal. True, but still it was so hyped. You guys need to be able to separate what you think and what people, like, I don't know how else to put this other than, like, sometimes people's expectations get out of control. And people want to be focused on the trilogy as a concept seems to have been somewhat forgotten about. You mean by the players? I agree. Culture as a whole? I don't know what that means. Have you seen the Horde-themed two-handed sword with domination runes? You can already see it under appearances? No, I haven't seen that. Oh, like, be it books, movies, games? Osmanic is basically saying that, like, people forget that things come out in steps. Guys, he's not saying that Blizzard forgot about the trilogy. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that people look at the single entries to trilogies and they don't think about it in terms of the fact that it is a trilogy, which is what I'm commenting on. Getting real tired of these bellular takes on Midnight. This is a 3-act story. Yeah, but Osmanic is not saying that. He's commenting on those takes that you guys are frustrated by. He's agreeing. So, yeah, people seem to just, like, forget this shit. Like, that's why I always make the Lord of the Rings comparison. Just because they didn't fucking finish it off and solve the ring at the beginning doesn't mean they forgot about it. Like, that's not the case. And again, player expectation, like, this is what I was about to say. Player expectation is in a lot of ways, like, it is the reason for disappointment. I personally did not perceive that Blizzard overhyped Belladar and then forgot about it. Like, it was an instrumental part of the storytelling of the War Within. It changed dynamically the way that Hollowfall existed. They told an interesting story about the imbalance between light and void. There was a lot going on there. But ultimately, they also hinted to us that there's more of these fucking things. There are more of them. We found another one 2 patches later. Right? Where could the others be? That's what we should be thinking about. And what actually is it? We have the Titanforge saying, oh, it's this. Well, not sure I believe that. Based on the fact that Azerite exists. Doesn't make sense to me. We don't even know, we don't even have answers to questions like, I don't think we do. Why does Belladar turn dark? Why, it was dark when the Earthen found it. Then it ended up being light when the Arathi found it. And then it turned dark again when Sargeras plunged the sword. To me, it almost feels like it's either like a fucking light bulb or it's like a source of power. Like, this is one of my most favorite theories, and it's something that I've only come up with recently. The idea that it's like a power crystal and it's connected to something. And that something is drawing power from it. And the Arathi are trying to replenish it with hope and faith or whatever. So in a way, the Arathi's faith is like being drawn upon to charge the fucking battery, and then the battery is being used to power something else. Something along those lines. Like it's a power crystal to power a facility or something. Like, I don't know what it is. We don't know. But I'm certain that we are going to learn more about it. Do you think we will get more answers regarding things like Belladar and Midnight or TLT? Yes. Yes. And here's how I would put it. If we go into Midnight and TLT and they never address it again, then we can be like, yeah, it looks like they forgot about it. Or for whatever reason chose not to use it. And I don't know why they would set it up like this, why they'd have the Titan records indicating that more of them exist, why we have already found another one in Lorendel on Siren Isle. Why did they do all of that if they're not going to come back and address it? But the reality of the situation is not so yet. We have not experienced that yet. So people are, they're jumping the gun way too much. They're jumping the gun way too much. And people hone in on things that are interesting to them. This is a constant problem in fandoms. Everyone cares about different things, different amounts. What's the thing? If you could pick two things that you know that I care about more than anything else in WoW, what the fuck would you pick? I mean, to me, it's obvious because I know myself, but like, what are they? I think there's two things that are pretty obvious outliers compared to everything else. The Titans and Sargeras. Yes, right? So for me, I'm always focusing on that. That's what gets me excited about the narrative of the game, generally speaking. Right? There's people that liked the Nerubians in their story more than they cared about Belladar. So maybe people have ADHD and they hyper focus on the first things they see. Well, maybe. I don't think it's ADHD necessarily, but I do think that the hyper focusing is true. That like we kind of get attached to things and we personally want to know more about them. I think it's great because it shows that you care, you're passionate about something, and that's a great thing. But ultimately, what also happens is when Blizzard doesn't divulge information on it as quickly or as directly as people want, people will often develop this perspective that Blizzard tricked them, or Blizzard forgot, or they hyped it up so much, and it's like, well, maybe some of that was you doing that. And so I'm not saying this as like an accusation against you, but I feel like that happens a lot, and people end up getting like, I don't know, kind of pissy about it. That's exactly the best way to say it. That's why I asked about Belladar. I was really interested in it, and I don't blame you. It is fascinating. No question about it. I just try to remain hopeful that like, yeah, we're going to come back to that. There's no way they can introduce something like that and then forget. Like, there's no way. There's no way. But we got to be patient. We got to wait for when the time is right, because what I imagine is that the truth of what Belladar is and why it's there is going to be very important. Like, maybe this thing powers the world core. Like, maybe these crystals power the fucking world core. Like, we don't know. They might, like, you have the Titan facilities and forges powering the manifold. Maybe these crystals are somehow connected to the world core and power that. We just don't know. They could be resonance crystals that are meant to transmit information from one world to another, or repeat the call of Azeroth in some way. Like, I'm interested in knowing why the Kobus seem to hate it. I mean, because it illuminates the darkened depths where they live. I don't know. They fuck with necromantic and death energies, and it seems pretty antithetical to their way of life, so I would imagine they're probably not too keen on its existence. I would also like to remind everybody that Belladar was not always light. The Arathi are wrong. They're wrong about that. We know this because the history of the Earthen tells us that when the Earthen delved down into Hollowfall, way before the Arathi ever arrived, they found that as they drew closer to the sound, the song that was being perpetuated by the crystal, that the canyon walls grew darker. So Belladar was not light. And when they found it, it in fact was, in the presence of it were Nerubians, which also tells me that the Arathi weren't there. The Arathi were not there yet. So when the Arathi show up and it's all light and gold, that's their perspective. But darker as the voidy darker that we see today, or just dark? Dark as not charged with anything. I took it as dark as in like dark because it's fucking void. I mean, we literally see this thing shift to void. Like the mural in Hollowfall, or the mural in Aj-Kahet, that is made by presumably the same Nerubians that were there in Hollowfall when the Earthen showed up, have it as a purple pinkish crystal inside of a golden limbed kind of thing. So maybe it was both. Maybe it was twilight balanced in some way, or I think more likely it was void related to some degree. However, I will also say that the old god's eyes in the mural are orange and golden, like my fucking bird here. So it makes me think that in some way the old god was consuming the light of Beledar and maybe using that as fuel for the transformation and ascension rituals of the Nerubians that changed them into lords and seers or whatever the fuck they're called. And maybe eventually the crystal was drained or something and then it turned void. So that's another one of those mysteries of like, what is the relationship between Aj-Kahet and the old god that existed there and Beledar? Like, there's obviously some kind of interactions in the past, but we don't know what they are. Do you think that Beledar was plunged, so to speak, into Azeroth? It looks like it crashed. It's hard to say. I cannot reconcile what the Earthens say about it. They say that it is the calcified essence of the world soul. That's what Arcadis says. It's really hard for me to believe that because I don't really understand how it would even get there if that was the case. But to me, it looks like it either crash landed or, better yet, I think interdimensionally warped. Like to me, it almost looks like a mage that blinked into a wall. And I will say that, like, I mean, we've seen that Draenei ships have the capacity to accomplish this. So Beledar being kind of a primordial Draenei vessel of some kind, or a Naru vessel, that doesn't seem too crazy to me. So yeah, I'm not really sure how Beledar got there, but I like the idea that it teleported there. And one, I mean, why not, right? One of the things that were explicitly shown with Beledar is it has the capacity to spontaneously do what? Teleport things. It literally did it to the Arathi. It does it to you if you try to fly towards it. It will teleport you back to the shore. So, like, Beledar has the capacity to do that. So, my criticism is more of the pacing of divulging. For example, launch gave a lot of hype over the Titan Fragments records, gave a lot of trivia building to something, but it went cold, became a B story. It's so hard to be like the bastion of hope and optimism among this fucking shit, dude. It's so difficult, dude. You don't understand. I feel like Beledar just getting drained. There has been a lot of really important concepts brought to the table and in some cases explained in the War Within. It's been 18 months. This is the fastest expansion cycle that they've ever had. We will come back around to this. You want them to tell a story. They have to have time to come back to the key parts and do it. They're not just going to explain the Titan fragments all in the... Guys, you are so used to Blizzard cramming expansions with way too much content and have it play out in a shitty, uninteresting, unfinished way. And like now that's like what you expect. And next expansion will forget about all of this and go to something else. Like, no. We need time. We need time to build. We need time to set the stage, dude. We need time to build the plots. Like, The War Within has one of the most clear and obvious, consistent through lines with Xalatath and Illyria. It is like one of the most directly in-your-face linear stories they've ever told. And people somehow still think that Undermine and Koresh are like unrelated B stories. Like, no. No. Maybe, user. Around this crystal on the ceiling, there's a bunch of runes. What people perceive as runes, sure. I'm not saying they're not, but wouldn't that suggest that even the ceiling of Hollowfall is something conjured or unnatural? Not necessarily. You can see runes on a summoning circle. Listening to Pyromancer get baited by chat is great background noise. Says the only guy who said anything to try to bait for the last fucking 30 minutes. There's also the Hollowfall questline, which ends with the Kraken who calls Beladar a cursed star. Yeah. I would think that the crystal might be an antenna of sorts. Right, a resonance crystal. I can't get out of my head that these Beladar crystals are the shards of light that were flung out through the cosmos described in Chronicles creation mythos, perhaps. Everyone's used to BFA. That's honestly the expansion that comes to mind. I mean, 30 years is a very long story, though. That was my first chat ever. I didn't mean to make you mad. You didn't make me mad. "30 years is a very long story, though." Yeah, but all of a sudden we can't deal with fucking 5 or 6 years to wrap it up in a cohesive way that's compelling. Like, I could see people's criticisms pre-trilogy, but the 3 Titan expansions are all planned together. It's not random people at Blizz missing things. It's coordinated and managed by the same people all the way through. Maybe it's a byproduct of them extracting Argus, maybe. Seems like the sword had a pretty direct effect on the cycling of Beladar. People always yap about wanting shit to be good and finished before releasing. Then they have the attention span of a gnat and want everything to be out instantly. It's exhausting. Is the resonance of Beladar on the roof and Hollowfall look like Zareth Mortis Sky? I don't personally really think so. I think Beladar itself looks more like a fractal structure. How's it going, Pyro? It's going. Good to catch you on again for once. Yeah, good to see you. Been liking your videos on YouTube. Definitely feels like I don't see you as much. I mean, if you don't come to the stream, that would be the case. That would be the case. The Kraken and Hollowfall is interesting, and also the World Soul Memory, where you fight Naga, who attack Anko and the ancestors of Kobis, who changed due to Black Blood. I mean, the story's also as long as it is because, like, they had a bunch of fucking source material and stuff written. They made Warcraft, which was wildly popular. Then they stumbled into the fucking phenomenon that is World of Warcraft, experienced completely unprecedented success, then had to expand to finish the Frozen Throne storyline with Wrath of the Lich King, and have since been trying to keep this going because there are enough pieces to do it, and because it is how they make money, and because why would they just like give up on something that has become a world-renowned franchise? Like, I mean, there's just like, yeah, it's as long as it is because it's extremely popular. I really enjoy this small lull between major content and the next expansion. It's always the best time for lore speculation, especially with the audio novels and cinematics they seem to release now. I mean, and they've been doing that forever. But will you be uploading your leveling experience again for Midnight? I really enjoyed watching those for The War Within. Perhaps. I mean, I never even have I have it downloaded, but I never have edited and uploaded my questing through Undermine or Koresh, but I have it. I feel like it's kind of a little late now, but I mean, it's concept art a day, and I think eventually we would go. I think eventually we will go into Belladar. We will probably find out what is inside of it, what it truly is, but we're just not at that point yet. But yeah, I think so. Again, the concept art for Hallowfall had it labeled as Naru Crystal, you know? Do you have any more lore tours planned? Yeah, I mean, I've been supposed to have done the Zereth Mortis, the Sepulchre, the first one's lore tour like a month ago, but then I just didn't do it. Because it's a fucking gigantic raid, and I have a lot to say about it. I gathered all the footage, but yeah, that's gonna be a big fat video. I just haven't been doing like formally edited World of Warcraft content for like a little while now. It's pretty fucking exhausting, man. And the amount of time that I spend working on it, I just don't know. I don't know. I think that the lore creation community is just, in a lot of ways, like kind of dominated by rage-based slop. And a lot of people just choose to engage with that instead. So to me, it's like pretty discouraging. I don't know. If you're not talking shit about retail or sucking off classic, like, I don't know. Seems like people don't really care as much about that content. It didn't used to be like that. I think before like Shadowlands, it was a lot different. But now it's just like there's like a constant circle jerk of just shitting on WoW, especially its story. So it's been not as easy for me to convince myself to invest tremendous amounts of time into making content. I feel like a lot of just everything is dominated by rage bait slop. It's exhausting trying to dodge it. I can't imagine how exhausting it must be to compete with it. It's very exhausting. But I mean, when I make good videos, people seem to want to watch them. You know, it's just like I put like fucking, I mean, a couple dozen hours into my Fractal video and 15,000 people watched it, which is like is good, but it's really not that good. So it's pretty discouraging, right? I don't know. And it takes hours and hours and hours. I'm just glad I kind of have like cataloged it, you know? So that way it's there and it's not, you know, I can refer people to it because it's basically like a fundamental like groundwork for how WoW lore works. What rating would you give The War Within story-wise? So I actually like broke it down. And I had a score for it. I think I might have deleted that. Yo, Corium, thanks for the 3-month sub as a tier 1. Appreciate that. I think overall it got like a 8-8 or something. No, not so overall score 7.8 out of 10 and major patch score 9 out of 10. And the reason why is because Nightfall was fucking awful. And Legacy of Arathor is pretty mid too. These two really hurt the score. Legion Remix was aight. It was aight. I gave it a 7 out of 10. So yeah. I think major patch wise it was good. I didn't like Mop Remix either. Thanks, Tag. This is the only lore content I watch anymore besides Bellular. What a contrast that is. All the old lore heads I used to watch don't make videos I care about anymore. Any housing content? You mean like in... What do you mean? In like my score? I consider housing more of a midnight feature, to be honest. What about pre-patch for the War Within or for Midnight? Pre-patches are almost always like terribly uninteresting to me. It's everywhere really because people react to it. Yeah, I know. I know. It'd be a sad day if Pyro stopped making lore videos, but I understand that there's a scenario where the juice stops being worth the squeeze. I mean, it's still... It's not that I don't want to make lore videos or anything. I do. I feel like I repeat myself so fucking much. And I don't know. I think that people just want to hear about N'Zoth and like Arthas, and they don't really like, a lot of people just don't really give a shit about anything else, and I can only really talk about those things for like so much before I, just don't. I mean, I get excited about lore things in this game that the masses do not, and I don't know. And I just think that right now, I don't know, we're just in like a time where WoW's story is just so disregarded and disrespected. And a lot of times by people that just don't really know what they're talking about. They don't have an analytical mind for it at all. And I don't know. It's disappointing. Yeah, issue with Shadowlands is people imagine something way different than what we got. Yeah. For all we know, TLT could change that? Maybe. What side character would you like to get more spotlight? Varisa Windrunner. People's unwillingness to engage with new lore in good faith is so exhausting. Like, get a grip, y'all. You can't live in 2010 forever. I mean, they will, though. Just be here during live so you can hear everything about the lore. It's true. I personally enjoy your content where you connect seemingly unrelated things in WoW lore into interesting theories. It's like the majority of my content. So thank you. Opening Notepad on stream? Is that supposed to be scary? Most people are not as immersed into the lore as you are. I was reminded of this a couple days ago when I was asking questions to you and realized how little I actually knew and how much you knew. Well, thanks. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. But yeah, it's hard to some degree because people can still be passionate about something, but it'd be cool to have more friends, really any friends that were as into it, but it's hard. I don't know. I mean, I get to do this like for like my job, right? So I probably should know a lot. So I love for her to get her own model. Girls out. I mean, I'm pretty sure she is getting an update in Midnight, but I'm really tired of Arthas, to be honest. What do you think the ending of Midnight will be? Or at least the final boss? Bro. I mean, imagine if you asked me that about the War Within. You think I would have said Dimensius? I mean, I don't fucking know. Xalatath? I'm the only lore person with my friends. They more into just getting max level and max gear as fast as they can. Most content, whether it's games or movies or any medium in recent times, is very dumbed down. So a more elaborate story that shows complexity often flies over their heads. Well, it also just it does take a long time. I saw someone on TikTok argue that Arthas should have had a redemption. Like, come on, man. His story ended in wrath. Let it rest already. Yeah, I mean, really, his presence in Shadowlands wasn't really for Arthas' story. It was... And I mean, he said he saw only darkness before him. Like, are we surprised that motherfucker went to the Maw? Even if it is, you know, Uther that throws him in there? I'm not surprised, but ultimately the story wasn't about him. It was about everyone else that was affected by him. Referencing Lakari ban? Oh, okay. Isn't it wild that people like you and some of us in chat can explain almost every building NPC in stone to someone else? For example, my partner was introduced to this game. I took her to Teldrassil and she was like, what is this random house? I ended up telling her about Dolinar, Darn, Teldrassil, held off on the Fourth War and so on, though. She seemed pretty overloaded. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff, and I think that that's why people get this, like, aversion to things that are complicated and, like, deep. You know? It's like, when you realize how much it actually is, it's pretty overwhelming. And I definitely think that you'll get people that reject it and talk shit about it simply because they are overwhelmed and intimidated by how much it really is. It's ironic because it's so much that they can't get into it, but they talk about it like it's depthless and like surface level. But it's like, I can tell that you don't actually know it because I just feel like if you actually knew it, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't think that. Like, it is objectively not. Like, this is not an opinion. It is objectively not. Like, so when I see people say it, it's like, it just kind of tells me that you just don't know. And you think, this is some Dunning-Kruger shit where like you think you know more than you do, and you don't. So, it's pretty fucking exhausting. No way they're gonna bin Zal in Midnight. I mean, they didn't bin Sylvanas in Shadowlands. We still fought her. Are you sure about some future event or fact that is going to happen in WoW that will leave the rest of us by surprise? I mean, I have been before. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, are you asking me to describe that? I mean, where do I start? The ordering of the cosmos, the cosmic structure, the veil, like the grand conspiracy of the Titans? Like, I don't know, take your pick. We always knew that some people don't read quest text, I suppose. That said, thanks for all the content for the people like us that do read. Yeah, and I appreciate it, guys. Thanks. I mean, I see you all here. You obviously care. I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to say that no one appreciates it. I mean, obviously people do. You know, and I appreciate that, but, it just doesn't seem to be, as like widespread as I would hope. And it kind of like, it just sucks to like see that like the kind of normal view of it is dismissive and kind of hollow and uninformed, and it's just really frustrating to like see that. Like, there are certain franchises that when you talk about it, like, that you don't ever hear this stuff about Final Fantasy 14. And that's just like, it sucks. I wish that was more of a, it was more of a thing like with WoW. But I will also say FF14 has a more cohesive story than WoW, and but it's also a lot shorter, like a lot shorter. So I don't know. With the comic and current story with the three Windrunner sisters, do you think that Sylvanas would consider raising Varisa into undeath? No. Would still consider it? No. No. I don't believe Sylvanas would do that. No. I could see her as the first boss of TLT. Sure. This world is a prison. Don't know if you'll bring it back, but I miss those lore tours, especially Zuldazar, one from that you went to explore Ungrown and Emerald Nightmare. Yeah, it's something. I mean, I think that if there's one type of content that you guys request for me to do more than any other, it's got to be lore tours. It's not even close. It is also a game. There's a lot of reasons why people would be interested outside of the lore, the community, the gameplay, the art. Absolutely. I'm just the kind of person where, like, if I don't know something about something, I'm not going to talk about it. If I have not interacted with something to inform my opinion, I'm not going to give you an opinion. I'm just not going to do that. So what I'm saying by that is, if people play the game for specific reasons, I don't want to hear them talk shit about the story. Because if you're not into the story, shut the fuck up. Like, if you don't know what you're talking about, shut the fuck up. Like, that's so true, man. A lot of people drag WoW for being Disney D&D. There's also multiple levels. Most people would have a hard time understanding the direct playable lore. Then there's the next tier, which is Titans, etc. Slowly shown to us through Dagger and Questline. I mean, a lot more than that, but yeah. And then the tier above that is the correct IMO speculation about the Primus. And then above that is the fractal ideas and connections that you talked about with Dave Kosak. And even he was like, oh yeah, I like the idea of fractals. Not even the idea, but like that it's literally built that way. That's honestly such a massive pet peeve of mine. People will proclaim proudly that they don't read quest text and play the game audio muted to listen to their own music, then complain that the story sucks. Like, come on. I like to think I have a good grasp on Warcraft lore. I definitely think you do. You're someone that I can turn to if I ever have questions about dragons. You know? I think that's awesome. Like, Lauren is someone I can turn to if I have questions about night elves or druidism. Like, I'm someone that you guys can turn to if you have questions about Titans. Like, and maybe my breadth of knowledge has some more stuff to, I mean, old gods, and I know a lot about a lot, but my specialty is definitely Titans. No question. And probably the Burning Legion. Lore tours are the best. I feel like a student in Pyro's lore tours, that's awesome. How dare you tell me to not bullshit about stuff I don't know? What does the last Titan actually mean? Will all Titans die but one? Maybe. It could have many meanings, to be honest. Could be Aman'Thul, could be Sargeras, could be Azeroth, but I don't think Azeroth is a Titan. I think it's gonna be Azeroth. I mean, it's just like, guys, it's like when we saw Sylvanas standing in front of a burning Teldrassil, and we were like, who burned down Teldrassil? Let's just go with the most obvious answer here and just pick Azeroth. In my opinion, it's more likely that Azeroth is a Titan and that the Titan Pantheon are not than the other way around. That's kind of what I think. I'm probably wrong, but I think she is probably an actual Titan, and I'm not sure that they are. So, I think it's going to be Sargeras. Maybe. Could be fucking Illidan. Could be, I mean, there's something that's like, I'm just going to go with what I think is the most obvious. And that would be Azeroth. Occam's razor prevails. Exactly. The more assumptions you have to make, the less likely something is to be true. sometimes the most obvious answer is the correct answer. Azeroth, the first one, N'Zoth has a quote, "She is not the last, but the first. Drown her and you will see." So maybe she is maybe she is the last Titan and the first. Maybe she's not the last and is only the first. Maybe the last Titan is someone else. Fucking no. I don't know. You probably explained this before in a previous video, but what's the current status of the first ones within the context of the overall lore? Does Blizz pretend they don't exist for now? No. Blizzard does not pretend like they don't exist. The first ones are and always were depicted as these enigmatic beings that we and everyone else knows extremely little about, that no one has ever seen. We speculate about their origin and their purpose and their alignment and how many of them there are. In my opinion, the first ones were created effectively as a belief structure and system of obedience for the Shadowlands to keep it ordered forever. The denizens of the Shadowlands were effectively given a belief system where they're not meant to question anything. Everything is the purpose. Everything is the will of the first ones. Good and bad. It's the first ones. Now, I think that there is a complicated way of looking at this where you can consider that the first ones are real, but not in the way that we are led to believe that they are. Like, the first ones could be Azeroth and Argus, things like that. But what we have had portrayed to us in the entities behind the construction of things like the Xerath installations could very well be the Titans. Or they could have been first-generation Orderers that the Titans inherited technology or power from. We just don't know. But this whole perpetuated by Bellular fucking view that they're retconned or that Blizzard's just ignoring them yet again illustrates that he didn't understand what they were or how they were being portrayed from the very beginning. Like, there is not an appreciation for subtext. There's not an appreciation for concepts and themes. There is not an appreciation for, like, meta-narratives. There is not an appreciation for deception or unreliable narrators or like plot devices, like the idea of mass deception. Like, what are the underlying themes at play? Not just like people so often just like they can only see the surface level. It is fucking maddening. His viewers think that unreliable narrator is a lazy excuse. Well, some people might, but ultimately, like, tough shit. Like, there's unreliable narrators all over the fucking place. Life is filled with them. I mean, how many historical things have happened where, like, there's a reason why there's a phrase, history is written by the victors. That's not a saying for no reason. Obi-Wan was an unreliable narrator. Unreliable narration also sometimes happens because perspective is key in how we see things. Exactly, Stalwartine. It literally exactly. It's because of bias. People see things a certain way, and so they write it a certain way. Is that just the objective truth? No. It's just what they think is the truth. From a certain point of view. That's how Warhammer 40k lore is written, from every angle. Same with WoW. Here's my take. Aman'Thul is not a Titan. He's the first one. He was the first Titan to be born, according to legend. Like, again, this is... It literally opens with, no one knows when or why the first Titan awoke, but legend holds his name was Aman'Thul. Like, that is inherently unreliable. I mean, I know that it's the best information that we have, but, like... Sometimes things are written to be unreliable very obviously. That is probably not true. Something tells me he isn't truly one of them, since his powers, those being of time and space, we don't really know that he has powers over space, are not aligned with the cosmological forces we are familiar with. Time is not aligned with order, nor is space aligned with void. The Maldraxxus magic is blue, green, black, and smoke-like. Sylvanas' magic in the new cinematic is 1-for-1 Emerald Dream magic. No, it's not. No, it isn't. It looks just like the shield ability that you get from the Maldraxxus Covenant. And it definitely is the correct color. Maldraxxus magic is not blue. There is no Emerald Dream magic? Yes, there is. You're both fucking wrong. You're literally both wrong. Telling each other that you're wrong. You're both fucking wrong. Holy shit. There is absolutely a such thing as dream magic and dream energy. Yes, there is. And you're also wrong about Maldraxxus energy. Both of you are wrong. Shut up. You don't have to actually shut up. I'm just saying that, but... I thought the first ones could be the first of each power, perhaps. So there'd be a first Titan and a first Demon, perhaps. Why did they change the Void to look more blue instead of purple? I'm not sure yet. What's up, Adrian? It could be because they're trying to show an influence of order in the cosmic void. Or show how close order and void are on energy levels or something. The Maldraxxus magic has a blue-black tint, and you're wrong, Pyro. Sylvanas magic in the new cinematic uses the exact same spell asset as Emerald Dream. You mean that? Or we're talking about later? Where's her cutscene? So yeah, I think that is, yeah, so that. when she waves her hand, yes, this looks much more like Emerald Dream. Same sound as Dream Surge. Yeah, and it's got like little leaves. But this? Maybe she's weaving multiple magics together? Maldraxxus energy is not blue. Either way. And that, I'm pretty sure, is a Maldraxxus spell effect. So maybe they just used both. Fleshcraft spell effect, 100%. Isn't she just using Anima from Ardenweald and Maldraxxus? I can see a tinge of blue in there. I can see why you would say blue. I hope they show us Constellar stuff in TLT. I think they will. I don't know. I definitely will agree. This looks much more nature-based. In the basket, somehow, I don't know what that process is there, where it turns from like a disembodied soul to like this green energy. That is absolutely dream colored. And the spell that she uses definitely looks more dream colored. But afterwards, that's definitely more Maldraxxus stuff. So I guess we were both right, we were both wrong. But ultimately, yeah, it's this I would not argue. That's definitely looking like some more druidic stuff. Ardenweald basket, Necrolord protection, sure. Are they converting to wisps? Yeah, I don't know. I saw someone say earlier that the WoW community would be better off without Bellular. I wouldn't go that far. I just wish that he would specify when he's speculating and not just saying things that are speculation as though they're fact, because they give people that are less informed than him the idea that he's just correct about it. And that's very frustrating. They also do a lot of like things over there where, well, if you look at the most recent chronicle, but then they don't actually show what it is that they're sourcing from, because oftentimes the source material will actually say something other than what they're saying. So it's very frustrating because it's like, you need to be able to specify when it's speculation and when it's like something that's just true. And then also be able to say like, this is the source and this is like what proves the claim. Yeah, I think the channel is great for like news coverage and opinion pieces on like systems and happenings at Blizzard. That's what I have always enjoyed from Bellular. And they used to do like class guides and stuff. I don't know if they do that anymore. I liked all of that stuff. I just don't think that the lore stuff is very good. And it mostly comes down to, it's not even that I dislike the ideas. It's that sometimes I don't really understand how they come to the conclusions that they do. Sometimes it feels like they kind of bullshitted their way to get there, or even maybe copied someone else in order to come to that conclusion. And they don't properly source proof for their arguments, right? Ultimately, speculation is supposed to be about fun ideas and stuff. But you have to be able to still give evidence for that kind of stuff. Like, you can't just make shit up and then just, you know, oh, well, this is what it is. Like, personally, I don't like Bellular's WoW news coverage. It often feels very rage bait angled. And I think that a lot of that has happened more in the past like 4 to 5 years. It is rage bait because people fucking click on it. That, like, again, this is the unfortunate side effect of like people being extremely reactive and angry about everything. So I saw it with my own light video. Like, people will literally just comment without even watching the video. And they're there to just say their opinion or to fucking spew their anger or whatever. Like Doran does too. Doran does that too. Yep. And I mean, I left quite a long comment on one of his videos discussing the cosmic levels and stuff, different levels. I left quite a long comment basically being like, no, this is full of misinformation and interpretations that you're just saying are like the truth when the thing that you're using as a reference is actually like contradicting what you're saying. Like, did he ever answer you? I don't fucking know, and I don't really care. I had other people commenting saying I was a fucking freak and shit, so I didn't look at the replies anymore. So I'm not gonna engage with that. His news video title really made me annoyed a bit because it seems to be about painting the community as angry, even though it's just classic WoW people not caring for a state of video. And it's not just classic WoW players who feel that way, and it's not all classic WoW players who feel that way, but it will get the engagement from the people who are looking for it. Algorithms in social media are built around confirming your biases. They are not built around the truth. The quicker you accept that, the quicker you'll see how fucked up the entire scheme is. It's not about promoting alternative views. It's not about finding the truth. It is about confirmation bias and rage baiting. Period. These creators know that. The algorithm knows that. It knows that, like, you don't make a video talking about how angry everyone is to try to get the attention of people that you don't think are angry. You're trying to get the people who you think are angry to engage with the video. It's not about, again, it's not about alternative opposing views. It's about social manipulation to make a profit. Period. 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 And actually is a knee-jerk reaction, so you can bait reaction with intentionally misleading information. Yes, your comments correcting them is still just engagement. I'm surprised how much the announcement yesterday focused on housing. I'm not. It's a fucking gigantic feature. It's a widely loved feature. The people who complain about it are just the people who don't want to engage with it. Like, we saw the stats. What was it, like 450 million fucking hours or some shit? Some stupid crazy ass number of people. Well, I can't remember the actual number, but it is a widely successful thing. $450 years. Okay. 4 million hours. Oh, that's right. Okay. It was crazy during the state of Azeroth. The actual Blizzard channel was ablaze with toxicity, and then the Xbox chat was actually pretty supportive. Super interesting. I mean, how many times have we had this discussion? There are people whose personality in 2026 is based around the idea of shitting on the thing that they used to love. It's their identity. They don't even play it anymore. I think housing is cool. I just wish I was more creative. Same. Probably 90% of my playtime has been in housing since it released. And for me, it's been maybe 10%, but it's not because I think housing sucks. People also just don't seem to be very capable of saying like, yeah, it's just not for me. And doing something else. There's always a complaint of like, oh, yo, you did this instead of making better raids. Like, bro, what are you talking about? The raids in the war then fucking smacked. Like, what are you talking about? Fuck out of here. Were people saying that this game is not Warcraft after the housing trailer? Bro, this game hasn't been Warcraft to them since 2009. Who cares? I had someone comment saying that it was a dead game. Like, bro, you're so delusional. You're just saying that to make yourself feel better about something. Like, what the fuck? What fantasy fucking world do you live in? It's obviously not World of Warcraft, so like, what, like... And housing is a completely different office that makes it. There's no shared bandwidth. Yeah, people just want to blame... Guys, we could talk about this forever. There's literally, objectively, no downsides to housing. But people will still find a reason to complain about it. Tarkov pointed this out when they had a bunch of forum feedback, then did in-game surveys, and it directly contradicted the forum feedback by a huge margin. It's because the people that want to go on and complain on the forums are a minority. And when you look at these people's profiles, dude, a lot of them are just straight rage baiters. It's the same thing you see on Twitter. It's the same thing you see in YouTube comments. Terminally online fucking losers who literally spend their free time going on and bitching about things that they don't care about and that they don't interact with. Because they find a level of camaraderie in circle jerking each other about things that they hate. Anyway, I came to Valdrakken to show you something. Imagine wasting your time hating on a game you don't play. Dude, it's like the same people that come to my channel. I deleted a comment yesterday. Someone who commented, they're like, Lamau, dead channel. I'm sitting here like, bro, you're literally disproving what you're saying. If my channel's dead, why the fuck are you here? What the fuck? It's just weird. What I've found is that people become so disillusioned that they'll try to tell you things and say things that are directly like in conflict with reality because like they want to believe it or something. And like they know it's not true, but they do it anyway. And it's fucking weird. People are weird. Actively engaging, yeah. Love from YouTube today? Yeah, I mean, and by the way, YouTube chat today has been great. I know I was making fun of YouTube chat in my video, but YouTube chat's been great. So these two will eventually have a dialogue trigger that talks about the one true timeline and the infinite timeways and how it relates in their perception to light and void. This one is a Lightforged Jedi. This is a Void Elf. So they have great understandings of the light and the void, but they'll eventually talk about it. I guess so, Kendo. I don't know what else it is. My definition of a dead channel is that it's deleted. Yours clearly hasn't been. Bro, I can find solace in that even if I fucking died tomorrow, then my channel would still get views probably until the end of Warcraft. Because I have videos that are effectively fucking timeless. Like, they're not bound into a certain time period. Like, they will forever be relevant. People will watch my videos forever. That's how I feel about it. Even if it's like a couple thousand, it doesn't matter. What I do will kind of always live on until YouTube gets shut down, if that ever happens, right? And that's kind of cool. I feel like I get to leave behind a bit of a legacy in that way. Haven Games gets views and he passed on years ago. Exactly. Rest in peace, Haven Games. There's no such thing as a dead channel, really. The person behind it can fucking die and it'll still keep going. I feel like after TLT they'll announce WoW 2.0 and everything is reset. I don't think so. I don't think that you're gonna, like, you add housing, you add all this stuff, and then you just, like, reset it all, and, like, I don't think so. I think they're gonna continue WoW for a very long time. Many people just lack the ability for minimal social interaction. That's why they rather complain on Reddit or social media, instead of just finding an active social guild, Mythic Plus group, or neighborhoods. Isn't that kind of fucking sad? To me, it just seems so fucking sad, man. Like, just try to act normal and maybe you and I could be friends. Why do you have to be such a fucking freak? Like, just... I mean, keep the systems like housing and stuff, but regarding the lore, I mean, WoW 2.0, I agree with chat. WoW 2.0 happened a long time ago. What I would like to see is Worlds of Warcraft. An expansion. Not literally, but you know what I mean. We're basically already doing Worlds of Warcraft anyway. It's not like everything's happened on Azeroth. After Last Titan, everything will be re-originated, and the first part of the X-Pack will be us crawling out of primordial goo. Yo, Cathandrian, thanks for the 500 bits. Big cheers for the vocal housing support. Always enjoy your streams. Thanks, man. I'm glad that you guys are loving it. Ultimately, and I mean this with absolute sincerity, I'm just glad that people are having fun playing World of Warcraft. I'm not here to fucking tell you how you're supposed to have fun. But if something is not fun for you, don't interact with it. That's just the thing. If you're miserable, you think the game sucks, whatever, move on. Move on. That's what I did. I went and played one of the best fucking game franchises I'd ever fucking played. One of the best MMOs ever created. Perhaps the best storyline of any fucking MMO. Final Fantasy XIV. Loved it. 3 years, 2.5 years. Started to wind down. Dawn Trail, not so great. Came on back to check out World of Warcraft. Lo and behold, it's better. I want to play it again. I'm enjoying it. The themes, the expansion, the characters, they're interesting to me again. Voila. You interact again, you know? But like Ian Hazakostas has said many times, World of Warcraft is a game that has so much to offer for a variety of players. The game is not made for one kind of person. Even though some of them like to think it is. It's not. Some of these people would be much happier if they just stopped posting about it and went and took a fucking break. You hate it so much, you should probably separate yourself from it. Allow yourself some time to go experience something else that'll make you happy or help make you grow or something that will fucking change your perspective, because holy shit. The FF14 players I know IRL hated the time when WoW players flooded FF14. Was this in-game a real sentiment? I I don't know, ask half the people in my chat. They started watching when I came to play FF14. I didn't feel that way. Didn't feel like that for me. I might have had one of the most popular streams of any WoW creator who came over. Seemed like they didn't mind it to me. Now, there were some shitheads that would come into the game and be pricks and start problems, but I don't think that was like a widely felt sentiment. I think the adrenaline rush you get from being enraged is low-key addictive. I fucking agree. It's something I've discussed with my therapist. Which is why people keep seeking out their hits. I agree that walking away and touching grass is more healthy, but not how addiction works, sadly. I do think that is a part of it. Yeah, I mean, when I played FF, everyone was nice and welcoming. People were super nice to Sprouts, and anytime I had a question, people were happy to answer, even if they didn't know that I was a streamer. Like, yeah, I had a good time. I had some shitty interactions, some of which were my fault, but that was actually mostly with other streamers. If I just kept my nose to out of other people's shit and fucking minded my own business, that would have went much better for me. There was times where I'd get derailed and rage at my chat, and that definitely turned some people off, but ultimately, like, it was because I got in arguments with other streamers, and then you have communities of people who fucking start going at it, and it was not good. So, yeah, had I just avoided that, it would have been fine. But overall, my experience in XIV was great. And the reason I stopped playing XIV is not because I had less viewers. That's just the way that MSQ goes. I probably should have retained more viewers than I did, but because I had a bad fucking attitude, that didn't happen. And I fully admit that, totally own that. I'm not gonna blame anyone else for that. It's entirely my fault. But then there was also people brigading, rage baiting, coming over from 4chan, all sorts of shit like that happened, which didn't help. And then ultimately Dawn Trails, why I stopped playing XIV. Here we go. Surely you can see the similarities, Melanor. The Void shows us a winding road of infinite possibilities, just like the various timelines we are charged to observe. Your affinity warps your understanding, Ramaniel. The flow of time is akin to the light itself. It is a central, singular truth that must be preserved against all threats. So quick to assume the Void's influence. Have you never wondered where exactly your light might lead you? Are you certain you will like what lies at journey's end? I suppose only time will tell. So, NPCs, Void Elf, Lightforged, relating the similarities of the Void to the infinite timeways, and the Light blaming his affinity for Void warping his understanding. It's because your mind is warped by the Void. The flow of time is akin to the light itself. It's a central singular truth that must be preserved against all threats. So quick to assume the Void's influence, but have you never wondered where exactly your light might lead you? I love this. This is one of my favorite kind of like hidden interactions in World of Warcraft. Not only because it relates light and void to time, even if just metaphorically or philosophically, but also shows how the perception of each other's affiliation gives them biases against one another. It's so interesting. The irony is that they are both right and they are both wrong, just like the light and the void. That's what I love about this. They're at odds with one another because, such as the philosophies of the light and void, they, while inexorably bound to one another, constantly resist each other. They will constantly resist one another. What they need is each other. What one lacks in their philosophy and perspective, the other one has. But they don't see it because their perspectives blind them to the truth. That the truth exists right between them, not in their extremes. I think the problem is WoW streamers' communities and not WoW players themselves. It happened last year with RuneScape as well. The ones that stayed after those creators left are generally accepted. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're saying. Light ruins your dark vision and can blind you to what is just off the path. It blinds you to other possibilities. Right? That's the idea of the dogmatic views of like there is only one answer. Never wondered where the light might lead you. Made me think of the gold part of the soul showing individuals driven by action, always seeking to correct perceived wrongs, but never reflecting. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Stormageddon, the gold and the blue, I feel like is very likely to be those two components of the soul. I just opened your stream after reading your response to my tweet just now. And hearing what you just said is insanely applicable to the WoW community as a whole. That's crazy timing. Response to your tweet. Sorry, I'm not on Twitter as I was on earlier, but what did I say? I just don't remember. Oh yeah, you're the one that, oh yeah, this guy posted, Blizzard continues to disappoint. They're completely disconnected from the community. We all tune in to watch this State of Azeroth bullshit, hoping to hear news and announcements on upcoming WoW content to get zero new info and shown player housing for 30 minutes. And I responded, we must have watched different streams or something. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we did. It feels like not getting the news on the thing that you wanted and cared about gave you the perspective that it had no information in it. I just think that's really interesting. Because I don't think that's objectively true to like the situation, you know? After hearing what you said, it makes me think. I know it's let me be clear, no ill will to you at all. I would love for everyone to have addressed the thing that they're most excited for. It's just so fucking impossible that I got no new info because I PvP. Exactly. And if, whoops, I almost spilled on my fucking book. That would have sucked. And from that perspective, yeah, you didn't get any new info for PvP. But there's like an attitude that's like kind of goes around where instead of people being specific about what their qualm is, they speak in generalized statements. It makes it seem like the whole thing was just fucking housing and no other information came out. And so from your perspective, it's true. But from people who don't share the interest that you do, the perspective is completely contrary to reality. Humans are so fucking complicated, bro. Like, perception is literally reality. It is fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. There was the PvP training thing. Yeah, sure there's that, but for seasoned PvPers, they don't need that shit. They don't need something to tell them how to do Warsong Gulch. Like, they know. Didn't they touch on PvP updates, though? I mean, I guess it wasn't brand new info, but the devs still have it in their mind, obviously. Sure. I think it's just important to remember that, like, there's always going to be stuff that's covered that we don't care about. But it's so important to me that we're able to identify what it is that we care about and complain specifically that was missing. Because to me, that is actionable, useful feedback, right? Because then now I can read the tweet and see, okay, this guy was really looking forward to PvP. I understand his disappointment. I totally get it. But since that specificity is entirely absent from the post, to me, it comes off as like, this just didn't have anything in it. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it did, right? So that's the thing. And so I guess I'm kind of glad that like, that it is making you think about how you said that, because sometimes it really feels like we watch completely different things and have totally different reactions as a result of what it is that we're looking forward to. And this, imagine, guys, just imagine, everyone, imagine being someone like Ian, who has to try to figure out how to balance those things. How in the fuck? It's gotta be one of the most stressful, difficult fucking jobs on the planet. It's gotta be so fucking hard because you don't want to disappoint anyone, but you can't please everyone. It's so fucking crazy. It's, oh God, dude. It's gotta be such a hard fucking job. So, yeah. Do you think a Warlords of Draenor Classic with all cut content could work? At that point, it's not even really classic, though. Like, that's just Warlords of Draenor Redux. Like, that's a whole, like, I would want to play that. I don't think, I agree with Farsight. I don't think that they're going to do WoD Classic. And if they did, I don't think that they're going to put in the cut content. I really don't. I would love that. I would. But I don't think that they're going to do that. They can make WoD Remix, but Remix doesn't fundamentally add new raid zones. Like, that's... I hate to say it, guys. That's something that they would be selling as, like, they would be selling that as, like, its own product. I think it's a bit... And I don't mean this as an insult. Please don't take it as such. But I think it's a little naive to think that they would do that and not find a way to get money out of you for it. Very unlikely. It would make a huge amount of players happy. I understand, but... And maybe some people would come back, but I don't know. I feel like that's a product that ends up getting sold. That they want to literally put it up for $40 or something like that. I don't know. Legion Classic is romanticized quite a lot. I think they could do WoD Classic on a really fast patch cadence, but I don't think the audience / demand would be there. I think it only would be if they were going to add the additional content. I would play it. I mean, I thought, look, I always say the same thing. I sound like a broken record, I know. But I think the content that we did get in WoD was good. I thought the zones were amazing. I thought the questing was great. I thought overall the storyline was pretty good until we got to the end with Arcachon. I didn't like that. I thought the raids were very good. I liked the dungeons. I enjoyed the challenge modes that we had. Some of the most quotable dungeons in WoW history. But garrisons had too much power baked into them. The mission table was annoying. And really, really the thing that kills the reputation of Warlords of Draenor is all the stuff that we were supposed to get that we didn't. Ultimately, did them dropping that lead to a better Legion? I believe so. Yes, it did. But did it leave an unhealable scar upon the appreciation of Warlords of Draenor? Yes. Yes. I think the final boss should have been Grommash motherfucking Hellscream. I do not understand why we did not fight the Warlord of Draenor, like the big one. That's dumb. Archimonde did not make any sense. They should have saved Archimonde for Legion. I don't know why they did that. We should have had Bladespire, Citadel, and Karabor as faction hubs, which we did not. That's something they told us we were going to get. We did not get Farallon, which is a fucking absolute travesty. That would have been awesome. We did not get the true Gorian Empire, Goria. We never went there. We were supposed to get so much more. We were supposed to get so much more. Archie would have been great for Ian. That's what I always say. He should have been the final boss of Ian, not fucking Xavius. Xavius makes kind of sense, but Archimonde, it really should have been Archimonde. I really think so. There was a scrapped ogre continent. Yeah, Goria. That's what I'm referring to. Would have been nice to trapeze around in the corpse of a spore mound. Dude. Please, just don't. We got like a mini Farallon with the botany, but there was a whole race. Do you guys remember that? There was concept art for a quadrupedal race. The Farah, I think they were called. Not our resident druid. But we were supposed to have an entire zone and race. And that just did not happen. That's heartbreaking. And that's the place that got turned into Netherstorm in Outland. So there is supposed to be a lot of crystals there, a lot of life growth, presence presumably of not only the Farah, but the botany. So yeah, it was supposed to be sick, and then it just didn't happen. I think that's one thing we can all agree upon is that Warlords of Draenor, honestly, dude, WoD had like an opportunity to be one of the best expansions, but they just cut so much. The Shatrath raid, that was supposed to fucking happen. That didn't happen at all. So there was just so much stuff that got cut, and had it been in there, I firmly believe that Warlords of Draenor could have been one of the best expansions. Like, the hype was so fucking real, dude. And the opening cinematic, I think, is arguably the best one. Where they fucking launched the Iron Star at Manaroth, that's fucking badass, dude. That's badass. That was sick. Garrosh pulling off the cowl, times change. Like, fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking go. Even though I fucking don't like Garrosh, it was still cool. Setting up the story in a novel is an all-time fumble. Yeah, you mean War Crimes? Yeah, there was not enough in-game transitory expression of that story. I don't get it. I don't get it. You have to admire Garrosh's aura and work ethic, even if he's meant to be hated. Yeah, guy was proud, but he was determined. He wouldn't let anyone, even in the fucking clutches of the jailer and a tormentor, he fucking wouldn't give up. And obviously I still, I think that there's something there to be admired, but there's so much to not admire. The good part of cut content is that they could use the concepts in a new expansion if they return to that part of the setting. Yeah, I have like such mixed feelings about that kind of stuff. Like, what's the likeliness of them even going back to that? I don't know. I feel like pretty darn low. Goria could just be floating around Outland somewhere. I think you might have to retcon to make that happen, though. Which, whatever. World of Warcraft's already full of retcons anyway, apparently. You don't have to like characters like Garrosh or Sylvanas to say they were badass. No. No, you don't. I agree. Yeah. I mean, even kind of like Arthas. Like, don't get me wrong, man. Like, the fucking cursed blade wielding skull pauldron looking ass fucking like lich prince fall to despair is cool. Don't get me wrong. Arthas is a piece of shit, but it was still pretty fucking awesome, like thematically, right? And I think there's a lot of ironic Arthas did nothing wrong type shit. But to be unironic here for a second, I can understand Arthas had some aura for sure. For sure. I can definitely appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate that. And I mean, to me, I mean, I it might not be the same as Arthas or the same way, but I kind of feel like Xal'atath has some aura too. Like, and she legitimately, Xal'atath kind of terrifies me. Like, that dead look in her eyes, I don't know, dude. There's something about, like, she's so unsettling to me. The way she moves, the way that she, like, the way she talks, the I don't know, her face, like, she just scares me. She's just scary. Like, I think she's way more scary than the jailer. And so I will say that. I think that they've done a way better job with Xal'atath than they did with Zovaal. If I may say. She feels like an animated corpse being puppeted. Well, because that's literally what she is. I mean, that's what her body is. That's absolutely correct. Arthas is just so classically villainous, which is a refreshing choice in a time when most villains are made to be kind of subversive or unpredictable. Yeah, there's definitely been like a shift where there is a lot more like subversive villains. I do think that even Arthas, to a degree, has some levels of relatability to his perspective and why he acted the way that he did. I think that they are going to do that with Xal'atath, by the way. I think that's where this whole Voidstorm thing is leading. Like, I hope that we find out that that's her world and that something horrible happened to it, and she's trying to, like, harness the power of Azeroth to restore her own world, which is, again, we've had this discussion before, but very Emmett Selk-esque from Final Fantasy XIV. If you're familiar, you know what I'm talking about. One of the best written villains in any fucking game, in my opinion. But also immensely relatable. The kind of villain that at the end, you're literally fucking crying for. Because you understand his pain, you understand the hurt and what he has endured, but you cannot let that get in the way of the fact that he cannot succeed. Like, this guy cannot be allowed to win, because if he does, everyone will die. Everyone will die. And so it's one of those situations where you're like, I so badly wish that I could help you. I so badly wish that we could find a way to make this work, but you are too far gone. And I'm so sorry. It's heartbreaking, dude. It's so good. It's so good. It is so fucking good. And I don't think they're gonna go quite to that level of depth with the emotions for Xal'atath, but I think thematically that's kind of where they're headed. Where instead of fully classically bad, she has some of those components, but ultimately, like, she can't be allowed to succeed. She just can't. Like, if she is, then it's probable that everyone on Azeroth will die. Like, we just can't let it happen. I love seeing a villain break when they're at Plan Z and still failing. Sylvanas had some moments like that. Can't wait to see Illidan taking on fire tattoos. Oh, bro. I mean, she's literally a puppeted corpse. She's terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. I don't particularly appreciate unpredictable villains. They have their place. But you need an unpredictable villain. Again, you got to play Final Fantasy XIV, because in the same fucking expansion, you have a character named Fandaniel who is nuts. Like, nuts. And so you have a contrast between someone who is like, and I guess it's technically in the next expansion where that primarily actually starts happening, in Endwalker. But I don't want to give too many spoils or anything, but he's fucking crazy. What's your favorite song from FF14? To the Edge. And then Close in the Distance. And then the Shadowbringers main theme. And then maybe Heidelin's theme. And then maybe Tomorrow and Tomorrow. So much good music from FF14. It's fucking hard. Bro isn't saying In the Balance and he's triggering me. In the Balance is a good song, but am I going to put it up there with To the Edge? No, not personally. Are we sure that Zal is she? I mean, isn't this just a temporary body? I think we should be pretty confident in Xal'atath being she. I don't think we've been given a reason to question that. I don't really understand why we would take it there. Favorite villain of all time? I mean, Sargeras or Emmett Selk. Yeah, he's on the wall behind me. This motherfucker's literally framed on my wall. Yeah. Did you play Dawn Trail? I played the base game of Dawn Trail. A lot of good things. A lot of good things about Dawn Trail. A lot of bad things, though. Terrible things. No, there's some great things. Some great dungeons. I heard the raids are fantastic. I've done the first section of the raids. I got the most degen raid fight, and then I stopped playing. Locales are beautiful and vibrant. Really? Emmett over Kaiveza? Do you know what you're talking about? Emmett Selk versus Kaiveza? Dog, you're not even in the same fucking plane of reality. It's a joke? Okay. I was gonna say that cannot be real. That cannot be a real comparison. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Dawn Trail. Yeah, shonen anime protagonist, Wu Klamat just really annoyed me. I can understand they wanted to mix it up, do something different. I just thought she was annoying. I don't have any problem with her voice actress or anything. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. I think the vocal direction wasn't great. I think the writing wasn't great. I think that we went in and kind of went to this like new uncharted world and solved a lot of really deep-seated problems too quickly, and it didn't feel believable or satisfying. And then I think that they made a huge mistake by showing us screenshots of Solution 9, and then basically the entire expansion is in like Mesoamerican cultures, and then you're sitting there the whole time like, okay, so where is Solution 9? What's this gonna be? What's this gonna be? And then all of a sudden there's this gigantic tonal shift between the base expansion, the first part of it, and then like the second half of it. Gigantic shift. And then there's like a bunch of FF9 fan service stuff that if you didn't play FF9 doesn't really mean anything to you. And then it just kind of like ends with some cringe cut in from the shonen anime protagonists instead of us. They had the Scions of the Seventh Dawn around like little errand runners. They didn't feel impactful or important or meaningfully there. It just didn't, I don't know. I just felt like Dawn Trail it didn't grip me. And especially after like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, it was like, dude, I mean, it's so hard to follow that up. I understand that, but like, come on, man. Like we couldn't have done better than this. I have heard that the patch content is much better. They have brought in like cosmic exploration, which that's my shit. I love that. I'm keen on playing that, getting into the relics and stuff, and you know, doing that at a certain point, at some point. But yeah, I just I haven't been in a hurry to go back to play Final Fantasy XIV. And I haven't like quit FF14. I just am similar to WoW. When I felt like the game got into this place where like it just really wasn't hitting for me anymore, I just had to step away from it. Like I just had to take a break. And I'll go back to it when it looks good again. And when WoW is just so good right now. And honestly, the pace of the expansions in WoW, frankly, doesn't leave me a lot of room to like work in something like Final Fantasy. It's really hard. Because like we just kind of have content most of the time. But I suppose I could probably flex more than I say, because I have played quite a lot of Cyberpunk. So it's not as if I don't have time to play something else. I'll also admit that like one of the reasons why I don't do it is because I'm not really interested in paying 2 subs at the same time. I'm not really interested in that. I don't want to pay Square Enix $15 a month and pay fucking Blizzard $15 a month at the same time to play both of their games less because I'm spreading between them, you know? I got bills too, you know what I mean? Any games you play off stream? Not really. I honestly do most of my gaming on stream. When I play games off stream, I'm usually playing like Counter-Strike. The reason why I don't do that much gaming off stream is because I'm a fucking little streamer brain idiot who, you know, every game is potentially fantastic content. So Cyberpunk is something I've been playing on stream because I wanted to miss a fucking second of it. The only things that I've done in Cyberpunk off stream is do like graphics testing, buy clothes from stores, and like that's it. I don't do anything off stream. No gigs, no side quests, nothing. I do all of it. And it's because like, dude, I mean, it's just all so fucking good. I don't want to like do anything not on stream. I want you guys to be able to be there for all of it. I think Shadowbringers in general was such a perfect lightning in a bottle expansion. I don't think they'll ever top it. I think you can make the argument that Endwalker topped it, but they're also built to go together. They're literally back to back and complementary to one another. And so, yeah, I can go either way. I'm fine if people are like Shadowbringers is the best expansion, totally fine. Endwalker's the best expansion, totally fine. Heaven's Ward is the best expansion, and well, it was pretty good. It did fuck me up, but do I think it's as good as Shadowbringers and Endwalker? No. And then I am an enjoyer of Stormblood. I think Stormblood is just massively underrated. I love Stormblood. People thought Lise was annoying. Wu Clamat's fucking annoying. Lise ended up turning into one of my favorite characters in FF14 because I found her struggle to recognize how hopeless these oppressed and downtrodden and enslaved people were, that like it was not going to be easy to help them. I thought that was a very relatable thing with Wu Clement because, or not Wu Clement, fuck me, with Lise, because I think it's very human. She is young and spry and like motivated and strong-willed, but she doesn't really get what it's like to just be fucking stomped on like the people of Alamigo. She does not understand that. And so watching her go through that I loved that. At first she was annoying, but I started to get why she was so naive. You know, she's hopeful and brash, but naive. And so it's her weakness. So by the end, I was pretty satisfied with her story arc. Plus, Stormblood has some of the best and most memorable like side characters. Yotsuyu, Gosetsu, Fordola, Ehrenwald, the Doman ruler, fucking, what's his name? The samurai guy. What the fuck is his name? Xenos was another one. Yeah, what? Hien. Yes, Hien. So good. Little Sun, you know? Yugiri. So many fucking good characters in Stormblood. And I personally thought the political Magnai, yes. The political storyline, I liked it a lot. Sadu, yes. Yeah, I thought it was great. The trials were bangers. The raid series was pretty fucking sick, I thought. I think Stormblood is way underrated. Way underrated. So I got a lot of love for Stormblood. New Blizz video? What the fuck is this? I mean, this is just what we saw in the thing yesterday. This isn't new. I like it, but this isn't this was in the thing yesterday. He baited me. Baited. But yeah, I could look. I think there's some people that think that I hate Final Fantasy 14. There's always some fucking cunt in these communities who tries to make a video out to be like, I fucking hate everyone who plays the game. Like, I think they're bad people. Fucking Taliesin did it to me with WoW. I had Ginger Prime doing it to me in fucking Final Fantasy 14. The truth is, I love both of these games, and there's a lot of phenomenal, great fucking people who play and interact with both. This idea that people put out there, frankly, to try to fucking make me look even worse than I've made myself look, is just horseshit because they don't want me to be fucking successful and they're jaded and they're upset at something I fucking said 5 years ago or some shit. You know what I mean? So ultimately, like, I love both games. I love for the majority the communities of both. Every community, if you want to call it that, has like shitty people. But ultimately, like, both games are definitely worthy of praise and games that I'd recommend playing. Like, they're both phenomenal MMOs. So yeah, a lot of good stuff for both of them. Did you see Dragon Ball announced a new potential DB MMO? I didn't see that, but it's not something that tickles my fancy, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever said that in my life. It's not something that interests me. Like, it's like a Marvel MMO. Like, I don't care. I like DBZ Brawlers. I don't give a shit about anything. I played actually, that's not true. I did play the RPG on my Game Boy when I was a kid, like Game Boy Advance or whatever. I don't remember what that was, but just Dragon Ball or whatever. But outside of that, I don't really get into other. That setting and that theme just doesn't like really catch me. Are you a fan of FF games in general? Oh yeah. So I played FF16. I played FF7. FF7. Crisis Core Reunion, one of the best games I've ever played. FF7 Remake and Rebirth. I'm almost done with Rebirth. I still have like 2 chapters left. The game just never fucking ends. And FF10 is one of the best games of all time. FF10 is fucking phenomenal. I played FF4. I played FF6, another all-timer. FF6 is, I think the best FF game is FF6 or FF10. I mean, 6 is so good. I love the way that they handled Espers in that game. I liked Kefka as a villain. Emperor Gastal or whatever the fuck. I liked all that. All the different side stories with the side characters. Loved all of it. I have played FF10-2, although not to completion, and I couldn't tell you that I remember the story from it really at all. I know that there's not Yuna and not Titus, and that's all I know. And yeah, then FF14. I've never played an FF. Should I start with 16? Well, the good news is they're all disconnected from each other. So there's a lot of different Final Fantasy games, but they're not like numerically, like you have certain ones like FF13, FF13-2, Lightning Returns. Those things are all connected, but you don't have to play like FF13 to play FF16. They're not related. So yeah, it depends on the experience you're looking for. If you're looking for more like retro RPG, you're going to want to play something like 6 or earlier. 6 and 5 and 4 are all really good. I hear mixed things about 8. I hear 9 is great. It's apparently one of the best FF games. That's what everyone who it's probably one of the, if not the most praised, one of the most praised FF games. FF7's very good too. FF7 is where it becomes 3D. So you start getting into 3-dimensional polygon systems and stuff like that. And then 8 and 9 and 10, I mean, 10 is just like, 10 make you bawl like a fucking baby. 10 is so good. And the main characters of that game, the whole cast of that game is very good. FF11 was an MMO. I didn't play that one. FF12, I hear, is pretty good. FF13, I hear people complain about lightning a lot and level design a lot. Lightning is the main character's name. I haven't played it, so I can't comment on it. FF14 is one of the best games I've ever played. FF15 is basically Road Trip with the boys, and I hear really good things from the people who like that game. I think after updates and stuff, that's one of the games that got a lot better. But I have some friends. Decimus loves FF15. I have a real-life friend, loves FF15. And then you got FF16, which is very hit or miss. I think FF16 has some of the coolest shit I've ever seen in a video game, but also some of the most boring, monotonous side content I've ever seen in a video game. So 16 is good. It's very cinematic. It's got a lot of great music, cool battles. The combat is DMC-esque, so it's kind of, for me, it's kind of mid. The main character is voiced by Ben Starr, who's phenomenal. I mean, it's one of his best roles ever. And then, yeah, some of the side content is just so bad and monotonous. You have, FF16 has a lot of drawbacks. You have these big, huge, beautiful cities, but you never go into them. It's very cringe. You have a lot of world building, but you can't interact with the world in a meaningful way at all. And then, like, halfway through the game, this event happens that puts this terrible pinkish brown filter over your game. Everything is, like, ugly because this, like, thing is happening to the world. I won't spoil, but, like, it's just everything. They take this vibrant, like, kind of beautiful game and kind of just make it fucking ugly with this stupid fucking filter. I thought that the main villain of 16 was, like, kind of boring, to be honest. The final fight was sick. The final boss battle is awesome, and he has like a cool voice and stuff, but like it's kind of, I don't know if I'd even say it's predictable. I don't know, just kind of boring, like just kind of boring. And there's so many good characters that just like get killed kind of early. Like some of my favorite characters, male and female characters that just get killed off, and I don't know. I don't know. It's got a decent cast, but then there's just so much in the game that doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know. And I played New Game Plus too, and it's a shame because like the New Game Plus I thought was better than the base game, but still it should have been. New Game Plus should have been how the base game was. It's like the Jailer, kind of, except the problem with the Jailer is that the villain is not really Zoval. It's the guy piloting Zoval like a fucking machine. So it's the Primus, but they didn't do a good job of illustrating that. And I think, to be honest, towards the end, I mean, when Zoval gets his core and he gets like armored up, I mean, I think that's pretty badass, dude. Like the music and the whole like looking up at him, he's just fucking like gigantic and imposing and fucking, I thought that was pretty awesome. And like when you understand what Zoval is actually going to do with the Sepulchre, the first ones, it's pretty terrifying. Like, it is like universe conflict ending levels of power. Like, it is pretty fucking nuts. And I thought that was pretty cool. But ultimately, they don't do a good enough job of like illustrating what has actually happened to Zoval. So he's supposed to be someone that by the end you recognize, oh shit, this guy was dominated. Just like Arthas was dominated. But if someone's being dominated, there's someone who is dominating them. It just didn't feel earned, if that makes sense. No, I get it, and it's a struggle because again, Zoval's not really the villain. There's so much that the Primus has done in the background to like orchestrate this. And way too much. The reason I think it doesn't feel earned is because the game is not really portraying to you what the fuck is going on. A lot of it is like subtext. It's reading between the lines. It's picking pieces and putting it together, which is fine for an overarching long form narrative. But in the span of one expansion, people need to be made aware of like who the threat actually is. And I just think Blizzard should have been more obvious about it. They should have been more obvious about it. Because Zoval's literally just a puppet. Like, the guy, it's like Arthas at the end. There's literally just a flicker of this guy's spirit left. A fading fucking memory that exposes what actually happened to him. And they didn't put any gravity on the Primus doing that. So people come away from the expansion thinking that Zoval had his design reworked from the concept art, which is not true, because the concept art is not of Zoval, it's of the Primus, labeled as the Jailer, which is a gigantic hint. That's something that went over people's heads, even my own, because at the time, when I quit the game, I didn't even see the Primus. I had no idea what he looked like. Remember, he's not in the load screen. They don't show him ever, up until Korthia. You never see his fucking face until 9.1. So no one knew. I didn't get it. No one fucking got it. And then they start building on that and like, okay, hold on a second now. Like, now we should be able to start to compare these images and go, oh, fuck. The Jailer is not Zoval. That's just a title. That's just like, it's just a way for the Primus to execute his plan through someone else and make them look like the villain. That's why the Primus is so horrifying to me. And then he goes on we have a quest line where he studies how we resist the power of domination, crafts a new helmet called the Crown of Wills out of the fucking Helmet of Domination's remnants, and then puts it on the new Arbiter and no one questions it. These are things that should make the Primus pretty terrifying. Unless the Primus switched sides because he himself was kind of trapped by this orderly domination style magic that he was made to use, or used him, worked with someone to create, or whatever the fuck happened. Unless he switched sides because he was subjected to the torment of having it used on him, then the Primus is not a good guy. And we basically leave, we conduct this experiment where he almost dominates the entire universe. He fails it, and everyone turns a blind eye to what he has done. And then we leave the Shadowlands effectively like in his control. The hint never made it to official release though, right? No, there's a lot of hints in official release. Yes, like the fact that Zoval has domination runes carved on his fucking body and his eyes are glowing blue. It's not because he has the power of domination, it's because he's being dominated. In the final cinematic, when Zoval is looking up at Denathrius and Carestia and the Winter Queen, and then all of a sudden, it's the Primus looking down at Zoval because their memories are blending together because it's the Primus who's dominated him. Like, that's the thing. So, it's like they set, if you read the literature and if you pay attention in Maldraxxus, they set up the Primus as like this infallible tactician. He never makes a mistake, and even if he does lose, he's usually planning for it anyway. So it's like, oh, he has this whole quest line where it's like, oh, if Zoval is doing the thing that I think he is, then I might be in danger. I'm gonna go check it out, but I'll hide my thing here in case you find it. And when you do, you can follow this sword and the stone quest line to liberate me and bring the key. Like, dude, it's like, come on, bro. This motherfucker planned all of it. Literally all of it is his fucking plan. He might not have planned for us to show up and interfere. He might have thought that with Zoval, he was going to finish the plan and he was going to rewrite reality, and through death he would bring order, probably on behalf of the Titans, because this fucker probably works with Aman'Thul or Norganon. But ultimately, like, it just doesn't land. It just doesn't land. And a part of it is because the game was just, it takes too long to tell the story, which is part of why I'm glad they've sped things up, but it just is too long to get there. The hints are forgotten. The pieces don't get connected. It ends up looking like Zoval's a bland character that they scrapped writing on because they didn't know what they were doing. It's so unfortunate. And meanwhile, the Primus gets away with literally everything. Gets away with all of it. Scot-free. So ultimately, like, it's why I think the Primus is he's gonna be coming back. He's gonna be coming back. There's no way that they just, like, forget him or whatever. There's no way. I'd really like it if Primus, Norg, and Amon are like the three brothers in Greek mythos. Me fucking too. Or the three brothers in Norse mythology, who dismantle Ymir and build the world out of him. I would fuck with that. Yeah, it's the devil in plain sight trope. A devil in plain sight is someone who's so obviously up to no good that the one character who seems aware of it is shocked no one else seems to notice. Everyone else, especially those with a tendency to be horrible judges of character, may just consider them a little quirky and wonder what the observant character's problem is. Sometimes this can be a villain hiding as a lesser immoral person. For example, no one would be the least bit surprised to find out that any given politician is a slimy, scheming jerkass, and thus they manage to hide their greater villainy as the simple pettiness of your everyday scumbag. Yeah, the Primus is very much a devil in plain sight kind of character. Denathrius leading the Legion would be a dream come true? Perhaps. It could happen. There is someone who's trying to unite and lead the forces of the Legion in this book, Blood Ties. And it's not Denathrius. And it doesn't, yeah. I think I might have seen it, Linnea. Do you think that the L word, not you lol, oh, the leak, made them try to change directions in Shadowlands? I really genuinely don't. I think that they stuck to exactly what they were gonna do pretty much the whole time. And I think that they just did a bad job. I think that people often look for the most colorful, almost conspiratorial ways of explaining quite simple things. And I think the truth is that there was no shift in direction. That's not what happened. They just told the story and didn't do it well. That's what I think. It's obvious if you pay attention. I just wonder how they fumbled it so bad. I mean, maybe it's because it was the COVID expansion. I mean, we did have Steve Denuser. Everyone blames it on Steve Denuser, and to a degree I did as well. But this is during the Blizzard harassment stuff. This is also our COVID expansion. I think people often forget that. Let's be honest, guys. Most of the things we got during COVID were fucking dog shit. Not everything, but a lot of things going on in the world, quality was just severely reduced. Severely reduced. Have you heard of Bellular's video about Denuser and Kingdom of Amalur? I don't care about any lore videos that Bellular puts out. No, I don't watch them. I read briefly the comments, and there was a bunch of people correcting him on his interpretations of Kingdom of Amalur. He's trying to draw conclusions again to try to pin the whole thing on Steve Denuser because it is the popular thing to do. It's fucking rage bait. It's inaccurate, and the way that he relates it to WoW is also inaccurate. It's a misrepresentation, as the videos are so commonly fucking handled. So I just don't have anything to say. Nothing beyond that. I don't care. At this point, I do not care about Bellular's interpretation of the lore. I don't care. I think that he's just shown and proven over and over and over again that there is a lack of fact checking and providing sources and clarifying between speculation and fact. I just don't care. Sargeras blowing up Denathrius after he tried to revive his army of demons. Huh. COVID was just WZ with the boys. Warzone with the boys? Is that what that mean? Like the 2020 Worlds for League? Bro, that was the best that was the best one. That was the best one, bro. 2020 League Worlds, bro. Sign me up. That's the best one. Steve gave us some of the best old god lore too. And that's the thing. People always point out what people fucking did wrong, what they failed at, but they will never give credit for the stuff that was dope. And then you get the people that are like, yeah, I didn't think the Whispers of Il'gynoth were that interesting. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here with that dog shit ass take. Shut the fuck up. Top 3 predictions for Last Titan. Gotta pick 3. Anshe and Musha are revealed to be Sargeras and Elune. The Titan Pantheon attempts to extinguish and steal the power of Sargeras. Because I don't think they're going to be able to dominate him. Sargeras may sacrifice himself to try to destroy them. Illidan will be infused with the power of Sargeras and come back with additional power level and shit. He'll be all orange and golden. The return of Medivh. I think Medivh will be coming back in The Last Titan. It's not so much a prediction, more like something I'd like to see happen. Iridikron comes back and gets absolutely fucking dusted by the Titan Pantheon. And a bunch of the main cast characters, maybe not a bunch, but at least a few, I think at the very least Thrall, ends up sacrificing himself in a Koresh exchange style sacrifice to help revitalize the world soul of Azeroth or something like that. I could very easily see some of these like long-standing hero characters kind of sacrifice themselves for the greater good. I think especially Thrall. Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of any more right now. I mean, I have some kind of like lingering, but yeah. The Whispers only left WoW creators with speculation until this fucking day. Yeah. Yeah, I would assume Ashara's return, Denathrius and the Primus, yeah. I think the 12.1.5 raid could be Turalian. It's an interesting idea. Single boss raid, I could see that. I'm not against that. You think they're sucking him in Midnight already? Maybe. We'll see. Might be a last resort kind of thing. something gets impaled on Wormrest, it's possible. Deathwing was meant to be there. At least that's how they showed it in End Time. Like a comedic entrance, Iridicron reveals his new plan to his followers and the Pantheon just lands on him. No, not like a fucking Grim video. Did you see the new NPC in Stratholme added in pre-patch? No. Cut my pally into pieces. This is my last resort. The reason why I think that is basing it on a fractal story with Aman'Thul and Nexus King Salhadar. In the fight with Nexus King Salhadar, the dragon that he has, his faithful steed, or whatever the fuck he calls him, Nexus King Salhadar, as a last resort, ends up absorbing the power of the dragon. And so, you know, for me, I kind of potentially relate that to like an Aman'Thul and Sargeras type situation. Where like, if this guy's pressed, he might just try to fucking absorb the power of Sargeras, and that, I don't know how that will go for him. I'm really hyped about what exactly the Arathi Empire will be up to, since I understand they're not showing up to the Sunwell. Well, I don't know that we have confirmation that they're not showing up to the Sunwell. I don't know if I'd get into that, because you might be discussing things that we otherwise don't know, so I wouldn't go there. But ultimately, I could easily see them saving the main Arathi continent, Avaloran and stuff, for after the Last Titan, or even patch content in the Last Titan. I'm really hyped about what, yeah. Wrathgate, when the Titans think their plan's going well, he'll show up with a "Did you think I had forgiven?" line. Yeah, it could. Is there anything that could happen to the story in Midnight that would completely disappoint you? Like a direction you don't want the story to go? I don't really think about stuff like that. I mean, I don't even know, like, what would I not want to happen? I don't really think about stuff like that. I don't really think about, like, what's the worst case scenario. Not sure if I missed why we're talking about predictions, but you should keep track of all of them so we can revisit at the end of Midnight. I mean, a lot of them would be in videos and stuff, but this is stuff I do need to get some videos out on. Pyro, if Renalash is the final battle between Light and Void, and we're fighting against the Void, what's to stop the Light from conquering us after we win? Good question. That is the question. I could make a bingo card of my predictions. That'd be fun. Have an expansion long bingo card. That could be cool. I've already got one of them. The Army of the Light came through the Sunwell, so that's one. But I think that the way that you predict things in stuff like Midnight is you look into like some D&D stuff, like Forgotten Realm, like, what's his name's Folly? Forget his name. That can be your free bingo spot in the middle. Yeah, free space, easy. Karsus Folly. Yeah. Silver Surfer. With Xalatath. Hey, Pyro, do you know anything about the Red Moon in WoW? Saw a Druid talent with that name? Yeah, I think that Druid talent makes reference to... Let me log in. Which specialization is that? Is that Boomkin? Or is it Feral? It's Guardian. Okay. Yeah. Did we get any major leaks for second rated Midnight, just like we did with Underground and Goblin City 2 expansions before? If we did, you don't discuss them in my channel. You'll get banned. Definitely don't want to do that. I don't cover leaks. Not anymore. Once it's in the game and it's in the in-game journal, it's free game. Like this stuff. But I don't talk about leaks. Leaks and data mining fucking suck. I do appreciate them being pretty tight-lipped about the roadmap stuff. Like, it fucking matters, though. I mean, Wowhead's already data mined shit. People already have an idea of what they think the next zone and stuff is gonna be. Just fucking lame. And they could be wrong, but... Do you have a class character pick to main? Oh yeah, my Blood Elf Paladin. Yeah. I'll be playing the good old Pally. It's the first character I ever made. Will the Heronir finally have a big role? I mean, what do you think? We have a whole fucking zone based around their culture. I think that's a pretty obvious yes. Right? To be fair, Volpera. To be fair, we never had Volpera being depicted as having visions from Azeroth. And positioned as a fucking important character from the beginning of the expansion. And all through the War Within. Like, we've consistently come back to speak with Orwena. And learn more about her perspective on things. And these things are not equivalent. How you feeling about Endeavors? I haven't really interacted with Endeavors. I set them up for the guild to do, but I haven't really done it. So, I can't really say anything about it. It's not, I don't know, it's not the... I can't say I dislike it or anything. If the threat from the Void is kind of banned or barred in whatever way, what role will the Burning Legion take then? Sargeras built it only for this purpose, didn't he? Well, that's... I guess the intention is to kind of extinguish Shadow. Or the influence of Shadow. But it depends on what you interpret as Sargeras' actual goal. For instance, from the Twilight Hermit, there's some dialogue that suggests that the Burning Legion is the alternative and not the original goal. That, like, he basically formed the Legion to incinerate reality, all life, because he could not enact his initial plan. So it's like, what does that actually mean? If that's the case, what was his actual plan? And if this is the contingency, like, what's the difference between them? So those are interesting things to me. I don't know where I was going with that. But again, if you want to know the direction of the Burning Legion and like what they're doing, you should probably read Blood Ties. Because this directly addresses kind of what you're asking. What's up, Cyrus? What's up, Soul Slicer? I'm interested in returning to WoW for Midnight. Is the guild accepting applications? Yeah, sure. You can join the guild. It's not really like an application process, really. So there's this thing here in Nazmir, which I think is supposed to be like the blood moon. But I'm not sure that I don't think it is Elune, because Elune rises and sets in the northwest every day, that direction. So it wouldn't make sense, really, that it's Elune. So I don't really know what that is. And it feels like maybe here at the Necropolis, the veil between us and another world is thin. So I think what we're looking at is another world right there. But I couldn't really tell you what it is. I mean, I guess this connects to the other side. So maybe that's meant to be the Shadowlands or something. But what I can say, and what I didn't realize was going to be the case, is that if you come here at night, Elune is in the sky over there, but she's red. So when it comes to the blood moon, or red moon, where is this talent? Red moon, right, galactic guardian. So implying, you know, not just in one place, maybe not just in one solar system. You know what I was kind of getting vibes of in the book is Turalyon being a lot like Sargeras, and maybe Illyria being a lot like Elune. And one thing that Illyria does a lot is she leaves Turalyon to go and work on her own. And so they're both kind of like going after the same thing, but she kind of goes off solo. And I was thinking like, maybe like that's kind of like Elune, you know? Going on the solo job, always leaving the bright paladin behind or whatever. So anyway, so you got Moonfire. Next Moonfire cast generates 8 rage. Then you have Red Moon. When this occurs, you gain 1 charge of Lunar Wrath, suspending rage while Red Moon is active. Spending rage while Red Moon is active consumes a stack to deal additional arcane damage. So, regardless of the actual magical type, I guess Red Moon to me kind of makes me think anger. Right? Lunar Wrath. Spending rage. Makes me think, I don't know, anger. Maybe even like maddened anger. Like fury. But then I think about Tyrande and the Night Warrior ritual. And I know that they relate that to Wrath. That's the Black Moon. And I also know that that's related to like vengeance. So I guess I would look at it as like, I don't know, being associated with rage or fury. And I mean, there's some different faces of Elune, obviously. There's the Black Moon, the Red Moon, the White Moon, the White Lady. So you have at least 3 faces. But the Black Moon happens during an eclipse of sorts, I think. Red Moon replaces Moonfire. Channel the power of the Enraged Moon. There you go. To deal arcane damage. So there you go. Red Moon. It's the Enraged Moon. It literally says directly what it's supposed to be interpreted as. So, one of the things about Elune and about druids that some people kind of don't like to think about is that there definitely is a level of rage and even madness that can occur there, looking at the pack form. Looking at the effects of the Emerald Nightmare, which again are primarily red and black, upon Ursoc, which compels him to kill, right? So I'm not sure if Elune is afflicted with the Nightmare in some way, or if that, I mean, I just think that there's like primal rage. Like, isn't that like one of the abilities that you get as a fucking druid or whatever? Like, there's like a, isn't that like a, I can't remember all my druid spells. Frenzied Regeneration is like an interesting one. I mean, you're thrashing. I don't know. These are like violent, descriptive like abilities. So, I mean, nature is not gentle. Feral frenzy. I mean, fucking berserk. I mean, come on. Literally berserk. Like, primal wrath. Like, there are aspects of nature that are kind of like often ignored. Ferocious bite. Yeah. And nature is pretty brutal. Like, nature is not always so gentle. I mean, life has found a way, and life persists because it, you know, it is willing to put up a fight. So, Goldrin comes to mind. Yeah, where that's where the Druid of the Pack form comes from. Which is what led to the Worgen curse, because they couldn't control their rage and fury effectively. They were like cursed. I think they were dicking around with the Scythe of Elune. I'm pretty sure that's how they got cursed. So, yeah. Inky Black Potion is awesome to see things at night. Yeah, but it doesn't put the moon in the sky. It just makes the sky black. It doesn't make the moon come up. Does it? I don't think so. Isn't savagery a part of nature? Yes. There's a side of nature that's like brutal. And I think that when people think of druidism, they often think of the pretty green stuff, right? I don't think that they think about the savage nature of it enough. I thought the Scythe was how they got control of the curse. Some shit. They like went in and they fucked around with the pack form and it turned them feral, and then the fucking Scythe of Elune was... Let's just read about it. God damn it. I always gotta do all the motherfucking reading. The Scythe of Elune is a mystical artifact created from Goldrin's Fang and the Staff of Elune. It's described as an ancient weapon, a twisted and gnarled branch of wood covered with runes that could be older than even the Kaldorai. Those who are not careful enough can easily be overwhelmed by Goldrin's spirit, which infuses the Scythe. Tied to the origin of the Worgen on Azeroth, the Scythe is said to possess untold lunar power for the druid with balance enough to keep control. They created the Scythe by affixing one of Goldrin's fangs to Ballistra's staff in the comics. R'hllor and the Druids of the Pack sought to temper the uncontrollable rage inherent in the Druid pack form by willingly submitting to the energies of the Scythe of Elune. Rather than abate the Druid's fury, however, the weapon transformed R'hllor and his followers into Worgen. So, it's like a combination of the Staff of Elune and Goldrin's Fang. The Scythe of Elune corrupted them. With Skyreach becoming a dungeon in the first Mythic Plus season, do you think the Arakoa might be coming to Azeroth? It's not even a question of if the Arakoa will be coming to Azeroth, they already did. They already did. We already have evidence of this. They either already did or they will. But I'm certain that yes, they will. Or like I said, have. I'll show you. I'm not caught up on my Worgen lore. Back in Warcraft 3, the Night Elves were described by Grom of all people as savage, with his Warsong clan being terrified of them. That's because they represent this dark, savage night. The elves might be pretty, but they come from primal roots, literally. So, there hasn't been a whole lot of it, to be fair. Yeah. Yo, Homer Plop, sorry that I missed it. Thanks for subbing for 7 months as a tier 2. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Staff of Illunis is from a Fang of Goldrin, and his spirit can infect the users and turn them feral. Well, you almost had that right, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Think of Darkshore Malfurion, but you're an orc or a troll. Yeah, in many ways, the elves have tried to embrace the peaceful, balanced aspects of nature, but ultimately, like, they got some primal energy in there. The elves letting out their inner troll. Yeah. And I mean, trolls have a racial ability called berserking, so tapping into that primality or whatever the fuck you'd call it. So over here in Thaldraszus is all about the different timelines, right? It's like the whole shifting sands, all that stuff, right? But the thing is that this isn't really about time. These are time lost, right? What are these? These are Apexis Ericoa. And if they're lost in time, that's one thing. But why are they here? How do they get here? Because it's not just a matter of time, it's a matter of space and place. You know, there are legends of there being schematics from the Apexis of a great floating city. And at some point, a bunch of them just disappeared. And we don't know if they ever built this flying city, which to me sounds a lot like something like the Exodar, some type of Naru vessel. At the peak of their empire, they were also very much into the light. So the question for me is, it's not that they came or didn't come. They did. But they didn't show up in the right time. So these are time lost. When did they actually come here? But the point remains. They came from Draenor. We just don't know how or when. I wonder if they'll be in the final battle of Void versus Light. I'm sure they will be. Because what I've learned about the Naru over the years is that the Naru like to conscript those that are powerful in the light. The humans, the Church of the Holy Light, only exists because Merildar received visions from the Naru in her dreams. I would say a similar thing about the Draenei. I would say a similar thing probably about the Apexis Ericoa. I imagine that they tried to go around basically and find strong-willed and advanced races, proud races, that they could leverage for their armies of the light. And so, if the Apexis end up not showing up, I will be immensely disappointed. Because we already have proof that they came to Azeroth, we just don't know when. This is one of my favorite parts of Dragonflight, because it just kind of gets overlooked. Can't really be a force of balance if you can't harness both sides of nature. The brutal primal nature to destroy and the peaceful healing nature to restore. Yep. Could be future also. Yeah, they could be from the future. They could show up later in the future. Maybe they just landed at the wrong time. But ultimately, the evidence points to the fact that they got to Azeroth somehow. And I really like the idea that they did it through some kind of interdimensional ship, like the Draenei. Headcanon, they were here in the past. The temporal confluxes ordered Apexis tech. I was right, Sash Balfour. Give me the inky black potion. Even removes the blood moon. Yeah, you have to come at night. You have to kill to eat. Growth is fueled by death. Yep, death is just as much a part of nature as life. And it's part of why, like, even Fel and stuff like that, I think is, like, ignored as potentially related to nature because, oh, it's death magic or it's demonic magic or whatever. Yep, demons are just chaotic life. So, I don't think that that's disqualifying. Again, there is no amount of times that I can show you this and it will get old. But there is a fucking item in this game called the Impeccable Fell Essence. And it reads that, effectively I'm paraphrasing, that the Druids of the Emerald Circle studied and communed with the energy inside the ring to enhance their connection to the wilds. They literally used fell energy to enhance their connection to the wilds. Why did I use my Hearthstone? That's pretty fucking crazy. Just look at the 6-1 cinematic when Gul'dan roots Grom. That literally looks like vines. Yep. While you're there, it made me think of the area in Thaldraszus with the different branching timeline vendors. Are those closed loops? As in, will they remain disconnected to the main timeline? I think so. I think so. You can read about how the timelines work in Chronicle, but it's effectively, there's like one core main timeline, and there's a bunch of branching tributaries that kind of exist as like possibilities, if you will. And you have to do specific things in order to make them impactful upon the main timeline. Otherwise, they kind of just like peter off and kind of dissolve into nothing. So I personally don't see alternate timelines as permanently existing parallel universes to us, and maybe I should, but I see them more as like things that could possibly have happened, but ultimately didn't. Goes to show how many Apex civs have been largely forgotten about. Yeah. And probably more than we even know. Is Warlords of Draenor the biggest version of one of those timelines? As I understand it, yes. And I want to say that there might be a distinction with Warlords of Draenor, that it's not just an alternate timeline, it's an alternate universe or something. I can't remember the specifics of it, or if that's even right. But yeah. But then you have to ask the question, like, what's the difference between an alternate universe and an alternate timeline? I like to think that, like, and I don't think that I can make this work canonically, but I like to think that alternate Draenor is actually real Draenor, and Outland is a broken, dimensionally, like, fucked up copy. And, or you could even go the route of, like, they literally existed in separate pocket dimensions. It's not just that they were in different timelines or whatever, but there was more than one Draenor or some shit like that. But when you get into alternate timeline and like multi-dimensional theory, it's like, how different are those things actually anyways? Like, if you go to a different timeline, does that timeline occupy a physical place in space? And does it exist simultaneously with the other one? Or is it layers? Is it branches? Is it like, how does that, what is that? It does. Don't ask me to prove it. I won't. So anyway, we kind of got on this topic because someone asked me what I thought of the red moon, the blood moon, and that's kind of my answer. Blood is very primal, and I think that it probably, yeah, probably is, related to the things that I was talking about. Chronicle describes it as a river with looping streams flowing out and back into it. Right, I understand that. I remember that. That's how I described it a few moments ago, but... I don't know. To me, it almost feels a little, maybe paradoxical. Because how can there exist a multitude of different realities, but also a single true one? And again, the question is like, how does it actually work? Not just with time, how does it work with space? Like, is there an entire other universe accompanying these bridges? I guess I just like the idea that alternate timelines are basically simultaneously running simulations that exist in their own pocket dimensions in other spaces of the cosmos. Like, literally thinking about it in terms of like the cosmos is an array of pockets, and Azeroth is happening in 100,000 different pockets simultaneously. Ours is the true one, for whatever reason, but you basically could look at it as like a giant simulative machine that is running all of these realities simultaneously, extrapolating different variables within each to see how the timelines diverge. Like, or is it one actual core timeline that we exist in physically, spatially, temporally, that is being fragmented, like the tributary stuff, like streams breaking into it and then reconverging? How does that affect the spatial aspect of it? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do they occupy their own place not only in time but in space? And where is that? How does that work relative to where we are? That's kind of what I'm going for. The picture of Illyria and Turalyon on Outland when they can see what looks like Draenor raises so many questions. I'm so glad you bring that up, because yeah, that's a fucking insane. That is insane. There are so many hints from 1,000 Years of War. Like the opening where it's talking about Turalyon being on Outland, but not, like being in Draenor, but not really being there. It's fucking nuts. And I show people this art all the time and they're like, whoa, that's the moon. No, it fucking isn't, bro. That's Draenor. If they're standing in Outland, if they're standing in Hellfire Peninsula, which they are, that is Draenor. You can even take the map of Draenor and compare them. That's fucking Draenor. And it says, again, multiple times. And look, the thing that is broken is the big old fucking... I don't even know what that is behind them. But I relate the texture of it to the depiction of the Emerald Dream in Chronicle. I think they look similar. So it's almost like maybe Draenor that became Outland existed in a huge dream simulacrum, and actual Draenor, I don't know, like is here and untouched. Like, I don't really know how to make sense of it, but ultimately, like, they're standing in Outland, and that's Draenor. And Draenor's not broken. The thing behind it is. So I think that the artwork here is giving a fucking gigantic hint at the nature of alternate Draenor. It's pretty fucking crazy. You can see water. You can see the land masses. That's pretty clearly Draenor to me. Oshugun? What about Oshugun? I view core red theming as unbound. Red is depicted as both primal, uncontrolled rage, brutality, or emotional, but also as broken or corrupted. Argus, Nightmare, Fell Orcs, etc. Yeah. That fucks with my mind. Tell me about it. That cracking mountain, maybe it could be Oshugun? No, that's a planetary body in the sky. That's not a mountain. That's like a moon. Behind Draenor. Like a whole planet is some kind of Uldir experiment? I don't fucking know. But again, it says rather explicitly multiple times that even though Turalyon had been in Draenor, he was not truly there. Not now. Not now.
Entertainment presents two bright lights witnessing. Turalyon stood alone, unmoving, silently witnessing the death of a world. It had been only hours since the sealing of the Dark Portal, The land of Draenor crumbled. Continents cracked open. The oceans heaved and boiled. Huge chunks of earth were thrown into the sky, and there they stayed, aloft, spinning slowly, refusing to fall back to the ground. Reality itself was unraveling.
So this isn't just a world breaking apart. Like, the place where they stood was literally severed from reality, severed from the spatial and temporal coordinates which it existed in. Like, this isn't just a planet breaking. This is a planet fucking leaving reality. Like, this is catastrophic magic, like, apocalyptic, crazy shit. It's not just, Draenor didn't just get broken. It was effectively, like, moved out of reality. I wanted to ask, did I miss you listening to the story between Umbric and Ramoth? Yes. Yeah, I was on my stream a couple days ago.
Turalyon was calm. He was not afraid. The light was with him, even here in this strange place.
Listen to this.
This was not Draenor. It looked like Draenor, yes, but he was not truly there. The cracked red plains of Hellfire Peninsula stretched out beneath his feet, yes, but he was not truly there. In the distance, he could see the hastily wrought Alliance staging ground, on a hold, stubbornly withstanding the quakes and tremors. And yet, he was not truly there.
I mean, how many fucking times do they have to say it? He's in Outland. He's in a place that looks like Outland. There are physical landmarks that would indicate that he's in Draenor, but he's not truly there. I interpreted this was like not there himself, but kind of there like a projection. No. The art is giving you the hint. They are not on Draenor. Outland is not Draenor. They're like, again, I don't think your interpretation is right. It's not a projection. It's not that. They are physically in this place, but this is not Draenor. He had just been in Draenor. He looks around and sees it's like Draenor, but it's not Draenor. Not really. Play it again.
Aloft, spinning slowly, refusing to fall.
They tell you 3 times. 3 fucking times. Overtly, when you read it, it's italicized, that he's not on Draenor. Not truly. But he is in Outland, as we come to know it. This is not Draenor. Like, this is the point I'm trying to make. This spell work from Ner'zhul has shattered reality itself. And when we get into that realm, we don't really know what's going on anymore. What we can see is this massive broken celestial body behind Draenor, and something that I'm going to say again, and I don't know how you can fucking deny this, that is Draenor. In the sky. That's Draenor. You can take a fucking map and put it next to it and see where the fucking continents are. It's Draenor. I mean, like, why, like... Well, it's either actual reality breaking or it's an astral projection type thing. It's guys, the story is literally fucking describing reality unraveling. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's either this or that. It tells you what it is. The story cannot be more on the nose. It is reality fucking unraveling. What the fuck is this? What are we doing here? This is not interpretation time to come up with whatever. Why are you even resistant to it? Like, the fucking, like, it's maddening. It is explicitly telling you what is going on. I don't understand.
Back to the ground. Reality itself was unraveling.
Your interpretation doesn't fucking matter. It's literally telling you reality is unraveling. Period.
was calm. He was not afraid. The light was with him, even here in this strange place.
When a narrator repeats the same thing 3 times, it's usually something you ought to pay attention to. And instead of like coming up with different interpretations that are not based on evidence, look at what the fuck is right in front of you.
This was not Draenor. It looked like Draenor, yes, but he was not truly there. The cracked red plains of Hellfire Peninsula stretched out beneath his feet, yes, but he was not truly there. In the distance, he could see the hastily wrought Alliance staging ground, honor hold, stubbornly withstanding the quakes and tremors. And yet, he was not truly there. Tyrallion had been there, of course. Only a few hours ago, he had been fighting for his life there. Hellfire Peninsula had been filled with orcs, Alliance soldiers, broken war machines.
I think the narrator saying he was not there is kind of throwing us off. Yeah, because you don't know how to interpret language. He's literally telling you he's not in Draenor. He had been in Draenor. The plains of Hellfire Citadel stretched out beneath his feet, but he's not truly there in Draenor. Like,
the corpses of the fallen, discarded weapons, and all the other detritus of battle. He saw none of that now. There was no sign a battle had ever taken place. Only empty, dead ground surrounded him. He was offered a view of Draenor's destruction, but no, he was not truly there. He was in another realm, one he did not know. The skies were dark, twisting, filled with strange, conflicting powers. He could see entire worlds hanging in the distance, seemingly close enough to touch, and yet unimaginably far away. He felt the light intermingling with the shadow. He felt the primal, uncontrolled forces of chaos and order, life and death clashing here. He didn't know this place, nor did he know how to escape it. He kept watch for any...
He's in the twisting nether because Outland is severed from reality. It is not in reality, right? So the reason why I bring any of this up is because it opens the door to understanding that this type of catastrophic event might not have literally destroyed Draenor, but made some kind of fucked up interdimensional copy of it that exists in the twisting nether. When we go to Outland, it's not really Draenor. It's not. That's why he feels all the different cosmic energies conflicting, because he's in the twisting nether. This very same place that we are when we go to Outland. If this happened on Azeroth, would it be as if the blue planet were Azeroth and Tyrallion were in the Dream/Shadowlands? I don't know about the Dream/Shadowlands, but I think it would just be the twisting nether, because that's where he is. But I think, again, if you look at the textures on this thing, what I did is I took that and I compared that to the Chronicle Cosmology chart, because it is depicted as a large spherical orbiting body, and it has this kind of pattern to it. And I thought that looked
familiar faces,
kind of similar to what is being shown here. And so I thought maybe it's the Emerald Dream somehow. But then it made me question, like, what is the Emerald Dream? Like, is the Emerald Dream like a redundancy to where, like, if the world were to undergo catastrophic damage, that the dream would take the hit instead? Like, so that there's no data loss here, it ruptures it from a backup plan or something. Trying to basically relate the destruction or unraveling of fucking time and space to some kind of thing that took the brunt of the hit rather than the actual world itself. And it now existing in the twisting nether. But regardless of any of those interpretations, it's about like, what is that Draenor? What is that then? Is it possible that what we think is alternate Draenor is not alternate Draenor? That it's just Draenor? And that what we know as Outland is severed from the original or something like that. But then it doesn't explain why this one would be so fucked up and obviously scarred by the Burning Legion, and that one would not. And it wouldn't explain why Tenan Jungle's still a thing in alternate Draenor. Like, there's still events that occurred before the Shattering of Draenor that one would think would still be present if alternate Draenor was original Draenor. So I'll admit that. Ultimately, there's not proof that it's the same thing, but it just makes me wonder, like, what is that then? What the fuck is that then? The Dream Axe is a planet phylactery? Maybe Koresh was that or something, and why are there two of the same people? Lol? What? Oh, you mean like between timelines and stuff. I mean, because they are severed from fucking reality. And it makes you wonder. That is a question that you have to ask. Like, if this occurs, do the people get copied? Like, is it just the planet? Like, what the fuck? How does that work? So they're seeing a pristine copy of Draenor. I think so. Did the sun get copied too? What? If I remember correct, time doesn't work properly there. Properly where? You mean in Outland? I mean, that wouldn't be terribly surprising considering it's like phasing into the twisting nether. I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans create a copy of worlds they order and re-originate and throw it in the nether as a backup. And that's kind of what I'm getting to with all of this is like, what is the nature of the existence of worlds? Are there fail-safes for destructive events? Are there extra copies? What is ordered space versus disordered space in terms of the Great Dark Beyond and the Twisting Nether? How do they interact with one another? Like, it's just very weird. I'll put it this way. I don't know what the answer is. I'm showing you this to just try to get you to see like why this is like fascinating and confusing to me, because I don't know the exact what to all I can say is that I'm certain that Outland is not Draenor. They make that very clear, and that thing in the sky is Draenor. And I don't know how to extrapolate or explain anything from that without just guessing. Watch the Twisting Nether just be a junkyard of broken or deemed not good worlds. Well, it's okay, Chloe. It's okay. That's just construction. You guys see my fucking camera shake? They're doing blasting for construction like a mile away. And it shakes everything when they do it. The whole fucking house just shook. That's probably what it felt like on Draenor when that shit was falling apart. Yeah, I mean, it could be like a graveyard of worlds or disordered worlds, things that have phased out of the Great Dark Beyond. And ultimately, I do see it that like the Great Dark Beyond is ordered space, and that the Twisting Nether is like disordered space. But I think that there's a discussion to be had about which one predates the other. Because in Chronicle, it says that from the catastrophic series of explosions as a result of light and void colliding, that the physical universe was born in that instant. But the astral dimension is not necessarily physical. It says that in the early days of creation, the universe broiled in a maelstrom of fire and magic. But then eventually, the most tumultuous and chaotic of those energies coalesced into a parallel realm, an astral dimension known as the Twisting Nether. So reality was apparently birthed from these two powers. And then it was chaotic as fuck originally. The early days of creation, it's not birthed by kind hands. It's chaos. But then somehow the most chaotic energies kind of worked their way out and they existed in parallel dimensions, the Great Dark Beyond and the Twisting Nether. I don't know why that is. I don't know if the Titans ordered it out. I don't know if they started ordering certain parts of reality to make them less chaotic and then it's perceived that the other parts separated. We can't, I don't know that we can really know with certainty. I think cross-referencing what's said in Chronicle with some of the stuff that you can read about in the RPG lore is probably a good idea. But ultimately, like, the nature of reality and the Twisting Nether itself is, like, fascinating. So what happened to Draenor then if Outland isn't Draenor? That's the question that I'm asking. I can't answer that question for you. I don't know. I don't know. Kept existing? Like, this is like some fucked up, broken, trans-dimensional copy of part of it that, like, disconnected from reality, but ultimately it's almost like you have original Draenor and this event caused almost this like shadow copy to like come off of it and exist in the Twisting Nether as this unstable fucked up place, but somehow original Draenor kept existing. And I don't know, like, I thought of them as the same, like a multiverse that exists, but they're not the same. They're not the same. I mean, it's explicitly said in this short story multiple times, over and over again, that they are not in Draenor. Outland and Draenor are not the same place. I don't know how else to explain this. They are explicitly trying to reveal to us that Outland is not Draenor. It looks like Draenor, yes, but it isn't. Could planets be shattered like souls into two parts? I don't see why not. I feel like Sargeras kind of showed that maybe that's possible. You also have the D&D Forgotten Realms thing of Aber Toril, which was split into two different worlds. So I mean, the precedent's there in terms of fantasy. It wouldn't be the first time we'd see that. So yeah, I don't see why not. And if there's a world soul present inside of it, I don't see why it wouldn't maybe split the world soul either. I feel like the Twisting Nether simultaneously feeds into reality, where the chaos coalesces into a formed reality, while also collecting whatever fractures and falls out of reality back into the Nether. Maybe like almost like a recycling bin, a fail-safe or something. This raises so many questions that kind of fuck with my brain. Is Outland a ruined copy of Draenor, or is Draenor a pristine copy of Outland? I think more likely the former than the latter. But everyone who was on Draenor ended up on Outland, no? I don't know how... I don't know what else to say.
Even here, in this strange place, this was not Draenor. It looked like Draenor, yes, but he was not truly there. The cracked red plains of Hellfire Peninsula stretched out beneath his feet, yes, but he was not truly there. In the distance, he could see the hastily wrought Alliance staging ground, honor hold, stubbornly withstanding the quakes and tremors. And yet, he was not truly there. Tyrallion had been there, of course. Only a few hours ago, he had been fighting for his life there. Hellfire Peninsula had been filled with orcs, Alliance soldiers, broken war machines, the corpses of the fallen, discarded weapons, and all the other detritus of battle. He saw none of that now. There was no sign a battle had ever taken place. Only empty, dead ground surrounded him. He was offered a view of Draenor's destruction, but no, he was not truly there. He was in another realm, one he did not know.
He's in the Twisting Nether. What does it mean for it to not be part of reality? It means it's in the Twisting Nether. The Twisting Nether is not considered reality. It is a chaotic astral dimension that lies in parallel with reality. Outland is not in reality anymore. It's in the Twisting Nether. So that's what it means to not be in reality. Skag quoted the book, Beyond the Dark Portal, the damage to the world had sundered reality, gravity, and space. and even time may not function properly. So this is not Draenor. That is Draenor. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But what I can tell you, and what this is overtly saying, is that Outland is not Draenor. And it's in another realm. It's not even in reality anymore. But if that right there is, as I believe, Draenor, then Draenor still exists. Is the Twisting Nether an entirely artificial copy of the true universe? A total false reality? Maybe it's a blend of the two? With the Great Dark Beyond being Azeroth's universe, the real one? I'm just reading TBC description on Battle.net, and there's a description, the exiled world of Outland. So could we still go to Draenor now? I mean, that's kind of what I'm taking from this, is that, like, yeah, we can go to Outland, but there should also be a Draenor. Which I don't think it makes sense, again, that alternate Draenor is actual Draenor. I don't think it works like that, because, again, Hellfire Peninsula was a thing. Like, in Tanaan Jungle is not Hellfire Peninsula. So it does seem like an alternate universe type shit, whatever the fuck it is. But ultimately, like, it sounds like Draenor should still be, unless, and I think that this is maybe a fair interpretation, this is some kind of glimpse into the past or something. But ultimately, again, the way it repeatedly says that this is not Draenor makes me think that, like, Draenor is somewhere, but it's not here. The word nether kind of signifies that it exists somewhere. Yes, but that somewhere is not in reality. And they say pretty explicitly again here that he was in another realm, which is the Twisting Nether. He doesn't know this place. He's not familiar with this place. What caused that slice in the world? I don't know. I mean, I think that it could be the result of whatever happened to Draenor. That's why I'm bringing another reason why I'm bringing this up, because I'm trying to propose the idea that, like, there is some type of linked planetary body that took the brunt of the damage, and that fundamentally our understanding of reality and how it stays constructed is not, we don't get it. We don't understand it. Sounds like it's related to how time flows differently in the Twisting Nether. And it flows much faster in the Nether. It's much more chaotic. If it goes faster or slower, it could make another copy if one keeps the same pace and other stands still / going faster. It could be related to time. It could be. It could be temporal, spatial. It could be, again, a combination of these things. But this came out with Legion, so this is, like, relatively recent in terms of lore.
The skies were dark, twisting, filled with strange, conflicting powers. He could see entire worlds hanging in the distance, seemingly close enough to touch, and yet unimaginably far away.
Was Ner'zhul the reason Draenor died? Yes. Yes. Ner'zhul used the power of the Scepter of Sargeras to open a bunch of different portals in reality, and basically the magics got out of control and sundered Draenor from reality. But this is not Draenor. Outland is the product, but it is not the altered original. I know that sounds so weird to say. I wonder if things' existence can fall out of order, would play back into the idea of if things have not been ordered, they don't exist, and why Outland is falling apart. And order is a lot, again, it should be about temporal, spatial barriers and limitations, the progression of time, the measure of entropy, the stability of everything, stability and balance and, like, existence, right? I mean, that's where our world exists, at this nexus of all different powers. So it sounds like the Twisting Nether has this, like, raw primordial energy, and that, I don't know, maybe that's woven by masters of the arcane into a fucking stable thing. Like, what if planets have stabilization matrices? That's a pretty fucking interesting thing that I've never really thought about. Because, I mean, if the Titan Forged have it, it's really so hard to believe that they could do a similar thing for a world. Outland seems like a snapshot frozen in timeless space. They're there, but it's not now. Right, and it's not Draenor. It is some type of disconnected pseudo reality. It's like looking at the past, maybe, but you have to wonder still, does the past exist on its own? Does it continue to exist without this event? It's also weird. Like, isn't it? It's so fucking weird that the copy or whatever it is that they're standing in doesn't have all of the detritus of war. Where did all of that go? That's one of the things that gets me here is like, what the fuck? There's no dead orcs all over the place. Like, the geography is the same. A lot of like honor hold is there, but where did all that other stuff go? How come this reality that they exist in now, or non-reality, how come it's missing these other components? It's fucking weird, dude. It's like a Polaroid. It is a moment in a place that is no longer that place or time. So you're basically saying like a snapshot. Maybe Blizzard will use this story to explain that, yes, we did go back in time to alternate Draenor in WoD, but that is actually OG Draenor. Because when we go back to get the Maghar orcs, Grom is old. About the age he would be if the same amount of time had changed as we have experienced in Azeroth since the formation of the Iron Horde. Now that's a fucking thought, dude. We did go to real Draenor, but back in time. Yo, that's got me all fucked up. The thing is, though, is that there are fundamental differences in the timeline. Like the fact that in that reality, Garrosh was never born. If I'm not mistaken, Garrosh was never born. So if in the original reality he was, then that's kind of confusing. I hate time travel, dude. Fucking same, dude. It sounds like the movie in the Langoliers when they go back into the past and the world is empty. That's fucking weird. And we go through the same portal. Yeah, I can't make sense of that because you have a link which is done through the Twisting Nether, to be clear, from Dark Portal to Dark Portal. Garrosh he got light forged? No. The son of Grom, who is not explicitly stated to be Garrosh Hellscream, ends up getting light forged. Garrosh joined the Army of the Light. Guys, he is literally never named. Garrosh was not born in the alternate universe timeline of Draenor. No. It could be another son. It could be someone else. High Exarch Hellscream does not mean Garrosh. Garrosh was never born. Not in that timeline. That did not happen. So could it have been a different son? Absolutely. But there is nothing that says that it's Garrosh. That's like one of the fundamental differences. Another change is that Duratan was Andraka's kid as a woman in Alt Draenor. Yes, right. Instead of male. Yeah, not naming him was purposefully done. I agree. Will Thrall and Garra still mess that up? Yeah, because you have Garra, yes. A timeline with slight alterations. You guys need to watch 6.1 seriously. Grom's reaction literally confirms he never had a son. Yeah, instead of Thrall for Gaara, Duratan and Draka. Thrall and Gaara still mess that up? What do you mean they mess that up? Thrall is never born in that timeline either. Gaara is. So there are fundamental differences. So I'm not really sure what you mean by they messed that up. It's the same thing.
Felt the light intermingling with the shadow.
As in the existence of both mess up the theory that WoD Draenor is the OG Draenor. And I would agree. I think that there is more evidence. Well, here's the thing. This is where you get into multiple timelines, where it could be that Draenor, original, but in an alternate timeline of that Draenor. One in which Thrall and Garrosh were not born, but instead another son and Gaara. That's the thing for me is like, it might be actual Draenor, OG Draenor, not Outland, but a different timeline of it. And this is where multidimensional universal theory is so fucking annoying, dude. Because it's like what the fuck? Like, what are you supposed to make of this? What are you supposed to make of this? The interesting thing to me is that this stuff exists in the game. TBC came out 20 years ago. I'm still learning this shit. Well, that's because a lot of the details we're discussing are from Warlords of Draenor from like 2015. And then a lot of them are from Legion, 2016, 2017. So it's like, it's not stuff that, you know, we wouldn't really, like, there's hints that you can kind of extrapolate from that, like, okay, Outland is not in reality. But I think that the common interpretation is that Outland is the destroyed Draenor taken out of reality. But what 1000 Years of War strongly is suggesting, if not outright telling you, is that Outland is not Draenor. And that's the bit for me that's like, what the fuck? Like, so then what is it? I love it, dude. I think it's fucking fascinating. I love this shit. It might be confusing and kind of like, I don't know, a little bit annoying because it's like we don't really know, but I love it. What the fuck? I'll let it go. We will 100% know when we fight her someday. Hellscream's kids with her. I mean, you have to let it go because you can't prove what you're saying. Like, they literally never say Garrosh. And again, one of the fundamental differences of the timeline is that Garrosh was never born. Like, this is not up for debate. This is not a theory. This is not a speculation. That is core to the story of Warlords of Draenor. Familiar, but fundamentally wrong. Pretty Lovecraftian. Yes, and these places, look, they exist in the game. There's that thing. It's that same texture. It almost looks like a mycelial network. Garrosh is mentioned in the Hellfire Citadel info. Oh my fucking god. Dude, it's because Garrosh came from our reality to alternate Draenor to start the Iron Horde. There's gonna be references to Garrosh because he's there, but he's not born in that timeline. He's from the original and came back. Spore Mount infected? I don't fucking know. I don't know. And then there's the Blue World, which I'm assuming is meant to be Draenor. They just didn't give the details which would actually show that to you. And then whatever the fuck that is. I don't know. And then when you go to alternate Draenor, and then the Sun, when you go to alternate Draenor, you obviously have an even different situation where you have the big moon and the little moon. Ever since Garrosh went back in time, things changed for all future. That's why we stopped Infinite doing things that would be good otherwise, like killing Arthas and Stratholme. Yeah, there's huge repercussions to fucking with the timeline. You have to, and that's one of the Nosdormu Eternus, you know, quest line that is literally about that. How sometimes we want to go back and change things to be better, but we don't realize the cascading effect that will have on other aspects of the timeline. So Eternus wants to go back and save her sister, but ultimately, alternate universe AU Draenor. Okay, this is a fucking chat GPT response, but in the Maghar Orc recruitment scenario, it's mentioned that the son of alternate Grommash Hellscream, who is not the same person as our Garrosh, was converted by the Draenei and became part of the Lightbound. Yeah. Yes. That's what I've been telling you. But it's not Garrosh. That's literally the argument that we're having. Yes, that's correct. That's what I've been saying. But it isn't Garrosh, as that explicitly says, who is not the same person as our Garrosh. Because again, Garrosh was not born in that timeline. Grommash Hellscream had another son. I'm agreeing with you. Well, nothing you said indicates that. You're just pasting that. So I didn't really realize that. But yes, yeah, we do agree. You ever looked at the skybox in Draenor Shadow Moon Valley? Of course. Even if the Raid lore journal is canon, it's still our lore, so of course it would mention him since we know of him. Yeah, it's still relevant to the events at hand. Sorry, Tia. I thought that you were posting that. I don't know what I thought that was. So yeah. But yeah, ultimately, this is not Draenor. It looks like it, but so much of what Draenor was is gone. And that's what's so weird. I have to brush up on my Alliance Expedition lore because I don't remember how Illyria and Turalyon, and maybe it's in 1000 Years of War, I don't remember how they end up in Outland. Did they jump through a portal or were they just there when the whole thing happened?
He felt the primal, uncontrolled forces of chaos and order, life and death clashing here.
Primal, uncontrolled.
He didn't know this place, nor did he know how to escape it. He kept watch for any familiar faces.
Isn't this exactly the moment it's explaining? Yeah, you're right. It's literally happening in front of him. I don't know why I'm asking that question. It's literally this. He's literally watching the world come undone. Yeah. I don't know why I'm asking that. I'm a little tired at this point, I think. Illyria enters the portal remnants after the portal structure was destroyed. And that's why they're separated initially, isn't it? Because Turalyon's alone right now.
Khadgar, Danath, Kurdran, Alleria. He won.
So Outland isn't a shattered Draenor? Sorry, I've always believed that to be a fact. I can repeat myself once more if you would like, but this is not Draenor. It looks like Draenor. It's got some key geographical things that look like Draenor. It isn't Draenor. Again, how many fucking, I can repeat myself again, but the story caught the end of your convo. Well, I'm sorry. You listen to the first 3.5 minutes of 1000 Years of War, and it will answer your question. It says repeatedly, this is not Draenor.
Huge chunks of earth were
thrown
into the sky, and there they stayed, aloft, spinning slowly, refusing to fall back to the ground. Reality itself was unraveling. Turalyon was calm. He was not afraid. The light was with him, even here in this strange place. This was not Draenor. It looked like Draenor, yes, but he was not truly there. The cracked red plains of Hellfire Peninsula stretched out beneath his feet, yes, but he was not truly there. In the distance, he could see the hastily wrought Alliance staging ground, honor hold, stubbornly withstanding the quakes and tremors. And yet, he was not truly there. Turalyon had been there, of course. Only a few hours ago, he had been fighting for his life there. Hellfire Peninsula had been filled with orcs, Alliance soldiers, broken war machines, the corpses of the fallen, discarded weapons, and all the other detritus of battle. He saw none of that now. There was no sign a battle had ever taken place. Only empty, dead ground surrounded him.
I wonder if in some way it removed the things that were not originally from Draenor. Like the orcs and everything stayed there because that's where they're from. They are part of that reality. But maybe anything that came over was like, I don't know if you can substantiate that. If you can prove that. I don't know. Like honor hold, but there's orcs on Outland. I mean, eventually, yes. Draenei, I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to come up with a fucking explanation for why all this other shit is not there, chat. I don't fucking know. You got a better idea? Fuck. Feel free to say it.
He was offered a view of Draenor's destruction, but no, he was not truly there. He was in another realm, one he did not know. The skies were dark, twisting, filled with strange, conflicting powers.
The answer is magic.
He could see entire worlds hanging in the distance, seemingly close enough to touch, and yet unimaginably far away. He felt the light intermingling with the shadow. He felt the primal, uncontrolled forces of chaos and order, life and death clashing here. He didn't know this place, nor did he know how to escape it. He kept watch for any familiar faces: Khadgar, Danath, Kurdran, Alleria. He wondered if they had survived. He remained still, staying out in the open, letting the light flow through him. He would be patient. He would be a beacon for anyone else in this place. Time passed. Nothing appeared before him. But that did not mean nothing was there. Turallion felt eyes upon him from the east, malevolent eyes. As the hours drifted onward, the sense of that predatory gaze did not fade. Whatever it was, it hungered for blood. Turallion spoke aloud, just to break the silence.
Let it come. Let it know the light's strength.
Behind him, from the west, a voice called out. A familiar voice, one he had prayed to hear again.
Turallion!
He turned, smiling. She had found him.
Alleria! Thank the light.
His breath caught. Her bow was raised, arrow nocked, aiming true at his heart. She released. Above the snap of her bow's string, she called a single word.
Left!
Turallion didn't hesitate. He ducked to his left. The arrow flew past. He felt its breeze on his neck as it sailed on. It arced to the ground hundreds of paces away. Turallion could see it sticking upright in the red dirt, feathers quivering. Alleria Windrunner approached him slowly, drawing another arrow. Her bow remained low, aimed at the ground. Her head turned, eyes darting, looking for a target.
Apologies. I meant my left, not yours.
Turallion glanced at the arrow in the distance.
Testing my reflexes? Or did you see something?
Would there be 2 dark portals then? I would assume. I mean, I would assume that there would be fucking 2 of everything. But again, this is not Draenor.
It looks good, but it's wrong.
It copied everything, which is why we can use ours to go to either. That's what was being said earlier. We use the same portal to go to both Outlands and alternate Draenor. That's fucking weird. Isn't I know that they've changed the color of the Dark Portal. Wasn't the Dark Portal blue originally? And then they made it green, and then the Warlords of Draenor version was red? Is that right? Stephen Pacey's so good, dude. I think so. It's just so fucking weird, dude. And this is the thing, is like, this shit started back in TBC. Here's more red and raging stuff. Interesting how that works. If I remember correctly, Kazakh opened the Dark Portal in TBC. The new Dark Portal color will be rainbow, and it will take us to Valdrakken. According to some content creators. What? Do you think that the OG Draenor is still out there in our timeline if Outland is not Draenor? I do. And, I do. That's what I think is kind of we're supposed to take away from this. Whether or not alternate Draenor is it or whatever, like, I don't believe that this Outland is actually broken Draenor. That's what it looks like. But Draenor, I think, actually still exists somewhere. Maybe it works like Stargates from Stargate show. You can channel different addresses. Maybe. Those crystals are from the Mechanar, etc. From the raid. Actually, yeah. And I'm pretty sure that they've gathered the the energies of the nether in them. I'm pretty sure that that's like a crystal full of like chaos energy or life energy or something. I mean, it's got that raging motif. Red and anger are commonly associated with one another. I think if we ever see the real Draenor, it'll be overran by life and spore mounds. Well, the spore mounds were long gone by then. Well, unless they could resurrect them. That is what the primals were trying to do. It's just so weird to me that in the short story, like, there's no evidence that a battle took place. Like, yes, there are orcs and there are Maghar and stuff here, which is fucking awesome. And this is such a cool lens into the old orcish culture. But ultimately, like, why did all of that disappear? It's so strange. I feel like if we ever... Yeah. Those red crystals are the same that affected the water in Amon Vale and Azure Mist. Right. Yes. Kind of bringing chaos to the land. Torment. The line referencing it looks like Draenor, but isn't. Is it not referring to alt Draenor? Not our Draenor? No, this has nothing to do with alternate Draenor. This is a story about Turalians standing in Draenor, watching reality unravel, and then being in the place that we know as Outland, and him repeatedly recognizing that this is not truly Draenor. So as to say that Outland is some kind of fucked up copy or sundered from reality version, and that Draenor still exists. This is not truly Draenor. It looks like Draenor, and he had been in Draenor, but this is not truly Draenor. He is not truly there. This is a place severed from reality. So we can see Draenor, but can Draenor see Outland? I don't know. I don't know. And the thing that's weird is that, as I understand it, certain areas of Outland are more phased into the twisting nether than others, right? So Shadowmoon Valley, Hellfire Peninsula, and Netherstorm. Whereas when you go to Nagrand, you don't see the twisting nether in the sky, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure the skybox goes back to normal. Let me go and check it out. But Draenor is slowly unraveling and slipping more and more into the twisting, or Outland is, excuse me. I gotta be careful, like now I gotta be careful what I fucking call it. Because it's not Draenor. It just looks like it. I think Blade's Edge is also another skybox. I think that's correct. But here, it isn't. Terrakar Forest, it is not so. Is it on the edge of reality? That's kind of what it sounds like, but that it's moving into the nether. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, here's more evidence that it is not in reality. Something is not quite right. What the fuck, dude? Who goes there? I never noticed the planets just disappear in the skybox. So it's likely only parts of Outland isn't Draenor since it has normal skies? I don't know. I don't think that Outland is Draenor at all. It might look like it's within the boundaries of reality. And look, there, you can actually see more. So that yeah, my interpretation is not even true. This is definitely not in reality. And at this point, it's like, what is reality? Like, how do we even define that? Is it ordered space? And I mean, ultimately, like, this doesn't connect back to the primary landmass of Draenor, it fucking literally falls off into the nether. You know? Is it Outland a part of Draenor in the nether? Or totally different world, another old Draenor still somewhere? That's what I believe. Is that 1,000 Years of War is trying to tell us that, like, Draenor... Outland is not Draenor. It's some kind of fucked up snapshot or copy or some shit, but actual Draenor, I think, still exists. Somewhere. If it is a temporary copy made from the nether through the portal, what was created? Creating could be could be dissolving back into the nether it was made from. Yeah, we just don't understand the circumstances of like what it even is. I don't know if this is something that's described at all in Beyond the Dark Portal or not. I have no idea. Does Draenor not have a world soul? As far as we know, it did not. I might have missed it, but have you done the achievement that became available in pre-patch where you can talk to... I did, yes. Yeah. Draenor is so Anshe Sard-coded, it's not even funny. Anshe Sard-coded, I agree. The great ball of fire that it was, it's where orcs come from. Garon was fucking created there, apparently in the image of Agramar, which doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't look like Agramar, it looks like Sargeras. Draenor is described to not have a world soul when Agramar got there. So if it left before... Again, I mean, guys, I have videos about this. Some of you, you'd have a fucking brain blast if you watch some of my videos, I'm telling you, man. What is it? My video on cosmic structure? What is it? Azeroth, the center of the universe. Like, I'm about to just play this on stream so that you guys will actually fucking watch it. I'm about to just play this shit so that I won't just link it to you and then you'll be like, oh, okay, I'll watch, but then not fucking watch it. I'm about to just fucking play this shit. Hey, what's going on YouTube? It's Pyromancer here, and welcome to my channel. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And I have a fun one for you all today. Today I'm going to be discussing the properties of Azeroth's sky, literally the sky above us, and how I think the actual cosmos of WoW is set up. What I mean by that is, like, where does Azeroth sit cosmically, like coordinate-wise? Where do the other planets go? Are they orbiting Azeroth? Is Azeroth orbiting a sun? And a burning question that I know many of you have asked: why is there no handprint left by Sargeras when he stabs the world? These are things that I'm going to discuss. Ever feel
today.
weird listening to your own voice? Maybe like 10 years ago. I'm doing this a long time, dog.
If you do enjoy this video, please make sure that you leave a like. It has been tremendous, the amount of likes and comments and just support that you guys have been showing on the recent videos. I'm so glad that you're enjoying them.
I can just show you my
As
face
I hope
again.
You can tell, I'm enjoying making them. So here is yet another. Sit back, relax, let's get into it. So for thousands of years, the many civilizations of Azeroth have studied the sun, moon, and stars. From the ancient 16,000-year-old Zandalari Empire to the modern-day Suramari and Shaldorai, the secrets of the cosmos are enrapturing to all who dare peer beyond the margin of Azeroth's skies. Numerous questions have emerged, including, is Azeroth the center of the universe? Could we fly to other worlds like Draenor or Koresh without the use of interdimensional magic ships that warp in and out of the Nether, like those of the Naru and the Legion? Are we orbiting the sun, or does it orbit us? Today, we will delve into these concepts and aim to uncover the true structure of Azeroth and its cosmic companions. Having dedicated a significant portion of the last decade to studying World of Warcraft lore, I've encountered a multitude of planetary models. Virtually every prominent scientific civilization, and even those you might not consider to be that scientific, possess some sort of cosmic map. And nearly all of them share a common feature: Azeroth is at the center. In most of them, Azeroth is also the largest cosmic body depicted. Initially, I assumed that this was merely a scientific error, especially when comparing to our real life, where we are not the center of the universe. We're not even the center of our solar system. And so it's hard to make sense of it when looking at it in a fantasy game. But as I investigated further into more sophisticated examples, the conclusion remained unchanged. If only one or two models that I'd found had aligned with this idea, I might question it more. But when multiple groups, many groups in fact, reach the same conclusion, the likelihood of its truth becomes too significant to overlook. Certain spacefaring factions, such as the Burning Legion, Draenei, or even Koreshi, also position Azeroth at the center of this solar system. Even Chronicle, which is said to reflect the views of the colossal celestial titans and their followers, supports this idea. It suggests that not only do the two moons, the White Lady and the Blue Child, orbit our planet, but so too does the sun. This cosmic framework is termed geocentrism, the belief that our world is the center of the universe, with celestial bodies revolving around it. This perspective was widely accepted in ancient Greece and throughout much of European history, until it was supplanted, of course, by heliocentrism, the understanding that the sun is the center of our solar system. Although we may have moved beyond geocentrism in reality due to clear evidence uncovered by the scientific work of those like Copernicus, Azeroth exists, of course, in a fantasy realm, where the geocentric model remains totally plausible.
Yeah, I'm gonna apply for it.
And I contend that it is, in fact, the truth. All but one cosmic map that I've been able to find created by the ancient Kaldorei of the Moonguard represented in this way. While this particular model does not place Azeroth at the center of the universe as far as I can tell, it does reveal other intriguing details, particularly the close proximity of the moons to Azeroth. This is actually also depicted in artwork of Zinashari from Chronicle Volume 1, and in later representations of places like Dire Maul, otherwise known as Eldrith the Lost, it appears that these moons have actually moved further away from the planet. This could suggest that the moons in World of Warcraft could have actually originated from the planet of Azeroth itself. This would align well with the ancient Tornan myths concerning the creation of Anshe, Musha, and Losho, the sun and two moons. So, if a geocentric model holds true, how many moons, suns, or planets are actually orbiting Azeroth? Referring to models illustrated in the Chronicle books, Mardoom, the prison of the demons crafted by Sargeras, and Taurus, the burning throne, Dazara lore, or various Titan vaults scattered across Azeroth, there appear to be at least 5 orbiting bodies. These, I believe, include the Sun, the White Lady, which is Elune, the Blue Child, the Shadowlands, and the Emerald Dream. We can ascertain this by comparing and contrasting these models. Most players likely do not consider the Dream and Shadowlands as planets, but I believe we should entertain this possibility. There's even concept art from the Observer boss in Sanctum of Domination that never quite made it into the game, which depicts shattered worlds held together by chains, which is quite reminiscent of Torghast reaching out with chains and grabbing different realms and pulling them together, almost as though the Shadowlands was a planet that was shattered, and I do believe it was.
The Shadowlands.
Chronicle provides the most direct and clear indications of these ideas, and when compared with the previously mentioned models, it aligns remarkably well. In every 3-dimensional depiction, there are 2 ringed worlds, typically one green and one purple. I propose that the green world represents the Emerald Dream, with its spirit and nature, energy, and the purple world signifies the Shadowlands, with, of course, its shadow. Even the ancient Zandalari model includes them on the map, albeit without distinct color indicators. However, I believe these maps are actually still presenting a limited viewpoint. As we examine additional models, such as those from the Kaldorei and Sindorai, we discover even more celestial bodies. Considering these examples, the number of orbiting bodies increases from 5 to 8, with Azeroth being the 9th at or near the center. Even the in-game ground targeting reticle, which has remained largely unchanged since the original launch of World of Warcraft in 2004, seems to have a cosmic map with 9 bodies on it, with a soul-looking symbol in the center, which...
Any of you ever stopped to fucking look at that? That's pretty fucking crazy, I thought. I thought that was one of those details that would get people to be like, whoa, wait a second. What the fuck?
Would represent the sun. This number is particularly fascinating when we reflect on the potential parallels to the 9 realms of Norse mythology, or the fact that up until the recent discovery of Koresh, there were only 9 confirmed titans in the World of Warcraft. Now, I would consider the possibility that Argus himself is actually a fragment of another being, but I digress. The most comprehensive model to exist, as far as I can tell, is located in Karazhan and is likely crafted by Medivh under Sargeras' influence, which depicts 8 bodies orbiting Azeroth. Additionally, it showcases 3 enormous rings rotating around Azeroth. These rings may evoke memories of the Primal Incarnate's prisons, or even the stasis prisons utilized by the brokers in Shadowlands. You might wonder, if there are 8 or 5 or however many planet-like objects orbiting Azeroth, why can't we see any of them? Well, that's a great question. And it's essential to consider something hinted at since the vanilla version of World of Warcraft. The answer is relatively straightforward: the layers of reality surrounding Azeroth. These planets are likely concealed behind and within various layers of reality, which also exist at varying energy levels. Think a layer of light, a layer of spirit, a layer of shadow, something along those lines. These planets within these layers are separated from us perhaps by vast expanses of otherworldly space, transitory pathways like the Twisting Nether. In fact, some of the oldest in-game books in World of Warcraft, which are also corroborated by admittedly non-canon RPG lore, indicate that the Twisting Nether is the space between physical worlds of the Great Dark. For a long time, I've theorized that Azeroth exists in what we might describe as a pocket dimension. A space, an entire world, encased within a magically crafted sphere that restricts easy access in or out. Dave Kosak, the former lead narrative designer for World of Warcraft, confirmed this notion during an interview I had with him earlier this year. There are some intricacies here. Obviously, it's in the earlier stages, but Azeroth has pretty much always been in the middle, which seems to be a mass intersection of all forces, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of like where things are in balance, we can exist, but we can't really exist outside. It's a Twisting Nether. Everything's crazy out there.
Outside the kind of the pocket of reality, so to speak, or
right? Yeah. There's this idea that hey, where the forces are not in alignment, it's
chaos,
stormy and wild and wacky.
Consider the elemental planes, where the elemental lords were imprisoned by the Titan Keepers during the Ordering of Azeroth, or Kel'Thuzad's phylactery. The Shadowlands and Dream perhaps function similarly. These are pocket dimensions connected to Azeroth and reality itself, but they may also be directly represented by or connected to actual worlds. This explains why the Draenei needed interdimensional ships to breach the veil and enter our world. You can't just get in a regular old rocket ship and fly here. There are barriers in the way that stop you from moving through them. And I will talk more about this in regards to the ecodomes of Koresh because they give a huge hint on how this could work. This would also be why the orcs used an interdimensional gateway, the Dark Portal, to access our realm. The same reasoning applies to the Legion's ships, equipped with what appear to be warp drives that penetrate the very fabric of reality. Pocket dimensions have been a recurring and significant theme, especially in the most recent expansion, The War Within. We are currently witnessing that Azeroth is constructed in layers as we go down, with massive subterranean levels beneath us. Essentially, Azeroth and the surrounding cosmos may resemble a large onion. Some of these layers even possess false suns, like...
You know what that means? Azeroth is an ogre!
Beledar, large onion. Some of these layers even possess false suns, like Beledar, illuminating the depths. Consider Undermine, which has a large metal dome above it, with a sun and moon literally painted on it. I believe Blizzard is attempting to convey something to us with all of these hints. Perhaps these layers extend not only inward, but outward as well. I propose that the reason we cannot see anything beyond the sun and moon in our sky is due to a massive, magically erected barrier that separates Azeroth from other layers or areas of the cosmos, with Azeroth serving as a nexus or connection point for all of them.
It's possible that our sun and two moons either exist within this skyward barrier or are mechanisms that are directly part of it or even power it. These layers may encompass locations such as the ephemeral spiritual plane of life, where the dream resides, the nightmarish labyrinthine plane of death housing the Shadowlands, the horrific and all-consuming void where we found Koresh. Don't you think it's weird that when standing on the seat of the Pantheon, you can see a bunch of other planetary bodies that you can't see from Azeroth? Strange. But what evidence supports this barrier or these layers? Let's examine one of the, in my opinion, best raids of all time, the Nighthold. In the Legion raid, the Nighthold exists—
I'm still fucking ramping. I'm still ramping. Just let me cook. We're only 12 minutes in.
My favorite boss in the entire game, Star Augur Etreus. My mage is even named after this character. The Nightborn Astromancer Etreus has dedicated years of research to the skies of Azeroth, seeking answers to the universe's great mysteries. His scrying has revealed worlds beyond our understanding, and the power of the Nightwell enables him to draw upon the essence of those worlds to enhance his own abilities, as his fight description indicates. Star Augur battles within a stellar observatory of his own design. Before the fight commences, he will periodically summon a large three-dimensional projection of a planet, adorned with 3 thin rings. I believe this planet likely represents Azeroth. There's a massive tear in the veil above the Nighthold, for those who haven't noticed, which is visible from anywhere in Suramar, and I think Etreus is observing the cosmos through this rift. Floating above him are several other projected worlds that align well with the other cosmic charts we have encountered, and I believe the very floor of Star Augur's observatory also functions as a cosmic map. Throughout the encounter, he activates his observation deck to project the raid through the Nether, showcasing different worlds. This ability is literally referred to as Nether Traversal, supporting my claim that the Nether is the in-between space between worlds, or maybe even layers of reality. The 3 phases are titled Absolute Zero, A Shattered World, and Inevitable Fate, illustrating an orderly ice, chaotic fell, and darkened void corrupted planet, respectively. Each of these worlds is implied to exist within a different layer, accessible only by traversing the Nether itself. These 3 layers likely correlate directly with the 3 rings depicted around Azeroth in various cosmic charts, including Star Augur's own. The 3 worlds could also all represent the same world, hypothetically, but perhaps at different points in time or with different cosmic outcomes, like if the Scourge won or if the Legion won, but I can't be certain of this. The 3 rings and 3 layers also correspond directly with Medivh's studies in Vanilla Karazhan. In his library, we actually find an extensive array of what appear to be telescopes, each gazing through a different layer of space. You can even see them layered towards the roof. Going back to Star Augur Etreus, this single encounter with him reveals much about the tragic fate of unknown worlds. But he's not the only one with lessons to impart. One of his students, actually, astrologer Jaren, unveils an immensely important detail. Jaren, another astromancer under Etreus' guidance, possesses his own miniature model of the cosmos surrounding Azeroth. However, he does something Etreus does not. He selects several specific worlds from the model and reveals something that ties much of this together. 3 worlds he chooses to examine, 3 worlds which, I believe, I can attribute meaning to the appearance of. Throughout the game, we can actually find what appear to be planetary spheres or worlds with varying colors and even sound frequencies if you stand close enough. These planets are primarily located in areas of titanic influence, such as the Halls of Lightning Wing of Ulduar, or the primary Ulduar raid itself in the Hall of the Highfather. In this section, leading to the Celestial Observatory where we confront Algalon, 6 planets are displayed on pedestals, in addition to Azeroth. This cannot be mere coincidence in my opinion, as Chronicle indicates that each Titan of the Pantheon originated from a different planet, assuming that part is accurate. I believe that each of these planetary models may correspond directly to one of the Titans. I will try to label them accordingly to illustrate which planet matches each Titan. Now, of course, we do have additional planets now with the introduction of Koresh. Argus is also seemingly not depicted. And you will note that while there are 6 planets depicted here, There are 7 members of the Titan Pantheon, so one planet must be missing. You've also probably already noticed that some of these worlds have these blue, kind of ethereal-looking rings around them. Those could be representative of shrouds, or even those planets and corresponding titans being ordered or held under the power of order. Now please just keep in mind that this is speculation. This is what I think the assignments for each world could be. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Identify your speculation instead of just telling them like facts. That's how you do that. And this is absolutely possible that I'm wrong. And it is entirely possible that these do not correspond to the Titans themselves, but I like to believe that they do, considering the number of them that exist. As we find ourselves in the Hall of the High Father, the reasoning is as follows. Aman'Thul the High Father is said to be the first to awaken and the leader of the Pantheon, thus represented by the planet located at the end of the hallway, closest to Algalon's door. Following him is Eonar, the Lifebinder, as it's the only planet shown with clear water and green land masses. It's interesting though, because her world seems to resemble a variant of Azeroth, with the continents as they exist now rotated clockwise by 90 degrees, and there are notable divisions in the land that don't exist now, as seen with the western continent Kalimdor. This raises the possibility and question that Eonar and Azeroth may share a deeper connection than we previously understood, giving rise to a titan closely resembling Azeroth but not quite the same. Next in line is Golganeth, the titan of storms, sea, and sky. Interestingly, some unofficial RPG lore mentions that Golganeth is the offspring of Aman'Thul, and he's the only titan, besides Sargeras, listed as chaotic in that RPG lore, though again I admit that is not regarded as canon. This could be the reason for the blue and red colors on his planet, although I have also of course considered Argus for this position because he transforms between a blue and red form during his fight. Following him is the purple planet, which I associate with Norgannon, the keeper of celestial magics and lore. Curiously, he's often depicted with purple skin in various Hearthstone cards, and while Hearthstone isn't canon in the way that most people think about it when they look at it, Dave Kosak, who was also the lead narrative designer in Hearthstone, noted that these cards reflect in-universe perspectives, akin to tales shared around campfires in Azeroth. Next, we have Agramar, the defender of the Pantheon, and lieutenant of the great Sargeras. After Agramar comes Khazgoroth, an orange world likely associated with fire and magma, fitting for a deity of forging and earth. It may stand to reason that the elemental or magical characteristics of each world differ, with Golganeth's home likely being very wet and windy, while Eonar's world is lush and verdant. Perhaps the sun and moons nearby can influence the world itself and the life that resides there. Consider Beledar affecting the flora and fauna of Hollowfall, imbuing them with holy light. This may also explain, of course, why Koresh was a desert, given it was said to have 2 suns. Additionally, there is a Mogu legend claiming 5 suns once shone over Azeroth, with 4 shot down, and while this could just be fanciful legend, it could also be where things like Beledar or Lorendel came from, suggesting that a fierce and blinding light once scorched Azeroth's surface. The Scouring, perhaps? Similar to Revendreth, forcing many primordial races underground, such as Dark Trolls or even Yongal. Lastly, we have Azeroth, but this model appears quite intriguing. This world model features what looks like a triangular or hexagonal grid overlay, with stars scattered across it, resembling a star shroud. It's important to note that these planets were first viewed within the halls of Lightning Dungeon, a location prominently featuring massive curtains adorned with stars, essentially literal star shrouds. For those knowledgeable in Titanic lore, you may observe the absence or 1 or 2 titans as I mentioned before, Sargeras, Argus, and even Koresh. We will address that shortly. Returning to astrologer Jaren, he presents 3 of these models in Nighthold. Specifically those related to the Aesir Titans, the Platinum Skin Titans, primarily aligned with Arcane and Order, and this is a canonical term. In fact, there's a quest in Azure Span from Dragonflight that refers to Norgannon as Aesir Born. So this is very much a real thing. It's something that historically has only been regarded to apply
to the Titan Forged as Aesir and Vanir Titan Forged, but it actually seems to apply to the Titans as well. And when you look at the Titans, I don't think it's that difficult to figure out, of course, which ones are Aesir and which ones are Vanir. The Aesir Titans include Aman'Thul, Norgannon, and Golganath. This is quite ironic, considering the Nightborn's spatial and temporal inclinations, and especially since you enter the raid Nighthold through an area called the Sanctum of Order, and these would be the Titans most associated with these types of powers, Order and the Arcane. Not only that, but the Nightborn's main source of power is sustained and powered by a titanic pillar of creation known as the Eye of Aman'Thul. This was a revelation for me. Jaren is directly demonstrating that these titanic worlds orbit Azeroth. The cosmic models align with this perspective as shown in the latest version of Karazhan. Medivh. Oh, Medivh, ever the bearer of untold burdens and unspoken secrets. He remains one of my favorite characters in Warcraft, and I hope we see him again soon. His vast planetary library illustrates every aspect discussed thus far. However, Medivh provides additional details not found anywhere else.
Thanks,
Firstly, there are 2 additional planetary models, a new, shadowy version of Azeroth, or perhaps Misty, which I believe signifies the Shadowlands, and a striking red planet. There's a reason these 2 models are exclusive to Karazhan and absent from the Titan depictions. They wanted to keep this knowledge hidden, especially if they pertain to Sargeras and Argus. Medivh, influenced by Sargeras, of course, likely uncovered this during his lengthy period under the Great Titan's sway. Interestingly, ancient maps of Draenor refer to it as the Red World, while the
camera's in the way.
ancient maps of Draenor refer to it as the Red World.
Interesting.
While the ancient Apexis Empire called Draenor the Sunstone, and ogres, believing they were the Titan's first creations, molded from burning slag when godlike beings squeezed the light from the great ball of fire that was Draenor. This planet is the origin point of orcs, of course, with traditions such as Mak Gorah, a one-on-one duel between warriors. Did you know that Sargeras and Agramar had a one-on-one duel in Chronicle Volume 1? Perhaps this was the first Mak Gorah to ever take place. The red star in our sky? Take a closer look at the Antorus finale cinematic. A red star is visible in Sargeras' chest as he crashes down onto the seat of the Pantheon. It evokes the image of a massive red giant star, a conduit of burning plasma and light. These could just all be coincidences, but I kinda doubt it. In addition to the 2 new planet models featured in Karazhan, there's also a massive sphere beneath the outermost layer depicting Azeroth's continents. However, it rotates in the opposite direction of the rest of that model. This could represent the World Core,
Hard to know.
alleged to be
Das.
created by the Titans, which we recently learned about in the War Within. If Sargeras is, as I suspect, perhaps trying to free Azeroth from the World Core, he may have informed Medivh of its existence. 2 of the 3 rings surrounding Azeroth also appear to potentially be broken, likely due in part to cataclysmic events like the Sundering, the Shattering, and the plunging of the great sword of Sargeras, Gorabal, into the heart of Azeroth. It is crucial to note that whenever we venture outside the proposed sphere containing Azeroth, neither the moons nor the sun are ever visible, with the exception of what we see on Elunaria. Perhaps akin to the stars, they are merely etchings upon the firmament, serving as gateways between realms or essential parts of the veil itself. Elune seems to possess the ability to guide souls through this shroud to places like the Shadowlands, indicating her likely direct connection to the maintenance and/or operation of the veil itself. She may even serve as an unwilling battery to sustain the shroud. Star Augur Etreus also drops an item called Stargate, possibly a direct nod to the popular television series and movie, but also suggesting that there are gateways through the veil that we can access. A veil that characters as far back as Wrath of the Lich King's Lady Deathwhisper refer to, the second boss of Icecrown Citadel. Additionally, remember that the Shadowlands opening cinematic shows Sylvanas literally shattering a section of this veil,
connecting Icecrown Citadel to Torghast, which is later healed and forgotten. Speaking of being outside the Veil, from the distant seat of the Pantheon, one can clearly see that Argus is smaller than Azeroth. Argus being smaller than Azeroth can also simply be ascertained by standing on Argus and looking at Azeroth, and then doing the same from Azeroth. The object that appears smaller, assuming they aren't moving, must be the smaller object. But we don't see any of the other details that we would normally see in our sky. Furthermore, artwork from the Legion short story, 1,000 Years of War, depicts Draenor floating among several other colossal yet unidentified celestial bodies, and Illyria and Turalyon are standing in Hellfire Peninsula in Outland. In this image, Draenor appears quite small. But how does this even work? How are they seeing what we know as alternate Draenor from Outland? From the Black Temple raid, one can also see Azeroth suspended in the southern skies. How could this be, though, if they weren't somehow connected? There's actually even an item that you can buy in Legion from the Court of Ferondis reputation called The Beginner's Guide to Dimensional Rifting, and this is like a week-long quest where each day you traverse through the ley lines in order to arrive at a book that tells you more about how traversing ley lines actually works and some of the nuances of it. And if you do this weekly quest, you can actually unlock the Adept's Guide to Dimensional Rifting. And when you go through the rifts, which you're just attuning to ley line points in the Broken Isles, you actually find out that not only is there one at Rinfall, right in front of the Tomb of Sargeras on the Broken Shore, but one of them actually takes you to the Antornan Wastes on Argus, which is kind of fucking insane because it implies that by traversing ley lines on Azeroth, you can just find yourself on Argus all of a sudden. Not only is it highly suggested that there's a massive confluence of ley lines beneath the Tomb of Sargeras, but that those ley lines can be essentially used to take you to Argus. And let's not forget that at the bottom of the Tomb of Sargeras, there is a giant celestial gateway with titanic runes on it. So it begs the question, had this portal once been connected to Argus? And if it was that done by the Titans? Like a Stargate? Like, imagine what purposes the Titans could have for connecting Azeroth to Argus, or being able to basically rift walk across the different worlds, you know, having the different worlds that they ordered connected and whatnot. And for those who are unfamiliar, it says in Chronicle that Sargeras knew exactly where to find the Eridar, that they would be beneficial for his crusade. He was basically aware of these things and knew just where to find them, which is highly suggestive, alongside the Titan architecture that exists at the core of Argus, that the Titans had once potentially ordered the world of Argus, which is not the most surprising thing when looking at the Draenei, formerly the Eridar, but yeah, I just think that this concept of moving between worlds via ley lines is just fascinating. If you want another example of seeing planets beyond the Veil, take a trip to the Caverns of Time. Take a look outside of its boundaries, through the walls. Several worlds, some of which can seemingly be seen from Elunaria, where Ionar is concealed in the Antorus raid, float silently in the distance. Notably, from Elunaria, you can distinctly see Elune and the Blue Child, alongside a ringed world in the distance. One of my oldest theories posits that Elunaria, which could mean Song of Elune or even Light of Elune, is actually our sun, with the ringed planet potentially being Azeroth, as hinted at in the Ionar's Warning cinematic from the Antorus the Burning Throne raid.
Check this shit out.
You can see how whoever designed this cutscene seems to have overlaid this globe of Azeroth with the planet floating in the background. To me, this is textbook visual storytelling 101 right here. If I was this person trying to drop a hint, this is how I would do it. As I mentioned, the hints have been present for years.
No,
further evidence of the Veil is found in the final cinematic from Antorus itself.
Here you go.
Sargeras manifests as what appears to be a grand cosmic cloud, perhaps resembling a real-life nebula. However, Sargeras and his clouds appear to be separated from Azeroth's atmosphere. They do not mix. Also, has anyone ever pondered, I know that you have because I've seen you commented on my videos and people ask me in stream, why there's no handprint from Sargeras on Azeroth? Why no one on Azeroth outside of those in Silithus can recount or speak of witnessing the stabbing? It's almost as if nearly no one on Azeroth witnessed it at all. Like they were on one side of a two-way mirror, unable to see outside. Hell, even consider as far back as Wrath of the Lich King, Blizzard showed off the capability of having a rotating skybox. But the stars in our sky never move. Why? And just wait until people notice that our sun and moon actually move on the exact same track, northwest rise, northwest set, every single day. The sun and moon, even though I know Blizzard has the capability of doing this, they don't move across the sky and set on the other side of the horizon like what you would expect in real life. No. They go up, they reach a pinnacle in the sky, and then they go right back down on the same side that they came up. Both the sun and Elune do this every single day. That is certainly not natural movement whatsoever. It's because the stars around our world and in the night sky are not really there. It's an illusion. I mean, is it also difficult to believe that the Titans would construct a barrier to contain the chaos of Azeroth, preventing us from perceiving the true structure of our cosmos? A method for them to observe the world without being observed themselves? We're talking zoo hypothesis here, a Truman Show type shit. I mean, we even have old maps that show Aman'Thul like dicking around in the atmosphere of Azeroth. I'm not sure if he's trying to get inside the barrier or if he's the one putting the barrier up, but it doesn't look great. This idea is given a strong proof of concept with the Koresh ecological succession quests from patch 11.2. Wherein the protective dome over the habitat of Ecodome Oasis is explained. Not only does it emit a signal that causes creatures to consider it a solid wall, but you can even change a creature's perception of the walls of the Ecodome. This allows you to control down to an individual or species level which creatures can pass through the barrier. That is insane, and perhaps the strongest proof of the false sky theory. It's somewhat unsettling to consider the implications. However, we must also acknowledge the possibility that this structure is somehow natural, merely altered or further separated by the Titans' ordering. But again, I kinda doubt it. The final point I wish to address is an implied concept from Chronicle Volume 1 Art and the Star Augur Atreus fight, both of which propose the idea of a grand conjunction of sorts. A mass, planetary, or celestial alignment where multiple or all of these planets or planetary bodies align for a significantly important cosmic event. This event could signify the end of the world, the awakening of Azeroth, or even something entirely different. The conclusion of the movie The Dark Crystal may have inspired this concept as well, as the main character reassembles the crystal by inserting a smaller fragment into the main bulk during a cosmic eclipse involving multiple celestial bodies. What Sargeras did at the end of Legion feels like a pretty direct allusion to the climax of this old movie, and we know the movie's relevant in terms of inspiring WoW because the Apexis Arakoa are directly modeled off of the spooky bird villains in that movie, the Skeksis. But what are the actual essential takeaways of this? Well, 1. Azeroth has a false sky that keeps it separated from other pockets of reality, which house the other worlds of the Great Dark. We can move between these worlds by using transitory pathways like the Twisting Nether, which may connect to every world and plane on some level. 2. It is possible that the Titans have architected this false sky and pocket dimension to create order from the otherwise chaotic space of the Nether. 3. Only certain beings may be able to perceive and move through this barrier. The use of interdimensional gateways or ships seems required in most cases. The Ecodome shit fucks me up, dude. I could not fucking believe it when I was reading it, man. I could not fucking believe it. Like, legit blew my fucking mind. 4. There are anywhere from 5 to 8 celestial bodies orbiting Azeroth. These may be worlds that we have already been to, like Draenor, Argus, the Shadowlands, the Emerald Dream, and Koresh. They may also be the homeworlds of the Titans of the Pantheon, or undiscovered Titans. And 5. Azeroth may in fact exist at the center of the universe, tethered to all worlds, realms, and phases of existence. This could indicate that she is either touched by every force, or their true source. To conclude, I want to remind everyone of something that Chris Metzen has long stated, and that is that the story of World of Warcraft is cosmic in nature. It encompasses the big picture. From the very first cinematic, through TBC, and all the way through Legion, Chris has aimed to elevate WoW to a cosmic level. Here's an excerpt from the WoW Diary, a journal of computer game development by John Statt. He, Metzen, was always hyped for Titans in this universe. We had finally decided on a cinematic movie for World of Warcraft to establish the game and inform the players something about the different races and classes. It was only 9 months until our shipping date, and we were cutting it a little close. Very little had been storyboarded. Chris Metzen wanted to focus on the cosmogony of the Warcraft universe with a Genesis-like cinematic depicting how the Titans created the world. Man, that would have been sick. I hope we get to see something like that in The Last Titan. However, Chris was met with almost universal resistance from the dev team, who wanted to focus on the world and characters they'd been working on rather than Metzen's grander story-driven approach. Only when the Friends and Family alpha test was on our doorstep did we realize that we didn't have a presentable login screen. Aaron Keller's 3D Studio Max skills were some of the best on the team, so he was given the chance to compose art assets to create the game's face. Everyone offered him their unsolicited creative input, and soon, the Plum task became an unwanted burden. Aaron was too nice to say, please just leave me alone, so he listened to everyone's pitches day after day for weeks on end. Artists submitted sketches and Bill directed the art decisions. Some artists sketched over a dozen pitches. Even Chris Metzen, who rarely emphasized details at the time, came by our office to unload his history of the Titans. Chris cared more about the Titans than anyone else. And since he lost the battle of making the WoW cinematic about Warcraft's cosmology, instead it had focused on the characters and races, he eagerly pitched the origin of the Warcraft universe to be the focus of the login screen. I draw from these quotes to remind people to always remember that when concepts expand, the small moments and stories that unfold along the way are equally vital to forming the complete picture. Warcraft is a narrative of cycles within cycles, as articulated by Chris Metzen himself in Chronicle Volume 1 back in 2015. I've long believed that Azeroth is the supreme deity of the Warcraft universe. She is the conduit of all things, and the end of everything. She embodies the dreamer, the dream, and the nightmare within. She is the single most significant entity in the universe, the conduit of free will and all possibilities. She is Alpha and Omega. However, only time will reveal the truth. Let's not forget that there remains plenty of Azeroth left to explore, as Chronicles suggest that Primordial Kalimdor was merely the largest continent on Azeroth, hinting, of course, at the existence of others, perhaps those like Avaloran. Perhaps lands that the Titans' ordering never reached. Whatever lies ahead, I am eager to discover it. And I hope that you are too. Thank you so much for watching my video. Is this a new unreleased video? No, this has been out for 3 months, but it only got 18K views. And people are always asking me questions about things that are answered in this video. So instead of explaining it again, I figured I would just watch it, because I always link it to people like, yeah, you should watch it, and then they don't watch it. So I figured I would just play it instead. So yeah, around the time when I released this video, I released a couple, I think, honestly, man, like, I think some of the best videos that I've ever made. Like, this stint right here, I can't look at WoW Lore the same after reading this. Banger. 48-minute banger. This will change everything you know about WoW Lore. 34 minutes, banger. This is the hidden patterns in WoW Lore, banger. The Great Titan Conspiracy, banger. Azeroth, the center of the WoW universe, banger. Blizzard hid this in Ulduar, the true face of N'Zoth, banger. Siren Isle Lore Dive, banger. Like, this little stint right here, these videos are fucking crazy. And I would recommend watching them all. And then since then, I've kind of been taking a break, you know, playing other games, doing some React videos, because these types of videos, 40-minute, an hour and 10-minute long edited videos are a lot of energy, but it has been several months. So I should probably be putting out a video like this at least once a month.
but I've been doing a lot of like 11.27 React stuff, cyberpunk stuff, news stuff. So I've kind of been taking a break from some of the crazier produced videos like what I was doing. But I have others coming up that I want to do. Like I still have like a bunch of video ideas. Like some of the video ideas that I have are like just questions about like what does the core way do? Where is Azeroth's world soul? Is it in the center of the world, in the dream? I think Alnhara is going to be some crazy revelations about that. Explaining the Sunwell portal to get people to understand like how the Army of the Light came through it, like how did that work? Like it's a portal. I didn't know that. I've seen people say that, which is crazy because it's like, did you ever play TBC? I guess not. One that I'm working on right now is and I think will be really relevant, and now is the time to do it, is the unresolved stories of the war within. So not like things they forgot about, but you know, things, fuck it, I shared it. I'm embarrassed. I never did. Best WoW lore video ever, 6-7. You're a fucking goofball. But yeah, I think that one will be really interesting to kind of like remind people of some of the things that we didn't get conclusions to. My hopes for Midnight, which I've kind of been talking about more generally recently. My hopes for The Last Titan, and maybe some predictions for both of those. Some videos that are kind of not as high of a priority, but something I'd like to maybe make videos on is the story of the Shadowlands in short, or even Sylvanas. The Arathi and Avaloran and its connections to Numenor and Avalon, the Sacred Flame and Azeroth, the Return of Illidan and Sacrifice of Sargeras, because that's something I did a long time ago, but I want to update. The Imprisonment of Elune, the Shattering of Argus's Soul and Titanic Phylactery, the nature of oath binding and domination, which is something I kind of talked about in my Siren Isle video at the end. That's like one of the key takeaways from it, but I would like to maybe make a video that just focuses on it. The true nature of Fel and Chaos, the return of Yrel and the Army of the Light, Xal'atath's homeworld and Galactus parallels, what is Iridikron's Gambit, why the Void fears death and order, and then more generically, lore tours. So I have like different ideas for things that I want to make videos on. But yeah, I kind of go through like stints where I feel like more passionate than other times to like make those kinds of videos. So and it's just like exhausting. so yeah, the true nature, good one. Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yrel, she's still the lock screen on my phone. Of course she is. Of course she is. But yeah. Maybe what Turalian refers to when he says Outland isn't Draenor is referring to Outland as the piece of Draenor that broke off. Like, if Europe broke off and flew into space, we wouldn't refer to it as Earth anymore. Or it's because it's not Draenor. And because Outland is not Draenor. And because it's severed from reality, and you can see Draenor in the sky. I think it's probably more likely that. The Void with Death and Order would be a good precursor to Midnight. Yeah. You could do lore runs on stream and edit them for YouTube. Lore runs on stream are just very distracting. Very distracting. Some people give some valuable insight and some interesting commentary, but I would like to make at least a structured lore tour, which I'm going to with Sepulchre of the First Ones. I have all the footage. I just have to write up a script. So, would you prefer Illidan sacrificing himself for Sargeras or the other way around? The other way around. The other way around. I mean, the warrior's sacrifice is a common recurring trope in World of Warcraft. You've seen it plenty of times. The warrior and paladin sacrifice. Seen it a bunch of times. Grommash Hellscream, Sourfang, Varian Rin, Tyrion Forgering. Like, we've seen that a lot. So I think that it's more likely going to be Sargeras who sacrifices himself. But yeah. What happened to Warcraft during the Shadowlands video would slap since we know Sylvanas is coming back. Good character names, by the way. Oh, thanks. They're all like RP names, you know? I tried to make them like that.
Well, besides this one. Rip Dildormu. Dude, what a fucking banger-ass name, dude. I can't believe I lost that. Fucking rip. Organon? Yeah, you like that shit? He's an earthen. He's ready for beach day. Hell yeah, he's out there searching for treasure and shit. Thanks. I feel like if he was on a chunk of Draenor that broke off, that'd be obvious from the narration. It's just so small, right? The planet has to be way bigger than both Outland and alternate Draenor we went to, but it isn't, though. Because you can see it floating in the sky. And you can see, like, Draenor's not that big. Azeroth is way bigger than Draenor. Way bigger. Like, the continental area of Draenor is not that big. It covers the majority of the face of the planet. So you do have other areas like Goria and stuff. That's kind of like maybe our Avaloran or something. But Draenor's not that big. Just like you can tell that Argus is smaller than Azeroth. Everything is not the same. Azeroth is actually fucking gigantic. Like, Azeroth is huge. It's funny because it doesn't really seem like it, but it's big. Like, very big. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. What do you think Liadrin's role will be? And her adopted daughter that the dragons tried to attack when she was young from Orphan Week? I don't really know Orphan Week, so I can't really, like, comment on that. But what do I think her role will be? Fighting against the forces of darkness on behalf of Silvermoon. Like she does, you know? I know this is a lot to ask, but would you do lore tours of all future dungeons / raids? Yeah, I just need to be more proactive about it. It takes way too long for me to get around to it. You could see it with Sargeras. He was clearly bigger than that planet he cut in half, but when he was over Azeroth, he was clearly smaller than it. And perspective is, you know, Azeroth is motherfucking Jupiter in size, little just joking, kinda. I mean, it's pretty big. It did take a long time to travel across Eastern Kingdoms lore-wise. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use video game metrics to do it as well, like, you can tell pretty easily that, like, the landmass of that Draenor is on is not that, well, that we visit in Draenor is not that big. The elf who the bronzes were about to kill for something she will or fail to do from Children's Week. Yeah, again, I don't know if I interacted with that. Well, Azeroth is flat, so it's something that I've thought about playing with before, but ultimately, when you're on Argus, it seems pretty clear that Azeroth is spherical. And when you look at the cosmic maps, it's depicted as spherical as well, so I don't see a reason to believe that it's flat. I think a fake sky is, like, you know, conspiratorial enough for me. Maybe a requirement to shroud Azeroth in the Legion was trapping it in a veil affecting both sides. Yeah, very possible. And that's the thing is, like, was anyone permitted to move through that veil? Anyone. There's so many questions left to answer. You know, maybe that's why the Draenei crashed when they came here. I don't remember the specifics of the crash of the Exodar. I don't remember if it's because the Naru crashed or ran out of juice, or I don't really know. So I should review that and see what I can learn about it, because maybe they weren't permitted. Yeah, it was Blood Elf sabotage. What sabotage, wasn't it? Yeah, that sounds correct. That sounds correct. I think the XR was damaged during flight alongside sabotage. Yeah. So I mean, because the thing, when you think about it, like, we see the Vindicar fly through the barrier. We don't literally see the barrier, but the Vindicar flew back to Azeroth, right? So given that that's the case, Draenei ships like the Vindicar have the capacity to move through the barrier, assuming that it's there and that it's real. So, you know, if that's the case, then I would think that the Draenei are capable of this, and that their crash was more related to the sabotage and stuff like that, and not because they... I think that, like... I think that if they were... I don't even know what would happen. Like, if you fly into the barrier, do you just... Titans must hate the Draenei, can't hide the sky from them? No, I don't think the Titans hate the Draenei at all. I think they love them. I would like... That's why I said in my most recent video, it makes sense to me that, like, the Draenei would be looked at, the Eridar would be looked at as like almost like the perfect ordered species, and the Titans, given the fact that the Eridar have the capacity to go around and catalog and you know, exert their influence upon worlds and name them or whatever the fuck it was that they were doing, it makes me feel like they were able to subvert the barriers placed by the Titans, assuming that the Titans placed barriers on all worlds, or they were granted access to move through those barriers if they were in place. Like, the Titans wouldn't be against it because the Eridar are maybe effectively like the pinnacle of what an ordered civilization can become. When you showed the rising setting sun, I was like, oh, the motherfucking Titans ordered everything. I mean, it's real weird, and Elune comes up on the same fucking thing. She comes up to the northwest just like the sun does, gets up there and goes back down. So Elune and the sun, it's very weird. It's not, and it could literally just be a game design thing, but I don't understand why. I have played several other games where they've had the sun and moon go across the sky, like what we have. They have a rotating skybox with the stars. Like, this is shit that I'm quite, like, confident Blizzard is capable of doing. But I question why they don't do it. I don't know. I don't know. Goblin cannon breaking the sky would be hilarious. It could fucking happen. What if the barrier around Azeroth was mainly intended to hide it, not prevent access, and the Exodar crashed into it? I mean, it's possible that the intention was to hide it, maybe primarily from someone like Sargeras. I thought it was because the Titans' discovery of Azeroth's free will. They didn't place such impenetrable defenses around world souls. I mean, we don't really know. That's kind of an assumption. No one would really care, and obviously they don't now. Blizzard can make player housing like it is, but not the skybox? Don't think so, chat. Gotta be intentional. I like to think so. What do you think of the loose end of the raptor that flew up into space in a rocket with her babies? Well, I think that raptor probably unfortunately ran right into a fucking barrier. I think that raptor's fucking dead. That's what I think. Azeroth has orbital defense systems according to Ulduar. It does. It does. Based on the timeline of the Draenei, I'm not following. I'm still pissed they didn't do that with Gallywix. That would have been fucking hilarious. But I don't know if they really want to, like, reveal it yet. I really think these are, like, hints that they're doing more overtly in the War Within and stuff, because they're gonna reveal it in the Last Titan. If they don't start to reveal it in Midnight. Like, I really do. I don't think they're just, like, setting it up, you know. The Raptor quest might be a dragon fractal. Dude, space dragons? Imagine. I mean, we have kind of seen that already, but I guess the planet really is a prison. I mean, I absolutely think the planet's a prison. I mean, you want to watch a video that talks about that? Huh. I got a video over there that's on YouTube that's definitely, it's the Great Titan Conspiracy. The Great Titan Conspiracy. This video is fucking, this video is an hour and 22 minutes long of just straight fucking bangers, dude. This is a fucking, this is, I might say that this is my best, maybe my best video ever. That's what I think. This one's fucking crazy. I love this one. I had a real good time making this one. Fucking great video, thanks. 24/7 stream titled "You Don't Want to Read"? Well, watch. No, I'm not gonna watch this. No. That's something you can watch in your own time. I'm not doing that. but I will recommend it to you. Bro made a full documentary. It's pretty long. It's pretty long. I may have it wrong. In my mind, the Draenei were created long before the Titans discovered the Thragar, meaning they wouldn't have been so cautious with mortals. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say with that, though. Like, what's the point? Yo, that Fireboy, thanks for the follow. Cheeseburgers, thanks for the follow. Subject 9. Yeah, I remember that now. Wonder what the Tonka are doing in the last Titan. Blizz said things are still happening in Northrend, like towns growing and changing. They're prepping themselves to become an allied race, obviously. You commenting with your FF channel on that on that video? What did I say? What did I say? I don't see it. Them being able to leave their world. Yeah, I just believe that Argus was ordered and that the Eridar are basically like one of the chosen perfect races of the Titans, and that they weren't worried, especially because they were being influenced by the Naru. They weren't worried about them going around and messing with other worlds. I don't think it's a level of like being unconcerned, rather like in favor of. I don't know, that's how I feel about it anyway. You mean to tell me the Titans aren't just good guys? Blizzard and their retcons, am I right? How do the Naru consider the Titans? Are they afraid of and awe of? I don't think that we get very much expression of their opinion of them. I don't think they ever comment on them. It's kind of like how the old gods never comment on the Void Lords. They just don't talk about them. Thalkiel was the first one to reject the Titans then? In a sense, but the thing is, I don't know if the Eridar know that they could be the product of Titan influence. That's the thing. Like, I don't think they know this. They might. I mean, Velen says that the seat of the Pantheon is the very cradle of creation. I don't know how the fuck he even knows that. I don't know how he even comes up with that name. So it's like, where the fuck did you get that from? That Yongal org in front of the housing portal looks high-res as fuck. Maybe we get them in a patch. I mean, I would love to have all the bestial races as allied races. That'd be sick. But in a sense, like, I don't know that Thalkiel rejected the Titans. I think that Thalkiel just was ambitious and wanted to seek additional power, and was effectively sold out by Archimonde so that Archimonde could win the favor of Velen and kill Jaden. It's when you read the Demonology Warlock artifact, it's fucking crazy. Archimonde isn't even against demons or the use of them. In fact, he's like kind of chill with it. But when he found out that Thalkiel was doing things that Velen and Kil'jaeden wouldn't approve of, he fucking sold him out. And in so doing, earned the trust of Velen and Kil'jaeden and became a member of the Triumvirate, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, he's a fucking... Archimonde is a little fucking rat. Yeah, he's a rat motherfucker. He's a prophet? Well, sure, but... I mean... He has chaotic visions that he basically follows signs of the light through. It doesn't mean that Velen knows about everything in the universe. Wait, are you telling me Archimonde's a bad dude? That motherfucker snitched on Thalkiel just to do worse shit. He's like, yeah, I mean, that motherfucker's fucking around with demons. I never did that yet. I never have done that yet. Did you react to the barrels video in your Discord react? It looked interesting. I mean, maybe. I mean, the answer is no, but I don't like why is Howling Fjord so immersive? Like, I don't know. It just, I don't know. From the surface to me, it looks like nostalgia bait, and I don't have nostalgia for Wrath of the Lich King really, so like it's not really, I don't know. It doesn't seem that interesting to me. Also, this Baron's Boys, is this not AI? What is this?
This clad paladin challenge Mufasa for fight. Me nah go interfere. This a honorable 1v1. Me have to respect the thing. But both of them are healers, so the fight take blood clot long time. Wake me up when it done been.
Yeah, I mean, that's Garbo. Like, why are you even linking that? What the fuck am I watching? 4.7K likes. Like, what the fuck? This is what AI should be used for. Like, ugh, God. People like fucking garbage, bro. I don't get it. I just don't get it. The youth aren't okay. Most people don't care about AI. Well, I'm glad I'm not most people. They're like kids. You just got to dangle the keys in front of them and make some noise, and they'll just like clapping their hands together like a fucking seal. How long is this video? 26 minutes? Holy fuck. I mean, a lot of these comments are just like talking about nostalgia. I don't know, dude. Might be bad, no clue. I mean, I don't think the video is going to be bad. I'm sure the video is good. I just don't know if I care.
There is a specific feeling that almost every player remembers from the launch of World of Warcraft: Wrath of the Lich King. I'm talking about this. The Howling Fjord is one of the most visually stunning and lore-rich zones in all of Warcraft. Its origins trace back to the Titans and what happened in Ulduar, through to the brutal rise of the Vrykul and their many wars, all the way to the fateful day when Arthas Menethil first stepped onto these shores to claim his dark destiny. In this video, we're going back to where it all started for so many of us. It's time to give this masterpiece its credit. This is the entire history and lore of the Howling Fjord. Before we dive into the zone's history, I want to take a moment to thank today's video sponsor, boot.dev. If you've been looking for a way to start your journey into coding, this is the place for you. Boot.dev specializes in teaching back-end development, but they've swapped the traditional boring methods for an interactive system. Their platform turns learning Python, SQL, and Go into a role-playing game. With the paid membership, you're not just studying, you're also earning XP, leveling up, unlocking achievements, and even fighting bosses. My favorite feature is the Spellbook, a dedicated tab where you can instantly look up key concepts that you've already covered when you can't quite remember how something works. If you sign up, you'll be in the company of over 800,000 fellow learners, and with access to the Discord server, you'll have plenty of support while you're gaining the real-world XP required for those six-figure careers. You can read or watch all of the content for free, and there's a free demo for the interactive features on every course. All of this is backed by the 30-day no questions asked refund policy. You can head to boot.dev and use the code Karazhan to get 25% off your entire first year on the annual plan. Now, of course, when we think of the Howling Fjord, we instantly think about the main race that has occupied this zone, the Vrykul. And to understand the lore behind them, we need to head to one of the greatest places in all of World of Warcraft. Ulduar. Now, we know the story of the Old Gods and the Black Empire. I won't bore you with every fine detail, but the too long didn't read version is that when the Titans arrived to Order Azeroth and nurture its sleeping world soul, they found the Old Gods already there, trying to corrupt it. To combat the Old Gods, the Titans created the Titan Forged, races forged from the earth built out of metal and stone. 9 of these Titan Forged were then chosen to be the Keepers. They were gifted with some of the Pantheon's powers, and they were tasked with leading the Titan Forged armies in the war against the Black Empire. As we know, the Titans and their Titan Forged armies won that war. The strongest of the Old Gods was obliterated, and the other 3 were then imprisoned. But the part of this story that is vital to the Howling Fjord involves arguably the most terrifying Old God of them all, Yogg-Saron. After the war against the Black Empire, the Keepers continued to expand the facility of Ulduar, serving as their primary base of operations in the north. Deep within that fortress, they created the Forge of Wills, a machine that was designed to nurture the world soul's sentience. But
It's really weird because when you read Chronicle, it makes it sound like they built the forges and then took them to install them. Not like they built them where they were meant to be. Like, they say that they constructed the Forge of Origination and then took it to Uldum to be installed. It's fucking weird, dude. It's very weird. But I also think that's horseshit, because I don't think they actually built the Forge of Origination, so.
Also had the capability to create a new generation of Titan Forged.
And an important thing to know about the Forge of Wills is that it's said in Chronicle that it crafts Titan Forge by drawing. Not only does it craft Titan Forge by drawing upon the essence of Azeroth herself, but also that it can shape the world's budding sentience. So this machine draws upon her power to craft Titan Forged and is supposedly able to manipulate and shape her psyche and like mind, which is kind of horrifying.
Creatures. Now, during this period, there were a few different Titan Forged races created, like the Earthen, who were tasked with shaping the world's mountains and carving out the earth below. But important to the story of the Howling Fjord was the Iron Vrykul. These massive metal giants were designed to serve their leaders and protect Ulduar with their lives. These metal beings would roam the northern lands for centuries, protecting their keepers and the Titan facilities. But one day, this way of life would come crashing down as corruption and hatred began to take root from within. By operating in such close proximity to the imprisoned Yogg-Saron, one of the keepers, known as Loken, eventually succumbed to the Old God's maddening whispers. Plagued by this new despair and isolation, Loken sought comfort in Sif, the wife of his brother Thorim. This bond would then evolve into a forbidden affair, one that ended in tragedy when Loken, fueled by a desperate obsession, lashed out and murdered Sif after she tried to end their relationship. To conceal his crime, Loken then framed the Frost Giants of the Storm Peaks for the murder, triggering a brutal war that shattered the alliances of the Titan Keepers. Yogg-Saron then manipulated Loken even further, convincing him that he needed a new army to protect Ulduar from the chaos he had caused. Loken returned to the Forge of Wills.
What a psycho. Yeah, Loken is one of Norgannon's keepers, by the way, so yeah, you know.
To craft a fresh legion of Earthen and Vrykul. But the Keeper had been tricked, and the machine had been sabotaged. Yogg-Saron had corrupted the Forge of Wills with the Curse of Flesh. This ancient affliction was designed to rot the Titan Forge.
This is some fucking propaganda right here, bro.
Forged from the inside out, transforming their immortal bodies of stone and metal into fragile forms of skin and bone. It wasn't just a defect for the newly created Titan Forged, it also worked retroactively. Now this meant that the Titan Forged, who had already been alive for centuries, could still contract this condition. It became a pandemic for the Titan Forged. No one was safe, including the Iron Vrykul clans of the north.
And the records in Ulduar say that this is due to matrix destabilization. That the stabilization matrix of the Titan Forge was disrupted, causing them to turn to flesh. That's what they say.
Loken was now wholly consumed by the influence of the old god. To protect all of these secrets, he then set out on a cold-blooded mission to silence the other keepers before they could uncover his crime.
Then why weren't the keepers made flesh? Well, the keepers aren't wrought from the Forge of Wills, first of all. So maybe that's why. They were created using a cross-section of Azeroth's crust. More like bespoke rather than mass-produced. Look at Hodir Lamau, totally not Norgs. Yeah, no, this guy, nah. I mean, blue spikes, ice magic, and skulls? Yeah, no. Nah, Golganeth. Golganeth, you know, Lord of Storms and fucking Seas. Golganeth. For sure, for sure.
Only a few escaped Loken's reach. Tyr and Arcadus managed to flee the north entirely. With his opposition now removed, Loken deactivated the corrupted Forge of Wills, banished his remaining Titan-forged servants.
And this is after Odin had already isolated himself because the others wouldn't fucking listen to him. Which the whole Keeper scenario is a fractal for something else that happened with the Titans.
The freezing wastes of the Storm Peaks and beyond, and then sealed the gates of Ulduar. Loken's betrayal, the Curse of Flesh, the sealing of Ulduar. You might be wondering how these ancient events connect to a single zone on the coast of Northrend, but trust me, it's all about to come together. For years after Loken's betrayal, the Vrykul clans operated as the dominant force of the Northern Wilds. But this peace would then be disrupted by two of Loken's most powerful subordinates,
Igneous and
the
Vulcan.
fire giants Vulcan and Ignis. These two saw the North as an opportunity to carve out their own empire, but they couldn't do that alone. So they approached the Winterscorn clan of Vrykul, one of the most aggressive clans of the era. This newly formed army then launched a brutal offensive against the Earthen. The survivors of this attack then fled to the keepers Tyr and Arcadus. Tyr was enraged by the news of the attack. He then personally took to the field, but Vulcan and Ignis had been working on a new weapon. They had crafted enchanted snares specifically designed to capture the wild proto-dragons of the northern peaks. They didn't just use these dragons for transport, they equipped them with iron plating and fiery weaponry. Even a Titan Keeper as powerful as Tyr was eventually forced to retreat in the face of such an overwhelming force. Knowing that the Earthen were on the brink of extinction, Tyr made a final, desperate plea to the 5 dragon aspects. When the aspects arrived to witness the war, and more importantly, saw their own distant kin being used as enslaved beasts, their response was immediate. The dragon aspects quickly took to the skies and defeated this northern army. Two of the dragon aspects, Ysera and Nosdormu, combined their domains over Dream and...
This is really good, dude. This is part of why Karazhan Library's videos do so well, because one, he never shows his face, which I genuinely think helps more people get into your videos. I think especially for someone like me, people recognize me and they don't want to watch the video. But also, the way that he, like, captures all the characters doing the spells and stuff is, like, really good. I've never really done anything like this. Not quite like this. It's got to be so much work, though.
Time to cast a suffocating mist over the entire Winterscorn Vrykul army. This spell didn't kill them, but it rendered them completely unresponsive. To ensure that they could never threaten the world again.
I think you're the only lore channel to show face, no? In my actual videos, probably. Like, I don't think Noble does that regularly. I don't... I guess if you count, like, Bellular or whatever. But, yeah.
These sleeping warriors were then buried in massive tomb cities across the north, one of the largest being a unresponsive army. This spell didn't kill them, but it rendered them completely unresponsive. To ensure that they could never threaten the world again, these sleeping warriors
Nyx
were then
shows his face a bit. I don't know if I'd count Nyxium as a lore creator, but whatever.
Buried in massive tomb cities across the north, one of the largest being in the lands that we now know as the Howling Fjord. For thousands of years, the Winterscorn Vrykul had been lost beneath the earth, and it would stay that way until the greatest evil Azeroth has ever faced would awaken them. Now, it's important to remember that the Winterscorn were just one of the many Rykul clans living in the north at this time. But most importantly to the story of the Howling Fjord is the Dragonflayer clan. They are easily the most famous Rykul in all of the World of Warcraft. Once the aggressive Winterscorn were locked away in their slumbering chambers, the Dragonflayers were free to expand. They took over vast stretches of the northern lands, with the largest portion of their territory being the region that would one day become the Howling Fjord, all ruled by their powerful king, Yimmeron. The influence of the Rykul across the north is clearly visible in the massive settlements and cities they constructed there. The most impressive of these being Utgard Keep, built to serve as the seat of power for the king. But like the other clans, the Dragonflayers began to lose their iron skin to the curse of flesh. To balance out this new physical weakness, they started to domesticate the proto-dragons. Now, there is a key difference to note here. While the Winterscorn just treated these dragons as mindless beasts of war, the Dragonflayers raised them as mounts and hunting companions. In time, these drakes became an inseparable part of their culture, giving the clan a massive advantage over their enemies. Even though the Dragonflayers weren't quite as aggressive as the Winterscorn, they still had plenty of enemies across the north. Their biggest rivals were the Jalgar, a fierce race of bear men native to the snowy wilds. A war between the Rykul and the Jalgar raged quietly for years, but the moment the Rykul integrated the proto-dragons into their society, the tide turned. The Dragonflayers used their aerial power to defeat the Jalgar, pushing them into the central forests of ancient Kalimdor, never to return to the north. The Rykul's victory over the Bearmen was soon overshadowed by a much more terrifying problem within their own home.
Proto-drakes can't talk, can they? I mean, I think they can. I'm pretty sure that the ones that become the aspects speak.
Back home, the curse of flesh had tightened its grip, and Rykul women began giving birth to children that were small and weak. In fact, these children were the very first humans to ever walk the surface of Azeroth. Fear and superstition quickly spread throughout the clans. Many Rykul were disgusted, pleading with their king Yimmeron to purge these infants to keep their race pure.
Yeesh, bro. Yeah, the Rykul wanted to do baby genocide. Because they're like, we're stronger than those things. We have to kill them off. That way it doesn't continue to infect us.
Others, however, begged for mercy, arguing that despite their physical frailty, they were still their children. Yimmeron ultimately chose the path of cruelty. He then issued a chilling decree. Every parent of one of these children was ordered to kill their own offspring. Those who refused would be taken to the fortress of Yalabron, and it would be there that they would face public execution. While many of the Rykul were broken by the king's will and they obeyed, some parents found the strength to resist. They chose
I get it. I get the Viking parallel. Trust me. I understand culturally, but yikes.
Run instead. They headed to the south, looking for a place called the Tirisfal Glades. Legends told them that Rykul had settled here after following the Keeper Tyr many years ago. It was there, in the shadow of those woods, that these children would grow and eventually evolve into the human race we know today. As for the parents who stayed behind and were still caught with their human children, their fate was grim. A vicious warrior named Skadi made it his personal mission to hunt down anyone hiding a child. His pursuit was so relentless and his methods...
This motherfucker looks dominated, by the way, bro. What the fuck? Look at those eyes. That's fucking crazy.
So depraved that he earned the name he still carries today, Skadi the Ruthless. Despite all of this, the Dragonflayers could not kill their way out of the curse. They decided to enter a state of magical hibernation within the facilities of Yalabron, hoping that by sleeping through the ages, the curse might eventually fade. King Yimmeron himself was placed in an enchanted slumber alongside his elite warriors, waiting for a future day when they would be awakened to reclaim their world. With the Winterscorn sealed in their tombs and the Dragonflayers locked in their magical slumber, a profound silence fell over the north. Even during the Great Sundering, the cataclysmic end of the War of the Ancients, the Rykul did not wake up.
Let me see that again.
Cataclysmic end of the War of the Ancients.
Man. This thing straight up looks like a bull. It's Crazy.
Ancients, the Vrykul did not wake up. They continued to sleep, even as the landmass we now know as Northrend broke away and drifted into the frozen north.
They're in a fucking deep sleep, dude. They took some melatonin that fucked their shit up for 10,000 years.
It was during this era that the Howling Fjord
Crazy.
finally took the shape we recognize today. The icy rivers carved deep paths through the cliffs, creating the iconic fjords that give the region its name. Massive wind-swept grasslands and jagged snow-capped mountains came to define the eastern edge of Northrend. Now, it is true that some small pockets of Vrykul did remain awake, some migrating as far as the Broken Isles. But they are a story for another day. What matters to us and to the story of the Howling Fjord is the figure who was about to set foot on the frozen shores of Northrend, and how his arrival would shatter the silence of the fjord forever.
How many fucking times are we gonna use this shot of Arthas?
While the Vrykul slept, the fate of our world was being rewritten on a distant, dying planet known as Draenor. Following the Orcs' defeat in the Second War with the humans of Azeroth, the Elder Shaman Ner'zhul attempted to use stolen Azeroth artifacts to open portals and flee their dying world. But his escape was cut short. He was intercepted by the Demon Lord Kil'jaeden. Kil'jaeden tore Ner'zhul's spirit apart, and as punishment for failing the Burning Legion, the Demon Lord bound Ner'zhul's broken soul to a cursed set of plate armor and a rune blade called Frostmourne. The entity was then encased in a block of ice and hurled back onto the surface of Azeroth. These acts had just created the Lich King. The Lich King's mission was simple: weaken Azeroth for a new Legion invasion. But the entity had an ulterior motive: revenge. He tricked his jailers into allowing him to hurl Frostmourne out of the throne, casting it across the wastes of Northrend to hopefully one day be picked up by a champion, hoping that this act would eventually lead to his release. But still acting upon his original task, from his icy prison the Lich King began to build a new power, the Undead Scourge. Using his vast telepathic power, the Lich King found his first great disciple in Kel'Thuzad, a high-ranking mage of the Kirin Tor. Together, they formed the Cult of the Damned, a group that worshipped the Lich King as a god. Their first strike was to release the plague of undeath across the powerful human kingdoms of the Eastern continent. This plague was a magical disease designed to kill the living and then raise them as mindless soldiers of the Scourge. With the plague now spreading across the human lands, the story brings us to one of the most famous tragedies in Warcraft history, the culling of Stratholme. After witnessing his own people turn into undead monsters, the young prince, Arthas Menethil, ordered the city to be purged, and the civilians of Stratholme were wiped out. Arthas then hunted down the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis. He found him in the docks of the city where the demon taunted him, telling the prince to follow him to Northrend to meet his destiny. Blinded by vengeance, Arthas gathered his fleet and set sail for the frozen north, heading straight for the shores.
I'ma be real, that wasn't the worst decision. I know it was kind of dark, but you mean purging the city of people who weren't infected yet? You mean like murdering people that weren't yet dead? God, dude, yeah, such a good choice. Yeah, even with their fucking, with Jaina and Uther and a fucking army of paladins. Just kill them all, dude. Kill them all. Wasn't willing to take the risk? Well, you might have COVID, and, you know, that can kill people, so we'll just fucking kill you. So fucking stupid. I don't care if he wasn't willing to take the risk or not. He was fucking arrogant and wouldn't listen to the other people around his council. That's one of the key aspects of Arthas' story. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. There's literally people running to the gate that aren't infected, and they just kill them. You got all these fucking people there that can help you. You can set up a perimeter. You can corral them in a little fucking area. But no, we can't risk it. Gotta just go scorched earth. Gotta kill them all. When your fucking literal mentor and Paladin of the Silver Hand tells you, we shouldn't do that, and you're like, nah, I think we should, and you just disregard him. When your, like, astute mage
girlfriend is like, yeah, we shouldn't do that. And you're like, I think we should. Like, nice, dude. Nice. How do you defend the whole, like, oh yeah, let's go to Northrend. Let's recruit some mercenaries. Let's burn the ships so that they can't escape. Yeah. Sick. I'm going to blatantly disregard my father's orders. Love it, dude. God, Arthas was so based, bro. God. So based.
The civilians of Stratholme were wiped out. Arthas then hunted down the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis. He found him in the docks of the city where the demon taunted him, telling the prince to follow him to Northrend to meet his destiny. Blinded by vengeance, Arthas gathered his fleet
and then blamed them so his soldiers kill them for what he did to the ships. Yeah. Yeah. And then, so they all fucking die. And then when you're standing there looking at Frostmourne and Muradin's like, boy, this blade is cursed. You should not pick it up. And then Arthas, he has such a fucking cringe savior complex. I'll gladly bear any curse if it means saving my homeland. You're so fucking stupid, dude. Like, you're literally being manipulated by a demon, and you're such a petulant, fucking arrogant little prick that you disregarded the fucking advice of everyone around you and the orders of your father, who is your king, and still somehow people defend that. Like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's like, this is the same people that, like, they'd be like, yeah, you know, Sargeras purging the entire universe is worth it because there's some shadow corruption that's happening out there, and it's just not worth the risk. So, you know, him burning entire worlds is kind of based. Like, dude, what? What the fuck? Like, holy shit. That's fucking crazy. The Scorched Earth strategy. Yeah, and all of this happens before he ever even picks up Frostmourne. Fucking crazy. There was always some darkness in Arthas. Always. The Dreadlord Mal'Ganis just figured out how to pluck those strings and make it worse. I'm sure he'd seen 100 Arthases in his time. A savior complex from not being able to save his horse that died because of his mistake. Dude. Yeah, I don't know. I think Arthas just desperately needed to be checked by people like Uther. I mean, Uther kind of tried, but Arthas just wouldn't listen. You're hereby relieved of duties. Like, your duties. Like, well, okay, kid. Fucking shut up. I mean, it's a reason he was targeted for manipulation and not any other paladin. Yeah. Arthas is a fucking... I was gonna say, Arthas is a fucking fake-ass paladin, bro. A fake fucking paladin. Meanwhile, using the light the whole time. And people are like, well, light wielders are good. Always. Besides the Scarlet Crusade, they don't count. And besides Arthas, he doesn't count either. Like, okay, dude. All right, bro. Okay, whatever you fucking say. Whatever you say. Do you agree with the culling? Fuck no. I mean, I agree something needed to be done. But Arthas was very tunnel vision. And people like to come up with fucking excuses to justify his extreme, absurd fucking solution. He had people who could help him. He had people who could help. Like I said, they could have set up a fucking perimeter at the gate. Someone comes to the gate, you have a couple checkpoints, right? The people that get there and they're not infected, you know, you bring them through, you can corral them, surround them with paladins. One person starts to turn, cut them down. Done. Right? But what about all the other people who didn't eat the fucking cursed grain? What about all the people that didn't? Mal'Ganis literally convinced Arthas that they had all been infected. But instead of quarantining, getting reinforcements, utilizing the people that he had at his disposal, instead he just killed them all. Like, of course I don't agree with that. Of course I don't agree with it. Like, so it's a fucking shame. You have a mage that can portal people out of there into quarantine. I mean, they could have just come to the gate when you run the dungeon. He came, like, the paladins are just killing people that are coming to the gate, even if they're, like, not turned or anything. It's just very strange to me. I just feel like there's definitely alternatives. And people are like, well, you know, I mean, he didn't want to take the chance. Like, yes, that's the problem with the situation. He didn't want to consider any alternative. To him, it was worth killing all these people on the chance that they were infected. Like, holy shit. Like, what the fucking fuck, dude? That's fucking crazy to me. I get it. He's desperate. He's afraid. But ultimately, like, dude, and it would be different. Let me put it this way. If Arthas showed up and he was alone, right? He was alone and he had to make this decision without anyone else trying to like talk him out of it, I would be way more forgiving. The guy's isolated. He doesn't have any other counsel. He gets tricked. Totally different situation. But the fact that Jaina and Uther were there trying to tell him not to do it and he didn't listen is fucking crazy. And I will say that I think that Jaina and Uther probably could have tried harder. I could be wrong, but I think that if he really wanted to stand against it, I think Uther could have fucking flat-backed Arthas. Like, I don't understand why Uther didn't do more. And honestly, I think that's something that stayed with Uther for a long time. He looked back at it and thought, like, this is kind of my fault to a degree. Like, there's a tremendous amount of guilt. Jaina felt the same way, where like she was plagued by watching him fall to darkness and not doing enough to stop it. So do I think that they could have done more? Absolutely. But it's a situation where people try to bring it in, well, they're both in the wrong, right? But two wrongs don't make a right. Like, you can't absolve someone of their horrible decision just because the people around them didn't do more to try to stop them. They still made a horrible decision. But again, could the others have done more? I do think they could have. It's a collective failure. Like, it's a collective failure. It was just not a good situation. And everyone's scared, and no one knows the nature of this plague. And, you know, besides that, perhaps that it's magical. I don't even know if they knew at the time. I think they did. But yeah, it's just a bad situation. But yeah, for the people that unironically say that like Arthas was in the right here or whatever, like, no, I think you're missing the point. You're willing to kind of brush off his mistakes because you liked him as a character or whatever. Like, no, he fucked up and this was a bad thing he did. The story is literally of an arrogant upstart paladin's fall from grace, manipulated by demons who were able to play on his sense of pride. Yeah, and it seems to me like there's people that don't recognize that he is flawed, that he is prideful. And it's like they don't realize that that's a weakness. It's not like a strength of Arthas. Like, it is a character flaw that, yes, was manipulated and targeted, but it doesn't change that he's like that. And again, is Arthas entirely to blame for being like that? No. He grew up the son of a king, and his father instilled within him this great sense of pride and righteousness that unfortunately kind of like went to his head. So yeah, it's just a situation where it just sucks. It sucks it turned out this way, because I think it could have been different, but Arthas didn't make the right decisions to have it turn out differently. So it sucks. You know? Arthas was the only one who knew how the plague worked. He just didn't explain it because he's arrogant and hot-headed. You can like the character for the arc, but to like the character and defend his actions, you're missing the plot. Exactly. And that's what I always end up saying is like, I'm not gonna like criticize you because you like the arc of the fall from grace. Like, that's like saying that you're wrong for liking Anakin Skywalker's story. But there's a difference between appreciating a story and trying to excuse the bad actions of that character because you idolize them as some kind of fucking savant when that's not what they are. Like, he's literally Vader. Like, he's literally the bad guy. Like, so yeah, there's a difference in those things. So it's like the same with Garrosh. Like, it's the exact same thing. Like, there's some, I can understand liking Garrosh's story, even liking some of his personality traits for like the hardcore aspects of it, but ultimately, like, he starts fucking killing people. Like, it's crazy. Like, you can't do that. You can understand their point of view all you want. It doesn't make them right. Right? You're not my king yet, boy, and I wouldn't obey that order even if you were. Whatever he says to him. I like Garrosh, but only pre-Pandaria Garrosh. Old Garrosh was kinda based. Kinda based. I mean, not based, but like, I could appreciate him more as a character. The whole Garrosh thing is, it's another instance of pride. Garrosh was very prideful. Aggressive. He felt like he had to do everything on his own. So I think there's a different set of issues that plague Garrosh. Like, he felt abandoned by Thrall. He felt like he had to pick up the broken remnants of the Horde and, like, find a way to survive. He had very much kind of tapped into that, like, more primal warlord mindset, right? But even his father was able to recognize where he went wrong and try to right those wrongs. Garrosh never got to that point. Garrosh stayed bad until the end, unfortunately, like, once he got to that point. So, killing Cairn on accident probably fucked him up. Yeah, I think that Garrosh did have a deep sense of honor, and I absolutely think that how Cairn died and the circumstances I think that really fucked Garrosh up. Like, unfortunately, I think Garrosh needed, frankly, a father figure that he didn't have because Grommash was dead. And I think that Thrall was kind of supposed to serve as Garrosh's father figure. And unfortunately, when Thrall kind of left Garrosh to, as he says in his own words, pick up the pieces, I mean, that was kind of like sealing the deal. I really don't think Thrall should have done that. Like, I think that was a mistake on Thrall's part. I really do. Yeah, I think that's a shame because I think Garrosh could have turned out much better if Thrall had handled that differently. Yes, and Garrosh very much felt that way. I am what you made me. And that's absolving himself of some responsibility, but I think there's some truth in that. I do think there is. I find it easier for me to sympathize with Garrosh's character because I just can't stand how petulant I perceive Arthas to be. I really can't stand him. Even just the way he talks to Uther, the way he talks to Jaina, he's just such a dick. Like, I find almost nothing redeemable about Arthas. Like, his pursuit to save his homeland quickly turned into a blind pursuit for power, self-righteousness, and arrogance that led him to do some really horrible things. And I do find it easier to empathize with Garrosh than I do with Arthas. I cannot fucking stand him. But I appreciate the character arc. I have a love-hate relationship with Garrosh because, God, he's such a fun character, but his fan base is so annoying. I legit worry about people who unironically stan him. I think it depends on how developed their perspective of him is. Like, I think that there's also fans who separate characters in certain eras. You know what I mean? Like, they might not stan fascist murder Garrosh, but they stan, like, Horde war chief, like, awesome brutal warrior Garrosh, like, and they separate those two things, which I can understand. I think being a fan of a character in a certain era is a pretty common thing in WoW, especially with characters like Sylvanas. So I can get where that comes from. But the people who unironically like stan late stage Garrosh, it's like, bro, you need to play Mists of Pandaria and pay the fuck attention. Like, because you did not get the plot. You did not get the plot. The one that kicked the orc committing war crimes off the bridge and then went on to commit a bunch of war crimes, like, bro, come on. I kind of don't like what they did with him. I mean, a dev literally said, yeah, we had to push him into that villainy role, so it makes sense. Well, it depends on the context, and I'm not saying they didn't say that, but I don't know. I don't think I've seen that. I can believe it, but if that's the case, that sucks. Casillo, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that for 11 months. Because Garrosh could have been so much more. I feel like, and that's how they treat it, like in the other timelines, right? In many of the timelines, Garrosh is a great hero of Azeroth. And in this one, no, he's not. Unfortunately, it's one of the worst outcomes that could possibly have happened. That was also one dev who wasn't on the same track with everyone else, unfortunately. Yeah, if that was Alex Afrasiabi, then I can see that being the case. He was a victim of being a palatable villain in a world of peace and harmony. I don't know about a world of peace and harmony. I mean, the beginning of Pandaria is a war between the Horde and the Alliance, so I'm not sure that I follow exactly what you're saying, but in Pandaria, you know, they're all about harmony and stuff, so wasn't it that they didn't communicate during Kata and Alex Frasiabi was the one who liked Garrosh and in return he ruined Sylvanas' arc? I don't know the details of it. Pandaria, at least. Yeah. I think Garrosh made a pretty good villain, though. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, like, as much as I, hate Garrosh's late stage choices, I thought that the whole final sequence of him in Torghast, even though it wasn't well animated at all, I thought that was kind of fucking awesome. To be honest with you, the way he's like, I'd fucking do it all again. Like, I'll never fucking bow to you or the horde of that fucking coward thrall. Like, I was like, damn, like this motherfucker spitting kind of right now. Like, shit, that's kind of crazy. I thought that was kind of cool. Like, as much as I was like, damn, yeah, fuck Garrosh though, but I was like, that motherfucker sticks to his ideals even if I don't agree with them, and there's something kind of like admirable about that. Like, even in the face of domination and torment, like this motherfucker still, he's fully committed. Like, holy shit. He was like, your little nuts are gonna be quaking. Yeah. Anyway, I just think he became too cartoonishly evil in the end of Mop. I don't really think so. I think the cartoonish evil shit is a bit overused. People say a similar thing about Sylvanas, but I don't really agree. I feel like the level of evil that Garrosh was at, again, he was corrupted by pride. Like, literally a dark manifestation of malevolent pride. Like, it almost doesn't get worse than that. Like, so, it kind of makes sense to me. And I have to say the same thing with Sylvanas. Like, I think her villainy, for the most part, when you reflect upon what happened to Sylvanas and where her mindset was and how despairing and literally suicidal she had been at one point, there's definitely, it's really just Teldrassil that stands out as like a what the fuck kind of moment. But I mean, it's not like Sylvanas had never done evil shit either in the first place, so I feel like he wasn't corrupted. In fact, he used the power so easily because he was so full of pride that it empowered him further. Well, I would argue that further empowerment is effectively corruption. I mean, did you do the Garrosh fight? I mean, he was pretty fucking, he literally was talking about like visions that Yasharaj had showed him, mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and in his vision of the future, all the faction leaders had been skewered upon spikes and fucking in Stormwind. Like, that's pretty crazy. Like, that's pretty crazy. I don't really see the issue with Garrosh. I feel, as you said, more the fan base of Garrosh did nothing wrong, blah, 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 is the sort of annoying part, sure. Yeah, you gotta always leave it to, like, some cringe fucking weirdos in real life to try to, like, justify what these characters do. To be honest, I used to do it with Sargeras, but then I, like, grew up and started reflecting upon what Sargeras was actually accused of doing and thinking to myself, like, yeah, if that shit's true, that's pretty fucking bad. Like, I don't think I can justify that. Like, no matter what the reason is, I think that you have to come up with a better solution. I mean, I think most people are joking when they say that. I think that most people are joking too. But to me, it almost kind of comes off as this cringy, like, immature, ironic humor that doesn't stick with me. Like, it's like, it makes me feel like people that say that, I feel like they're kind of cringe. Like, I don't know. I don't like the humor. I just don't. It's not my kind of humor. Garrosh is like Grom if Grom was never redeemed. Garrosh goes the other direction where Grom faced his demons, literally and figuratively. I kind of wanted back then to be Arthas, for Arthas to be right, because he was a paladin and had so much potential to be a good guy, but ended up being an asshole. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the desire for someone to change and do good, but ultimately you have to be able to look at the fact that he didn't, right? Like you said, he ended up just being an asshole. So, and it sucks. It sucks. And that, honestly, that's why I think Anduin is such a fun character for me, because I feel like he's kind of the example of what Arthas could have been had he been more compassionate and lent more of an ear to those trying to give him counsel and talk him out of horrible acts. Anduin is a character who faces and he's had more time to do it, I think, but kind of facing his darknesses in a way that Arthas didn't, or maybe never got the opportunity to do. So Anduin, I think, is really supposed to be like if Arthas turned out good kind of situation. So yeah, that's part of why I enjoy Anduin's story so much, because of that. So Garrosh's most wild line to me was his admission that the orcs graped Alexstrasza, and he was like, I'd do it again if it meant we won. I was like, God dang, dude, read the room. Yeah, dude, that's pretty bad. Yeah, what happened with Alex? And that's that old, like, unnecessarily, like, grotesque and, like, gritty writing that I don't personally enjoy. And frankly, what a lot of people seem to forget is that around that time, there was adults and shit who were playing the game and reading this stuff, like, what happened to the Draenei, like, from the orcs, like, holy fucking fuck. And what happened to the Draenei at Shattrath, it's just like, and it's like, dude, this is like, come on, man. Like, what am I reading? Like, what am I reading? Even the path to glory is like one thing. Like, the bones of all the people, like, that's still within the realm of, like, there's gonna be death no matter what, but it's like, dude, like the grape and all that stuff, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Trudging through the shit and the blood and the like in Shattrath, and like the dead kids and the fucking unarmed, like, people that were left as basically a sacrifice to the Horde and shit. It's like, oh God, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing? It's fucking crazy. It's a bit, to me, it's a bit over the top. Like, it's a bit over the top. So, I'm not, yeah, Garona is literally a great baby. It's pretty terrible, dude. It's pretty terrible. When he called Sylvanas a bitch, I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny because it's like, bro, no one has the balls to say that to Sylvanas. Like, what the fuck? Like, this motherfucker brave as shit. Like, that's crazy. Ain't nobody saying that shit. But then when he was using the Forsaken to besiege Gilneas, and Sylvanas showed up and looked him dead in the fucking eyes, and he could see the fire raging within her fucking soul, he backed down real quick. People say that Warcraft got soft. I personally think it's more accurate to say it grew up. Yeah, it's almost like when you read the writing of, like, a teenager, and they overuse, like, vulgarity, profanity, like, sexual reference, violence, to the point where it's like, okay, like, this is no longer tasteful. That honestly is how I see some of the old Warcraft lore. It's like, come on, man, like, what the fuck are we writing here? Like, this is crazy. Like, and so I think really a lot of this is like that the people who were writing it, who were maybe in their early to mid 20s at that point, like, they've kind of grown up. Like, they've grown up. Chris is a fucking balding old man now. Like, he's got kids. He's got a wife and a family. Like, he's more sagely. He's more, like, seemingly at peace. Like, I think old Chris was a little more high strung and rebellious and, like, gritty and maybe even a little cringy. Like, guys, I hate to say this because I love Chris Metzen, don't get me wrong, but when you watch the old BlizzCon panels, these guys, he and Afrasiabi and the others, they're so arrogant. They're so condescending to some of the people that ask them questions from the crowd and stuff. It's like, dude, what the fuck? What are we doing here? But so to me, they very much have grown up and matured, and, like, I think that that's reflected in the writing, where tonally it's different. There's still grittiness to WoW. It's just not like blood and shit and guts and rape and murder. Like, and there's still some of that in there, but it's not so gratuitous, if you will. So, like, there's a lot more, like, fucked up stuff, like, regarding, like, let's steal these dragon eggs and genetically mutate them against their will and, like, order them and do shit to them. Let's like, I don't know, let's, like, trap people in a fucking tower of pain and, like, literally torture their soul with spikes and fire and shadow, and, like, you know, it's and how do we look into ourselves and, like, overcome those darknesses? Like, this is real shit. Like, this is deep fucking trauma that, like, these characters are trying to overcome, in the case of, like, Jaina and fucking Anduin and so on and so forth. So it's still real, it's still impactful, but the tone of it is not so belligerent or whatever. So, yeah. Impaling a parent to a wall in front of the kid? Yeah. I wonder how many people knew the old Warcraft lore, but were themselves teens or early adults that thought it was deep and edgy and true, and just stuck with the nostalgia. It's, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Reminds me of the red shirt guy situation when he asked about the discrepancy from that one dwarf novel and the in-game models being wrong, and they instantly deny it. Right, almost like too proud to admit it, you know? I was about to ask how old they all were when they started writing the story, but they were also writing for 90s kids and looking at comics from the time were so edgelord. Right, so they're a product of the time as well. I mean, I was born in 95. I grew up watching like wrestling and kind of some edgier like cartoons and stuff. But ultimately, like, I don't know. I feel like I just kind of grew out of that. Like, I used to be the, play Call of Duty and like World of Warcraft is for fucking neckbeards or whatever I'd want to fucking say. And like, and then I don't know. I just kind of like, I don't know, started to grow up a little bit and reflect on it a little. I don't know. I think sometimes a little bit of that's kind of stuff is necessary to make the world feel real and provide emotional stakes for the characters. Like, not too much to be excessive, but just like IRL, there's bad people in Warcraft that do bad stuff. I understand, and there are bad people in Warcraft who do bad stuff, but because it's not murdering children and raping fucking women, it's not edgy enough. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. Like, taking people and forcing like genetic modification against their will isn't fucked up to you. Like, give me a fucking break. So, yeah, I just can't really get around that. Like, there's still a lot of fucked up shit. So yeah, it's there. But ultimately, like, I mean, think about the burning of Teldrassil. Like, I mean, that's one of the most fucked up things that's happened in like modern WoW, and people hated that. Like, people hated that because it's just like it's one of those situations of like, this is over the top. This is over the fucking top. This doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some more characters like Arthas showing how arrogance can lead to hate and cruelty. I think there's quite a lot of those kinds of characters. There's just so many fucking characters that they might just kind of get forgotten. Sylvana's turning her head to see how the tree burns down. Not dark at all. I mean, the whole Uther situation, casting Arthas into the maw due to vengeance and hatred. But that's also a split soul scenario, so there's a greater depth to that, right? Metzen started writing WoW lore in his late 20s. Yeah, I mean, it was in my late 20s when I personally first started to, I don't know, grow up, I guess. I don't know. Maybe around like mid-20s or something. But everyone's different, and everyone has different tastes, and he's a big Warhammer 40K fan, and so he probably was always attracted to things a little bit more gritty than I. But ultimately, like, World of Warcraft is just not... Maybe I'm wrong, dude, but I feel like WoW, in a lot of ways, has always been kind of slightly cartoonish in its appearance, and like if you want a game that's really fucking dark and gritty and has that visual representation of the grit, play Diablo. Like, I just don't think that that's the identity of WoW. I don't really think it has been for a pretty long time. And so there's probably people that look back on the old stuff and that's what they like and that's what they appreciate, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know. I think ultimately they're trying to appeal to a wide audience, which I can't really blame them. Blame them for, and it's just the story is not written in a way that's I don't know. I guess for me, I think that I enjoy more reading about like political or familial or like moral issues rather than just like wanting to read or play through just like egregious violence. I don't know. The vanilla cutscene had a moment of turning a Tauren into a sheep. Like, the comedy and lightheartedness was always there. Like, you could blow up critters by clicking on them in the original campaign. It was never meant to be so serious. Even Warcraft 3, which many considered a height of Warcraft lore, is very cartoonish in terms of graphics and style. Yeah, I mean, I think it was meant to be a more palatable, take on a Warhammer kind of, the Warhammer MMO, so to speak. So I saw someone shit on that recent housing video Blizz made, talking about some shit like how orcs and undead should be terrifying to look at, and got confused because even back in vanilla, they looked goofy as hell. Well, and the thing is like, the stylization of the video game is not a real, true representation of what things are like in the universe. Does that make sense? Like, humans aren't cartoonish looking. They look like humans, right? They look like Anduin Wrynn. Like, undead are terrifying. Like, people in the game are horrified of the undead. Like, they're grotesque abominations that are cursed to undeath, and many people believe should not be allowed to live. Like, they find them repulsive, and I can't say that I necessarily blame them. So, it's like, in universe, the grit is there. And it's funny because, in my opinion, a lot of the grit, like, there's some pretty disgusting, like, descriptions of violence in Blood Ties. And I feel like the books actually capture that better than the game does. Because the books aren't adhering to a T for teen rating or whatever maybe, is WoW T for teen or M for mature? It's gotta be M for mature, right? I don't actually know. But ultimately, like, the books actually capture a lot of that grit still. And I think that if people just read the books more, they'd probably know. But then you have a whole other argument about, oh, books and all that shit. So there's a difference between Warcraft orcs and WoW orcs. Their demeanor had a big shift with Thrall in charge. And they're supposed to be, because they shifted from, you know, just being brutal conquerors to, like, these people have some redeeming qualities. Like, they're a lot more like humans. Like, again, that's really what one of the core things of orcs versus humans in, like, the first, second, and third war are supposed to help illustrate, is, like, the orcs are seen as savage monsters, but that's not really who they are. The orcs at their core, while yes, they had warlords and stuff, they were actually far more nomadic and shamanistic. Like, we know this, right? Depending on the tribe that we're referring to. But ultimately, the orcs also saw the humans as, like, meager little fucking fleshlings to be conquered. Like, these are, you know, we're going to come into this world, we're going to fucking take it because it's ours, right? So there's mistakes on both sides, but ultimately, like, orcs and humans are meant to be compared and contrasted to come to the conclusion that they are so fucking similar, but they perceive each other as so different. Early human cultures, especially, are very similar to orcs. Orcs might be bigger and buffer, but that's not that different from, like, Vrykul, you know? Thrall was, like, returning orcs to their original form, because a lot of what the orcs, this is a big theme in WoW, when you have groups that take on magic and cosmic energies, what often happens? They often lose aspects of their tradition, their culture. Like, who they are as a civilization is often smeared and distorted as a result of it. So this absolutely happened to the orcs, and it wasn't until the lethargy of the orcs that they began to kind of, like, revert to, like, oh fuck, like, now that we're no longer bent on this insane fucking magic that's causing, like, insatiable bloodlust, like, within us, this chaos running through our veins, like, oh boy, maybe we made some mistakes, right? So you're really supposed to look at orcs and humans as both being, like, equally flawed, I think. And susceptible to manipulation of external forces. And like, I really think a lot of the story is about, and Jaina could see this, that, like, the orcs had honor among them. And you had people whose hearts were so filled with fear and hate, like her father, Dalen, he couldn't see that. And so, you know, it's the children are often more flexible to the alternate perspectives and willing to see the humanity in others, where adults are often, especially in the case of the adults in WoW, rigid, set in their ways. They are heavily influenced by the bias of things that have happened to them, the horrors that they've seen, and you can't really blame them, but ultimately, like, that does blind them to the truth. And so it's really a shame, obviously, some of the things that went down. But so look at the time of Thoradin, very primal. Yes, there were still some savage clans before the Legion, but most of them were honorable and in touch with the world, I think. Yeah, and I think that you can see that really illustrated, especially among groups like the Frostwolves, who is perhaps the most noble of all orc clans. You know, in their traditions of Mak'gora, and, you know, the way that the movie's really good at illustrating this. Like, Gul'dan was kind of a fucking monster, and the way that they saw him once it was kind of shown, and there were orcs that were like, oh, I want that, and there were orcs that were like, Orgrim Doomhammer, that was like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't really who we are. Like, what is this? Like, you would still be loyal to this thing? Like, Gul'dan was terrifying, and it's such a fucking shame. World of Warcraft does such a good job of, like, making it believable why these characters get to the point where they are. Like, Gul'dan taking the power of the Fel, it's so fucked up because the story of what happened to Gul'dan is just like fucked up. Like, it's rejection of and outcasting from the clan, denied and rejected by the elements. Like, the guy was literally left with nothing. I mean, so when you have this unknown magical entity approach you and promise you power beyond anything you've ever understood, when basically your whole life has led you to a place where you have no power, I mean, who the fuck can blame Gul'dan for taking that power? And that power made him worse, right? And he was vengeful, and he went back and incinerated the entire fucking clan. So, so I don't know. It's kind of fucked. Alternate universe Gul'dan at least had a tiny reason to do what he did. Sure. Orcs are definitely my favorite race in WoW. In fact, two of my main alts are orcs, but I won't deny that they did some shitty things. Well, I mean, you can play whatever you want. Ultimately, like, all orcs are not the same. And that's part of what I'm kind of talking about here. All humans are not the same. All Draenei are not the same. And this is what I was trying to say in Why Did Blizzard Make the Light Evil video? Because it's the light has not been made evil. It's like saying because the Scarlet Crusaders do bad things, like, oh, here we go, like, all of the light is bad. Like, no. So I hate the orc fanboys that are super apologists. I mean, not every orc was involved with that shit. So, you know, but again, it's down to the individual, right? You'll get people that are like, yeah, it's good they came in and conquered and did all this fucking stuff. And it's like, okay, dude. Yeah, it's good that they were allowed themselves to, like, have their minds poisoned and tricked by demons and kill their fucking world and then have to, like, genocide to go on a fucking crusade to another world to conquer it too. And, like, ultimately that was going to lead to the inevitable corruption and destruction of that world too. Like, yes, very good, orcs. Like, what the fuck? Anyone that unironically is, like, in support of that is just kind of a fucking goober. I don't know what to say to that. Like, that's goober shit. I'm not the biggest fan of the weirdos saying the genocide was a good thing. Yeah, I totally understood. But obviously we have to be able to separate those individuals and criticize that apart from people who just like orcs, you know? So
Sale for the
Let's go back. I mean, I feel like that was such a long tangent. Someone mentioned Arthas, dude, and here we are, bro. Fucking like 40 minutes later. Here we are, dude. God fucking damn it. The taunt hits every single fucking time.
Goes north, heading straight for the shores of the Howling Fjord. After a month-long journey across the freezing seas, Arthas and his fleet finally reached the eastern coast of Northrend. They made landfall deep within Daggercat Bay, a natural harbour tucked into the cliffs of the Howling Fjord. It was here that the prince established his base of operations, launching a desperate campaign to find the demon responsible for his kingdom's ruin, Mal'Ganis. But that hunt was a trap. The search eventually led Arthas to a hidden cavern where he found exactly what the Lich King intended him to find there, the cursed rune blade of Frostmourne. Arthas claimed the sword, trading his soul for the power to save his people. In that moment, the Prince of Lordaeron ceased to exist, and the most formidable Death Knight in Warcraft history was born. After finally slaying Mal'Ganis, Arthas would become corrupted by the Lich King. He led a relentless campaign that reduced both the...
It's also just, like, so goofy from Mal'Ganis' perspective. It's like, motherfucker was obviously immune, but ultimately, like, he can't... I mean, I guess the whole... I think if I'm remembering correctly, was Mal'Ganis' intent to trick Arthas into thinking that he did kill him? Like...
Arthas would become corrupted by the Lich King. He led a relentless campaign that reduced both the human kingdom of Lordaeron and the elven realm of Quel'Thalas to ashes. He then returned to the ice of Northrend. It was there he made...
I don't even know if Dreadlords have souls, to be honest with you, bro. I don't even know if they have a fucking soul. I don't know if Frostmourne can get that shit. I mean, I don't know. They must, because if they die as a part of the Legion, they can reconstitute and come back. But, like, I don't even know, bro. They're weird creatures.
To Icecrown, where he shattered the frozen throne and placed the cursed helm of domination upon his own head. In that singular, world-shaking moment, his spirit merged with Ner'zhul's, and the new single entity of the Lich King was born. For several years following this ascension, the Lich King remained in a state of deep, death-like hibernation. It was only after 4 years of this dark meditation...
There might have been some shit about them being immune to it or something. I don't fucking know.
Lich King finally stirred. The silence of Northrend was broken as the Lich King awoke, ready to launch a second, overwhelming invasion of the world. And to help him win this war, he would reach out to the ancient, sleeping warriors he had found buried beneath the Howling Fjord. He ordered the Scourge to begin a full-scale sweep of Northrend, claiming the continent entirely. As his minions moved through the regions, they began the process of awakening the slumbering Vrykul. While the first to rise were those in Jotunheim within Icecrown, it wasn't long before the influence
Jotunheim
spread to the other tomb cities across the land. With his forces growing in Northrend, the Lich King launched direct attacks on the capitals of the Alliance and the Horde. In response, the Horde sent a Forsaken-led fleet to the eastern side of the Howling Fjord to establish Vengeance Landing, while their main force landed in the Borean tundra to build Warsong Hold. Meanwhile, the Alliance launched its own two-pronged invasion. One fleet left Stormwind for the tundra, while a second set sail for Menethil Harbour, bound for the Howling Fjord. Upon arriving in the fjord, the Alliance established its primary base at Valgard. But as the Horde and the Alliance began their race to reach the Lich King, they encountered an immediate problem. The invaders had come to fight the Scourge, but they were about to realise that the ancient Masters of the Fjord had finally returned to claim their territory. The task of waking the sleeping king, Ymiron, fell to his wife, Queen Angerboda. She began a dark ritual beneath the fortress of Yalabron. Although adventurers did manage to strike down the queen before the ritual was finished, the Lich King intervened personally. He claimed Ymiron, raising him into undeath to lead the Vrykul against the combined forces of the Horde and the Alliance. With King Ymiron restored to his throne, the Dragonflayers fully awoke and launched a brutal campaign to reclaim the Howling Fjord. Their primary target was the Alliance stronghold of Valgard. During the assault, many soldiers were captured and taken to Wormskull village, where they were either executed or forced into gladiatorial combat for the Vrykul's amusement. At the same time, the Winterscorn clan finally emerged from their 10,000-year-long slumber, but they were no longer the legendary conquerors who had once challenged the Keepers. Diminished by time and the Curse of Flesh, they were placed under King Ymiron's command. The Winterscorn clan's return was short-lived. They were systematically dismantled by the Horde forces operating out of Vengeance Landing and the Alliance soldiers from Westguard.
It's like the first quest you do when you get there, eh? You literally go up the lift and then like you're in this village doing this.
It was a shameful end for a clan so fierce that the dragon aspects once had to put them to sleep just to stop
or at least
them.
starting
With
your
the
campaign.
Winterscorn erased from the fjord, the war shifted to the Vrykul's seat of power, Utgard Keep. Both the Horde and the Alliance would quickly send elite strike teams into the massive fortress, fighting their way through fire-drenched halls and frozen...
I know, like, it looked good for the time, dude, but, I just imagine these dungeons and areas completely remade, and they would just be... I can't even, they would look so much fucking better. I can't even comprehend. I can't wait.
Battlements. They eventually reached the top of the fortress, where they stood face to face with King Ymiron himself. Despite his ancient strength and undead empowerment, the king was slain beside his throne.
Get shit on, King Ymiron.
Bringing a final, bloody end to the Vrykul threat in the Howling Fjord. While the battles against the Dragonflayers serve as the primary focal point of the Howling Fjord's history, the Forsaken were quietly orchestrating a project of their own behind the front lines. At Vengeance Landing, the Royal Apothecary Society were continuing work on their new plague, a concoction designed to be the ultimate killer against both the Scourge and the living. The latest strain of the new plague was meticulously engineered within the Undercity, and then it was shipped across the Great Sea to Vengeance Landing.
It's so interesting to think about a plague that is able to kill undead things. That's so fucking weird. I gotta learn more about this plague.
Long journey and
there's probably there's so many little intricate fucking things, plagues and shit. Even looking at the House of Plagues or Uldir that you could probably figure out from, I don't know, just like so many intricacies of it that I don't know.
northern climate had caused the concoction to lose its potency. To try and fix this, the apothecaries at New Agamand in the Howling Fjord began a series of trial and error experiments. The apothecaries discovered that by adding ectoplasm harvested from the Forgotten Shore, they could stabilize the mixture while significantly increasing its power. To test the efficiency of this weapon, the Forsaken turned their gaze towards the Dragonflayer settlement nestled within the fjord known as Halgrind. When the Forsaken began deploying the new plague, the Dragonflayers had no warning. Within a short time, every Vrykul that inhabited Halgrind had been decimated. Today, the remains of that settlement stand as a silent, rotted scar on the otherwise stunning landscape of the fjord. Beyond the war with the Scourge and the Vrykul, the Howling Fjord also faced a significant pirate problem. A group known as the North Sea Freebooters, led by Jonah Sterling, arrived to plunder the region. They
North
began...
Sea Freebooters. Jesus Christ. It's the best we could do. The guy in Barrens gave you a sample of some essence that basically turned the growth from the fungus in the Barrens into decay. I wouldn't be surprised if that came from there, since you send those samples to Undercity. Huh. Interesting. Even an orc stops you in Ratchet and checks the stuff and says the war chief forbids such things in the Horde. So it's definitely being done like under the table, and the fact that it's being delivered to Undercity. Huh. Vanilla and Classic is filled with quests of the undead testing and gathering materials.
Looting ancient graves at Shield Hill, the sacred Vrykul burial ground. These pirates then quickly found that these Vrykul artifacts were more trouble than they were worth. At the newly built pirate outpost of Scalawag Point, reports claimed that anyone who touched these stolen relics ended up dead or missing.
It's highly illegal, and not the first time, yeah. The Orc Guard tells you to reconsider your loyalties. You pick up some mushrooms underwater or something, then hand it to the undead guy in Barrens, then you move it onto some other undead, if I remember correctly. A lot were doing shady shit for real. I was about to say undead were always testing shit when they weren't supposed to. All led by their Banshee Queen leader, Sylvanas fucking Windrunner. They were developing the new plague for a while, yeah. There's a ton of little bits about it being studied around in old Silverpine. Right, that's where I made my undead, and I quested through that area. I did the questing a couple of days ago. Barrens is wild. I need to go back and do these quests. Did you do that in, like, Classic, or is that something that you could do in Retail? The Sundering let out some deep water that's imbued with spiritual energy, right? Quest name, Fungal Spores. Current. Yeah, I think I have done those quests, but it's been a while.
At the same time, they also began capturing the native Tuskar to sell as slaves. The conditions were so brutal for the Tuskar that almost none survived long enough to be saved. Eventually, the pressure from the Horde and the Alliance became too much for the freebooters. A rival pirate named Annie Bonn decided to cut her losses and arranged for the death of Jonah Sterling, ending the freebooters' influence in the Howling Fjord. At the same time, the Explorers League had landed on the shores of the Howling Fjord, and they were
I think a lot of the reason the undead are like that is because I'm pretty sure part of their affliction dampens like certain emotions and like worsens others. I'm pretty sure I read that before, that like the undead have a lesser capacity for like love, compassion, joy, hope, like a lot of positive emotions, and instead their negative ones are like enhanced. Hatred, anger, isolation, paranoia, all that stuff. And they want vengeance. Right. They're very much bent on like negative emotions. Some undead mage on Island in Tearsfall talked about that. Isn't that why Lillian Voss got so much more angry towards her family? That sounds right. It's so sad. And I think that's also part of why the light causes them such pain, is because the light is kind of, in a lot of ways, representations of those high energy or positive energy, like emotions and stuff. And I think that's part of why it like fucks them up. And it's interesting because the light doesn't outright destroy them, but it causes them severe pain. So technically, you could have like a real badass like undead person who wields light or, you know, whatever, and just deals with the pain. They have no future, no kids, just pain and decay. It's so sad, dude. The Forsaken, I mean, it's such a fitting name, but it's so sad. I thought those raised into the Scourge were damned to go to the Maw. I think that is the case, because when Sylvanas jumps off ICC and kills herself, pretty sure the Vrykul show, or the Valkyr show her, like, you're gonna go to this fucking dark place, and it's the Maw. And I think that was the fate of all the damned. So, like, I think that's part of why she wanted to, kind of protect the Forsaken, because they were effectively, like, going to go to the Maw. But then it went to another level where it's like, okay, now they're propagating the expansion of their like of their race, which is weird because they can't procreate. So it's like they're making more undead, but it's like, but why? Like, in a lot of ways, Sylvanas' perspective on them changed to like they're just arrows in her quiver to achieve an end. They're just a means to an end. But it's I think that's one of the perceived inconsistencies with Sylvanas' character, is that she gave up, didn't give a fuck. Then she had a lot of compassion and cared about the Forsaken. Then they were just tools for her again, and then it kind of continued to that point. That's actually what happens, though? Question mark. I thought it was part of Jailer's manipulation to get her on his side. I gotta read Sylvanas. I haven't read the book, so if that is claimed to be one of his things of manipulation, then fine. I know her pact with the Valkyr is that, but I don't know the details on how, if that statement was true. Like, I guess I'm operating based on the older lore where it's kind of like that's how it's made out to be. So yeah, I need to read Sylvanas. It's on me. There's literally a quest in the beginning of the undead area where the girl isn't even upset about her husband being dead and was just mad and said she wants revenge in those who wronged her. Right. Sylvanas will return? Of course she will. Yeah, I mean, we went and fucking saw her. I don't think it's claimed to be that. I just thought he seemed very sus. I think I remember reading something about how, like, technically Sylvanas' first interaction with the Jailer was the pact that she made through the Valkyr. It's more intense when they're first raised, from what I understood. Yeah, and I think that, what is it? Those that died particularly violent deaths, when they get brought back quickly, they are like enraged. Like Syrah, what's her last name? The one that gets raised at the Dark Shore. You know, the one with her eyes are like red and shit. She's like fucking pissed. She's like violently bent on like vengeance and hatred. There's something about that where I think it's like, depending on how violent they die and how quickly they get brought back after, they're brought back like extremely, like they're extremely aggressive. I never thought of this, but do raised dead have their souls split? Syrah Moonwarden, that's right. Do raised dead have their souls split? Not to my knowledge. The only way that I think that one can actually split a soul, I think, is with a Mournblade. Like, I don't, and I could be wrong, but I don't know of other methods besides Mournblades. I don't think I don't think so, as it was Frostmourne that did it to Sylvanas. Well, yeah, that's a unique case, yeah. I think it applies to these people, to people touched by Frostmourne. Right, again, a Mournblade, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any info either way on that specifically. Yeah. Didn't Thrall get split into Elemental Fragment? Oh, right, fucking Varian got split as well. Varian got split into, that wasn't with a fucking Mournblade. That was with some dark magic from Onyxia. Pretty sure. So, yeah, no. It seems that if one has the proper magical tools, that I guess you don't need a Mournblade, because that's absolutely not what happened to Varian Rin. And a Thrall getting split into elemental fragments, I actually don't know. Sylvanas gonna kill Kalia or nah? Seems too soon for Kalia's arc, but maybe.
I really like to think that this new kind of the new old Sylvanas is less gripped by her fears. Wait, what? Varian in Onyxia? Yeah, Varian gets split into the blue and red halves. Isn't it like, and it goes by like Logosh or whatever the fuck? I'm pretty sure that was Onyxia that did that to him, wasn't it? Isn't that in the comics? Am I fucking making that up? I swear to God, that's what happened. And he gets like captured or whatever, and he gets split, and there's a whole comics series about him like going on a quest to like kind of put himself back together. Varian split into two personalities. Right. Just remove Medan and it's the story. Yeah. That's where we first met Valera. Oh, Valera. Comic book Valera is fucking something else, bro. Let me tell you right now. God damn. He's put into the gladiator arenas by the orcs. Right. I never heard that. Gonna have to look that up. Yeah. Dude, Valera Sanguinaris, dude. I mean, look, dude. Respectfully, top 3. Valera, Alexstrasza. Probably Sylvanas. Illidan Stormrage. So, Pyro, looking forward to Delves in Midnight? Sure, especially Mega Delves. That was when her soul was split, not out. I don't see Sylvanas' motivation to kill Kalia anymore. If she still cared about being the boss of Forsaken, she wouldn't volunteer for mod dailies for eternity. Right, and that was when she was still broken. Yeah, which was what Zealous is saying. I think new Sylvanas would look at it with a different perspective. You know, I'd like to think that anyway, that new Sylvanas seems noticeably different to me. And I think it's that she's no longer trapped in a perspective where she is a victim constantly, where she has to act out of aggression and like hatred and fear. I think Sylvanas has kind of been like, it's not that she's not going to feel those things anymore, but Sylvanas split that golden part of her soul. That banshee was overcome with that stuff. A false sense of righteousness, a feeling that she had no free will, the desire to solve the problems, get vengeance. She's very angry. She's very fearful. And when her fear manifests, it typically would result in anger, lashing out. So I really like to think that Sylvanas being made whole is, and I really think that the person I interacted with in the Maw is still very much a prideful elf. She's still very much sassy and, you know, a little darker, a little gritty, but no longer plagued by this massive imbalance of emotional distress. Like the fact that the part of her soul that was held in stasis has now been returned to her. It's really, really important. And I mean, I still love Sylvanas' character. She's still one of my fucking favorites. Like, I would still say Sylvanas is in like unironically in my top 3 characters still. It's such a meaningful arc for her to get that aspect of herself back, because the Ranger General is so obviously like trapped in a moment of just like despair and reflection and shame and regret, and the other half doesn't really seem to feel that stuff. So getting that all back, Sylvanas, I mean, it's such a huge deal to be made whole again. I mean, it's just crazy. It's I don't know that there can be anything more significant than that. So the Eretor quest kind of showed she still has a lot of her edge to her personality. I absolutely agree. But is she kind of like unpredictable or unstable anymore? I don't think so. I have hope for Sylvanas. And I honestly, I don't think Blizzard's going to bring her back just to kill her. I really don't think that's going to happen. Could there be some kind of sacrifice with her in the future? Absolutely. But I mean, ultimately, she is a beloved character of the franchise. I am very concerned for characters like Lorthamar Theron, Illyria Windrunner, among others. But yeah, I hope that, you know, she just doesn't just come back just to fucking die. It'd be kind of strange. A strange choice for Blizzard. Will the name and appearance of a mount from the new expansion be considered spoilers in terms of theory crafting? If it's already available in the mount journal in the game, I'm happy to talk about it. If it's not in the Mount Journal in retail, I would prefer not to talk about it. If they kill Theron, I'm going to be pissed. Dude, I think there's a real chance, and I think there's a pretty good chance that someone like Eretor takes over. Like, I don't know, dude. Lorthamar is kind of an old dude. I mean, he did just get married to Thalysra, but like, I don't know. The Hordes would be pissed. People are gonna die, chat. Like, motherfuckers are gonna die. So there comes a time where like we gotta accept that, and I don't think we're gonna like anyone who dies. Like, it's gonna suck, but like the stakes gotta feel real. You know, like A5 Wagyu, they gotta feel real. It can't just be World of Warcraft, no death.
Underway with their excavation of the zone.
I'm
They
Decimus.
discovered the remains of a Titan statue on the eastern shoreline, slowly revealing the fjord's ties to the ancient world. But on the other end of the coast, they ran into trouble. Having dug into the cracks and the crags of the fjord, the explorers unearthed Saronite, a metal ore that was the solidified blood of Yogg-Saron. Corrupted by the influence of the old god, the miners were slowly driven mad, eventually forcing us to make our way into Whisper Gulch to put an end to their insanity. With the Vrykul clans defeated, the pirate threat neutralized, and the local skirmishes settled, the Alliance and the Horde were finally able to push deeper into the heart of Northrend, and their war against the Lich King would eventually lead them to the Gates of Icecrown, a story we all know the conclusion to. As far for the Howling Fjord itself, the region eventually returned to a state of relative peace. Small pockets of Vrykul still roam their ancestral lands, but they no longer possess the numbers or the leadership to launch a real offensive. The pirates have reverted to being nothing more than petty thieves, and the halls of the Utgard Keep have remained silent for over a decade. According to the Bronzebeard brothers, who surveyed Northrend nearly 10 years after the fall of the Lich King, the fjord is finally stable. The Alliance settlements are busy, but they're quiet. The Horde continues to maintain
I think this is from
presence at
exploring
Vengeance
Azeroth.
Landing, and the Tonka camp of
I don't know where
Winterhoof
that comes
haven't
from.
seen a major skirmish in years. The fjord has once again become what it was 1,000 years ago, a beautiful, wind-swept wilderness. The history of the Howling Fjord is a series of brutal chapters. It began with the first Titan-forged warriors guarding the north, and it effectively ended with a race of undead kings being put down in their own halls. The fjord is the place where the first humans were born, and then banished in shame, only for their descendants to return thousands of years later to claim the land as their own. It isn't just a leveling path on the way to Icecrown, it is a masterclass in world building that deserves to be remembered as more than just a neighbour to the Grizzly Hills.
Good video.
Big shout out to all of our library members for supporting the channel, and again thank you to boot.dev for sponsoring this video.
That's a good one. The music was Biss as well? Sure. Love me some accurate lore? Yeah, it's nice. Don't gotta fucking correct anything. Just hope he gets some half-elf kids before Theron dies. But he's married to an elf. What do you mean? Half Nightborn, half Blood Elf? Oh, I see. Half elf. Elves. That's where Gelflings come from.
I hope Thrall's kids get mentioned at midnight. Yeah, I want them to keep building on the families and stuff. That reminds me of the rift atop Nighthold. Sure. A purple starry tear in the veil. I hope they add lore to the Void Elf Demon Hunters. Or Void Demon Hunters. Yeah, I would like to see them add Void Eyes. I'm not really sure why they didn't do that. Surprising. Like, there's no story behind them, how they get to that point. Yeah, there is. There's a whole quest line on Koresh. What are you talking about? Greymane's gonna die thing. Could happen. It's only how they try to combine powers, but no details on the ritual. Yeah, fair enough. I've been wanting customizable DH metaforms. That would be pretty dope. Pretty sure he abdicated and that was what that whole cinematic was about. Oh, didn't yeah, he technically passes it to Tess already, doesn't he? In the whole reclamation of Gilneas or whatever, or defense of Gilneas with the Scarlets. I wish we had more customization options for DHs in general. Yeah, Demon Hunters should be able to fly. You should be able to use Soar. I agree. I kind of forgot about that part, so did I. Yeah, not having Void Eyes and stuff is weird. Like, it can't be that hard to implement. That's the thing that's kind of frustrating about that stuff, is that, like, it's like... It seems like something that'd be pretty minor. Like, not a huge amount of work. He has some good videos, the Karazhan Library guy. I know. I recommend his channel in my video about how to get into Warcraft lore. I don't feel the point of people saying it's like they have the normal DH ritual and do the same thing for the Void version. Right, the premise of the ritual itself. Yeah, it would be sick to be able to have your wings out all the time like fucking Illidan. If it's a special effect, you could just easily recolor it. That's how I feel about it too. Just add another set of like, why can that not be done in like a week? Like roll it around with a fucking hotfix or something. What? Why?
I just don't understand why DKs and DHs have the eye animation locks. Lore-wise, your spec is more than just blue or green. Yeah, like forced character, things like that. Dude, having red eyes on a Blood Death Knight would be fucking sick. 100%. That'd be awesome. Locking customizations to your class? I don't, yeah. Or spec is what you said, but... doesn't even let you use the Dark Ranger elf eye, red elves. What can, I guess they can be demon, Death Knights, can't they? You think we're gonna see Void enhanced Loa? Probably at least once. Or corrupted, Void corrupted, or however you want to put it. I feel like they don't give a shit about variation. I mean, why no red eyes for blood or DK's blood? Death Knights would make sense in my eyes. Is there some lore reason why they might not want void eyes? Ultimately, I think rule of cool and character customization should trump even if there is a lore reason, right? Like maybe the lore reason is like the fell eyes allow you to use things like fell sight or whatever the fuck, demon sight, what the fuck that spell's called. But ultimately, like, come on. Come on. Let them do it. Just let them do it. I mean, I'm never not going to be an advocate for more character customization. Like, I will always advocate for more customization and player freedom over anything else. Spectral Sight has a void tint and devour spec when you use it. Interesting. The more customizations, the better. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. You could probably implement a good reason for customizations to be lore accurate also, like Dreadeye unlocking options through a quest explaining it. Sure. Or why no option for the wings to be shown constantly? Yeah, that's what someone was saying in Twitch chat. Give me Drakthir style double hair colors on every race. I mean, this is common feedback. You'll see this all over the place. That like, people are looking at the customization that Haranir get, and they're like, dude, I want this for my existing races. Like, can you update some of the existing ones? Because this is fucking sick, and I'd really like to have this for more than just the new shiny race, you know? No, I get that. I get that. I mean, I don't know how you can argue against more character customization. I just want meta for Warlocks so bad. I can watch. I don't want. Smart ass. Spectral Sight's my favorite ability to use in PvP. Love using it to surprise rogues and druids that are solo defending flags. Yep, going down to mines. What are you doing there, little rogue? I see you, little fucker. Having met on Warlock was so good in SOD, bro. Let's not. Why do we have to talk about this?
I have flashbacks from mob warlocks one-shotting with meta. Fuck that. Well, it wasn't always like that. Pretty sure that's like UVLS meta. Shit was broken. Warlock was broken as fucking Miss Pandaria. Shit was nasty. It was fucking nasty. Can't believe that shit was allowed. Everything was broken in Mont, though, to be honest. Everything was insane. Have a good night, Grubber. Take care, bro. Kill Jaden's cunning. Yeah, the most broken shit ever. The most broken fucking thing that's ever been in WoW. The only more broken thing maybe was like UVLS demo or fucking Black Blood of Yasharaj Affliction. Shit was just nasty. I got all-time peak rating PvP just because I had a demo lock on my team one-shotting everyone. Yeah, that's gross. I feel like too much Rule of Cool comes at the expense of lore, though. Ultimately, it's a fucking game. Like, if they can reconcile the lore and the Rule of Cool together, then they should. But ultimately, man, like, character customization to me is so much more important than the lore. But I just don't see a lot of barriers that stop them from being able to do both. You love the effect of Malevolence on lock. I played Resto Druid at the time in MoP and Symbiosis and Wild Mushroom that stored any overhauling. Overhealing you did? Mwah. Yeah. Man, one thing I missed for Death Knight, because I don't think they have this anymore, maybe as a PvP talent, but was Dark Simulacrum. You could steal Paladins like bubbles if you could predict when they were going to cast it. You could steal bubbles, you could steal mage ice blocks. You could do some crazy shit. It was fucking awesome. It is a PvP talent. Yeah, Dark Sim is awesome. I want Undead Lightforged Orin, and I'm only partly kidding. Wow. See, Undead and Lightforged is an interesting one. Because being raised in the light does not seem to cause issues. But if you were Undead and then Lightforged, I think that would cause problems. Or the Eridar Draenei, and yet we get a weak knockoff, in my opinion, compared to the Eridar NPCs in Legion. They have some pretty sick customizations that you don't get as the player, which does kind of suck. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. It's so easy to change it for the eyes. As an example, for the Blood Elves, they have multiple eye colors. I mean, I would imagine that, like, again, this is something that Blizzard's aware of. I mean, there's no way that they're not. There's got to be someone over there that, probably many people, who advocate for more character customization. I think it just comes down to, like, when do they want to put the resources into making it happen? And I don't really know how complex it is to do that, you know? It doesn't seem complex to people that don't know anything about it, but, you know, it could be more complicated than it seems for certain types of customizations. Because I think, you know, you have to consider, like, armor pieces and everything, clipping and all sorts of stuff. Now, if we're just talking eye color, that's one thing, but, like, wings all the time, a little bit different. The red skin with the fell green veins, yeah, that shit's dope. Yeah. That's what I think of when I think of those customizations that we don't get. There reasonably is no excuse not to have these customizations when we constantly see characters in WoW doing the things we ask for all the time. The eyes are easy. Hairstyles, though, and wings and stuff like that, I totally agree. That's hard to do, but not impossible. Yeah, no, by no means impossible. You gotta figure out a way. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, well, we can't do it because of this, that, or the other. Like, you gotta find a way.
I think they have to tamper with headpiece. Exactly. Even if it's just an eye color thing. Yeah, I can, again, I try not to be too presumptive about, like, how easy things are. I think when you don't really know anything about designing games and modeling and all that stuff, it's easy to, like, just be like, oh, it seems easy to me, why not just do it? It's like, well, you probably don't really know. And there could be layers to it. You have to think about not only just designing it, like, is there complexity in the execution of it, or the application of it, rather? Coding within the game that is, you know, maybe a graphic designer, visual designer, whatever the fuck you would call them, an artist, graphics artist, or whatever the fuck, can make the thing, but maybe they don't have the capacity to implement it into the UI or something, right? Like, you gotta, like, think about it this way. Like, you add a new eye color, it's not just someone changing the color palette or whatever of it, or wings or whatever. You have to go into any UI that revolves around it. You have to account for the transmogs, you have to account for the player character customization UI, all that shit, right? The character creation screen UI. Like, it's more than just one thing. So I try to keep that in mind, while also not, you know, I also try not to make excuses for why they don't do it, because ultimately, like, you should figure out a way. You know, you're a fucking AAA company that's been making this game for forever. Like, you know, you gotta find a way to make it happen for your fans, you know? I have so much respect and love for the developers. It's just, like, disappointing if someone up there doing a whole overhaul of abilities for the DH, but forgetting the eyes makes it seem like they just don't want to try and focus on delves and raids. I get it. I get it. I try not to come to those, like, conclusions or, like, kind of assumptions, because I feel like we don't really know if it's true. We also, you just kind of, like, set yourself up to be, like, a little bit jaded, a little bit angry. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be naive, but I try to be as optimistic as I can, because I don't want to be upset about it. You know, I don't want to assume that they just don't care, right? It's like one of the most cynical ways to look at things. Like, oh, they just don't care. Oh, they don't want to try, or whatever. I doubt it's that. I doubt it's that. If it wasn't profit-based, they could have a dedicated small team just for that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure that they probably technically do. Maybe not a team that only does that, but people who specialize specifically in those customizations. Is the Grimoire of the Shadowlands worth reading? I would say so. I do. I do think it's worth reading. I think all the books are worth reading. Like, there's people that got angry about them just outright giving us the information that Chronicle is, like, got some perspective in there. So, but they're all worth reading, especially when you can recognize that it's from perspective. And the Grimoire of the Shadowlands is overtly written from broker perspective, like, no question. And it's really cool because the author of the Grimoire of the Shadowlands not only has commentary on the Titans, their words, their cosmological map, which is fucking fascinating, but it's got tons on the first ones, different interpretations to the first ones, mentions of Firim, which then you can go into the game, read all Firim's notes, and kind of contrast to what this person was thinking. And I'm pretty sure the name of the author is Talora or whatever. Do you guys remember on Koresh those audio logs that people found, and they tell you things about Koresh's past? The person who recorded those audio logs is the same broker that wrote Grimoire of the Shadowlands. So I think that's pretty sick. You effectively, like, have a tie-in canonically in universe of the author of a book that we get to read in real life, and other what's the word? Other contributions of the character in the video game as well. I think that's pretty cool. And frankly, like, most of the stuff in WoW is pretty explicitly written from perspectives. Like, when you're reading about how Alex Straza feels about Viranoth, it's Alex Straza's perspective, right? So, like, you take that into consideration. Isn't Grimoire where we learn that the Titans use the same word for create and order? Yes, it is. Yes. I cite that pretty often. It's a really important detail. If the brokers are right about that, that's pretty important. Because then you can contrast that with the fact that Odin says, like, Is anything truly exist until it's been ordered? Of course not. And so it's like, okay, dude, if this is the Titan Forge perspective, that has pretty big implications for things like the Titan Forged derived map, which Talora also says, like, this is from Azeroth's Titan Forged races. This Chronicle chart is from them. So it gives you more insight on what that perspective is and can help you. That's how I come to the conclusion that, again, I said this earlier, but if the broker's right, and they use the same word for create and ordered, right? And Odin believes, as I would assume most of the Titan Forge do, that nothing exists until it's been ordered, then that would mean that if the Chronicle chart is a Titan Forge perspective, which it's said to be by the brokers, then it is a map of ordered existence. Because if it's not ordered, it doesn't exist. And why would they put it on the chart if philosophically it doesn't exist until it's been ordered, right? So the Chronicle chart, we could talk about how it's three-dimensional, layered, whatever. All of that is interesting and fun to discuss, but ultimately, the key thing about it is, like, it is an expression of a ordered cosmos, and it's monopolar cosmic expressions. So anything on the chart, therefore, is ordered, right? Emerald Dream, Shadowlands, Azeroth, Old Gods, Naru, Wild Gods, Legion, Eternal Ones, the Titans. It's all ordered. So, at least to some degree, the Titans attempted to order it at the very least, or the Titan Forge believe that the Titans have ordered it, which is just like kind of scary because it can show you, like, damn, these motherfuckers have influence in everything. Everything. Do I think it's valuable to always have the Titans be behind all the different cosmic things? I think it's arguable. I think that I can definitely see why that could be problematic. Oh, it's always just the Titans. But ultimately, like, yeah, they've had a lot of influence, you know? You think the Heronir were shielded by that somehow? I do. And the reason why is because the Heronir seem to have arrived and protected the roots that Aman'Thul was alleged to have been pretty much unaware of. So I think that the Heronir are one of the more true creations of ENR. And I'm excited to learn more about where they came from, if they predate the trolls, if they're a variation of the troll, if they're the halfway point between trolls and elves. You know, and maybe learning more about, like, where the trolls really came from. The trolls and the Yongal are two of the oldest races on Azeroth, and it'd be really fun to find out that maybe they came from the Dream or something like that. So, I'm excited. I'm excited to learn more about it, and hope they got some sick Loa as well. Oh, I'm sure they do, but I would imagine they don't call them Loa. I'm sure they have specific names for them. Like Anhara, stuff like that, right? But is it effectively a Loa? Yeah. The trolls would call it a Loa. The trolls call everything a Loa. We underestimate how much the influence of the old heads at Blizz ensured QOL features being introduced beyond just bottom line content to drive expansions. You mean like now? On Sharan or whatever the fuck, yeah. I would love it if they'd go into that whole Void Planets thing with the tentacles, but that has probably nothing to do with the story right now. Well, I have my own beliefs about those planets because I don't think that what you're seeing is old god tentacles, personally. I think you're seeing massive root systems. Because those roots have primary roots and then ones that branch off of it, like what roots of a tree would do. You never really see old god tentacles that split into two and then split into more. Like, so I don't think that what you're seeing is actually old gods. And even if it is, I think they're trying to suggest a connection between those two things because visually it looks like a root system to me. Or if there are existing light planets like void planets, oh, I absolutely believe so. Echo of Al Sharan, new Cloud Serpent Mount, I have heard of that. I have heard about that. Yep. Spore Mound, maybe, but still, I think void addled to some degree. Wonder what the Heronir have to say about Shadowlands. They probably gonna be disgusted by that. Hope somebody will tell them about the crazy shit we saw. Well, and someone said earlier, part of the issue with WoW is that now when people die, they just go to the Shadowlands and they get turned into anima or whatever the fuck, you know, we know where they're going. So the mystery of death is gone. I'm not sure that that's always entirely the case. I think it depends on how someone dies. If someone is destroyed by Fel, I don't believe they go to the Shadowlands. So there's that. If someone sacrifices themselves to empower another being, like the exchange with Soul Scribe, I don't think that goes to the Shadowlands. Like, I think it goes to the thing that they're empowering instead. So you can have deaths that occur that way. There's also technically like infinite afterlives. We just plumb 4 of them. So, or 5 of them technically. So who knows, like, if others exist out there. I mean, others do exist out there, but who knows what is in them or who goes to them. You know, maybe races with different magical affiliations and stuff don't go there. And ultimately, like, think about it like this. There's still risk because the Shadowlands in a lot of ways to me is like Second Life. It's just like Life 2.0. When you die in the Shadowlands, where do you go? Like, we've seen 3 characters, Garrosh, Arthas, and, well, in Argus now, and Zoval kind of fade away. But it's like, where do they go? Where does that energy transition down a power level into the void? Like, and is the Shadowlands really the true realm of death in the first place? Was it just made into it? Was it originally a realm of shadow and decay that has been ordered and beautified by the influence of the Titans and Eternal Ones? That's what I lean more towards, is that the original structures of the Shadowlands has basically been, like, completely dismantled to the point where, like, it's, no pun intended, a shadow of its former self. So, there's definitely still a layer of mystery of, like, what happens to things that die in the Shadowlands. Shadowlands seems like a prison. I mean, I am of the opinion that the Shadowlands is absolutely a prison. It is absolutely a prison for mortal souls to basically remove them from reality and use their essence as a power source to potentially rewrite the fucking cosmos at the whim of whomever wants to take the reins of the Forge of Origination. So, or Machine of Origination, whatever the fuck they call it in Sepulchre. So, it sure looks dismantled. What, with it being floating chunks of land? Yeah, I'm quite certain that the Shadowlands was a world that was shattered and fragmented into a bunch of pieces. And I'm not opposed to the idea at all that the reason it's shattered is because someone like Sargeras cleaved it into a bunch of fucking pieces. So, I want Shadowlands to be turned into a purgatory, and they're supposed to move on to something beyond. I mean, I really think that's what it is. I don't think it needs to be turned into that. I believe that that's effectively what it is. The only things that go into the Shadowlands and then, like, actually get reborn or repurposed is the wild gods. Everything else basically gets broken down into energy or stays in there eternally. So, in a way, like, the majority of the energy that goes there does not go anywhere else after. What's up, Nelly? And I think that's part of the issue with the Shadowlands, and probably why the Void is so intent on dismantling the orderly Shadowlands, because I think that how the cosmic realms are supposed to work is in, like, a cycle where they bring in energy, utilize it in some way, but also radiate energy. And I think the Shadowlands, with how its mechanisms function now, is not radiating the energy that it's supposed to. So the next realm down is starving, right? Similar, think about it like this. You have the sorting, it's a fractal. The Shadowlands the whole thing is a fractal. So you have the energy coming in from the other realm, right? Coming through the sorting hat. And that energy gets dispersed to all these different Shadowlands realms except the Maw, right? Only the worst of the fucking worst go to the Maw, and that's so very little that the Maw is effectively starved for energy for the most part. I think the Maw is probably a fractal for the Void on a grander scale. So the cosmic realm of the Shadowlands is not providing, it's not radiating out in the way that it's supposed to feed the Void. And so because of that, the Void is, like the Maw, starved and distorted and fucked up. That's what I like to think. Basically, Void destroying Shadowlands equals bypassing Shadowlands prison. You go to real afterlife. Maybe. And maybe the Void isn't supposed to be what it is now. You know, maybe if it had energy, it would actually be like the light. But it isn't. Then we have the Devourers breaking into the Shadowlands. Not exactly. The Devourers live in the in-between, which is the area between the Shadowlands realms that is largely bereft of the energy that feeds those realms, right? So they're all sustained by this energy. The Devourers live in the in-between, which has very little of this energy, and so they're looking for a way to get to that energy to consume it, because otherwise they may just cease to exist. So, is there some kind of type advantage chart like Pokemon? I was always confused about how all that works. Type advantage? Not particularly. I mean, I think there are things that are weak to other things, like undead are technically like more susceptible to the power of the light, but yeah. As you can see, it's only ruled by powerful and weak get eaten. Right. Maybe it was different, and I like to think that the Maw was different at one point as well, but yeah. Anyways, guys, I appreciate the stream today. It's been 9.5 hours, so I'm gonna get out of here. I really appreciate all the discussion today. Thank you for hanging out with me and chatting and supporting the stream, whether you watched on YouTube or Twitch. Thanks for being here. If you just lurked and watched or followed and chatted, subbed or gifted a sub, thanks for supporting the stream. And I will be back tomorrow. And we can talk more, we can chat more lore. Yeah, have more discussions like what we did today. There was a lot of it today. And I enjoyed it. Went by nice and fast. So yeah, if you're not aware, I do have a Discord channel. I'm gonna try to apply for the ambassador program, see if I can get in and get the Discord in there. You guys are welcome to join. I do ping my Discord every time that I go live, which is generally going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but sometimes other times, you know, because new stuff happens. And when new videos come out, so it's a good way to be notified of that. If you're watching on Twitch and you don't know, I do have a YouTube channel with lots of videos for World of Warcraft, but also some playthroughs of some other games like Expedition 33, Cyberpunk 2077, and even some reactions and lore thoughts on League of Legends, the world of Runeterra, if you're interested in that. And if you're watching on YouTube and you don't know, I have a Twitch channel. The stream you've watched today is pretty much the same thing that you get on Twitch, but I urge you to come over and give a follow and check it out over here too if you're interested in that. So that's pretty much all I got, everyone. I appreciate you for watching. Thanks so much for supporting the stream. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be tomorrow, I'll see you all later.
Peace.